64 fighters have laced it up for the last 2 days. 64 more to go. We're halfway there, done with the fight week. We have a lot more coming from Riyadh.
They say champions are born, but in this world, they're made. This is the road to greatness. It's long, it's brutal, and only the strong survive. Every day, before the world wakes up, they grind. Every punch thrown, every mile ran. It's all for one purpose. No shortcuts, no excuses, just sacrifice. Because this game is about facing adversity.
It all comes down to this.
Doubt may creep in.
The Russian is bullying Canelo.
The body might beg to quit. But the dream keeps them going.
Who's gonna have more in the tank? What a shot! Puts Al down in a heap.
This is the proving ground. This is the WBC Grand Prix.
We are back at Boulevard City for day 3 of the WBC Grand Prix. Phase 1 has already produced some cracking action, and today it's time for the middleweights to enter the fray. And hello and welcome. We're here at Global Theater, and as usual, accompanied by a great team, the boxing bully himself, Barack Bess, and the super featherweight champion of the world, Barry Jones. And my gosh, we've had 2 amazing days. Yesterday was the 140-pounders, and I was still in awe about the talent, the quality of boxing, but there were some memorable moments that we had yesterday.
I wasn't amazed. You know why? Because after the featherweights, I already knew we got top tier guys.
Fair.
And fight of the night, we didn't even have to argue.
Yeah.
Did we even have to argue?
No.
That was incredible.
We didn't even discuss it. We just all came to an agreement right here and there.
Right. Because it was just amazing. But to be fair, I like Beltran.
Yes.
Don't get me wrong. Krins pulled it through. It was amazing. But look at their faces afterwards.
I know. I had a chance to see that.
I think Beltran showed that he's very, very skillful. My opinion, he gassed out a little bit and had to fight a different fight and lost that fight.
I really like Krens. I know Krens got the win, but the way they're usually with a big puncher, when they don't come up against a lot of resistance. So when they hit people, they're hurt and they show it. When Beltran wasn't showing it, he was shrugging it off and coming back with arguably better work at times.
Right.
Then usually punchers start to feel sorry for themselves. But Krens showed a great engine and a resolve and a belief that I'm going to just keep going to get you. And he never got him out to there. But in those last round, then when you said Beltran maybe gassed a bit, I think Krens just maintained that pace enough just to get over the line. It was a great fight. I mean, a 6-round classic.
No matter how much he was bleeding, he never got discouraged. That's why I like Krens.
Which is exactly where I was going to go, because he dug deep. He understood those cuts could have actually made a big difference in that fight. And moreover, once we had a chance to speak to him, he was so humble and he recognized the type of talent that he had in his opponent and gave all kinds of credit to Beltran. But we have to remember, we don't have knockout of the night, but we had to call somebody out. Because yesterday was Dutra, coming all the way from Argentina, that did something amazing against Basaldua, despite being under in the cards, all the way to the moment that he knocked his opponent out.
Well, it's amazing, because Basaldua didn't do that much wrong. I mean, for the knockout, actually, you can argue he squared his feet a little bit, but, I mean, the way he threw that shot, Dutra, I mean, he moved his whole body over to the right-hand side before he threw the shot, and then just exploded with that left hook. It was a fantastic punch. It just spun the head of Basaldua, and it was and when they're off the run of play, against the run of play, I should say.
Yes.
That makes it more exciting, doesn't it? Because you just think all you got to do is stay on his feet to win. I mean, all you've got to do.
I like how you put it. So simple. Just stand there.
I think for us, it was surprising. And it's always surprising when a fight is not winning and is not getting beat up, and all of a sudden he knocks the guy out. But I don't think it was as surprising to Dutra. He had this look on his face like he had a lot of confidence in what he had, his power that he knew he had, but we didn't know.
He was definitely very confident on his power. And somebody else that was extremely confident, we didn't get a chance to talk to him about him yesterday, was Utria, knocking his opponent 3 times in only 1 round. Guerrero came all the way from Dominican Republic, trained in Spain, but there was nothing he could do against Utria. He was pouncing on him.
Yeah, from the offset, he just went out there. You know, he had the bit between his teeth, and he had one thing on his mind: destruction. And he was quite impressive.
That was actually my favorite stoppage because he was hurting him to the body and he was hurting him up top. And he was hurting him with both hands. So he actually showed a lot to me.
And it's quite impressive because when you look at his record, there were constant wins, obviously perfect record, but you could see that his opponent level was not up to par.
Yeah.
And yesterday he showed us that he can rise to the occasion and, like you said, power on both hands and perfect demeanor.
And the sign of a the sign of a quality factor is something that you just said about, you know, the way you went about the stoppage with the variety. But I always say a thing that taking your time, but getting them out there early. That's a sign of a quality fighter. Not rushing your work, but still getting the result really quick. I mean, that calmness that you can do it. Even though he went out and threw lots of punches, he knew every punch that he was going to throw. Nothing was wild or reckless.
No.
He's seen the tag before he threw it, and to do that in such a short time, you know, screams quality fighter.
I agree. And today we're in for a treat, 160 pounds. And I've heard Barack say this is a perfect combination of power, agility, and simply good posture, good boxing skills. What do we really expect today?
We expect knockouts, but we know we're going to get this 50-50 fights.
True,
because
very well matched.
That's what we've been seeing.
And that's why we might not get so many knockouts. I mean, because, you know, I know sometimes a fighter gets hurt and they just think in a lot of, oh, listen, maybe I'll sit this one out.
Yeah.
In this format, because it means so much to these guys, because they've had no opportunities to get to the forefront. It might be their only chance. They're getting up. We've seen that the last 2 days.
Right.
They're fighting back. They're taking shots. Maybe they would have regrouped and they're going at their opponent. So I think we're going to see more of that. But I'm biased to weights, and I still think the featherweights. I mean, it's take a lot to beat that featherweight day.
Yeah. We've seen guys fight through broken noses.
Yes.
Bicep tears.
Torn
We had at least
Wow,
4 or
yes.
5 broken noses
Yes.
here. This stage means a lot to them.
Yeah.
So maybe you're right. I'm just expecting knockouts all the time.
But also with that commitment, you do leave yourself exposed. So you might see. That's why we've seen some dramatic knockouts because they're throwing when you throw, and if you're the one to land first, you're the one who hits your hand raised, and the other guy's on the floor.
Well, talk about grit. A torn bicep, and yet he finished the fight, despite his corner's advice, with one hand.
And won.
And won. Amazing. But guess who else is in town? The unified super middleweight champion of the world, Saul Canelo Alvarez, right before his unification fight against William Scholl. What do we expect? This is only coming in a couple of weeks.
Yeah.
And he's already here. He's already getting acclimated. Do we expect something different?
Well, Canelo has more pro fights than most people have amateur fights. True. You know, to expect something different from Canelo is insanity. He takes every fight seriously.
True.
That's it. And he probably is having flashbacks about Lara. You know.
Come on.
No, what I'm saying is
He was like 17.
I don't mean it like that. I don't mean like how well he did or how well he did not do. What I'm saying is that kind of fight.
Okay.
People are still saying he has trouble with that kind of fight. And meanwhile, he knocked out Billy Joe and he knocked out Caleb Plant, both who are great movers.
Austin Trout.
Right, and what I'm saying is Canelo always says this is not going to be a fun fight because he moves, or I want to fight him because he fights back. So he's probably thinking, I'm going to get a Lara-type fight, and I got to go to that guy.
And with that being said, Barry, let's think about Canelo. He started his career at 16 years old as a pro. How do you think he would have done in a competition like this?
Yeah, he would have walked through it. Because he was phenomenal. I mean, the Canelo we have nowadays is not the Canelo that boxed in the two Golovkin fights, for instance. He boxes at a slower pace, but he's still as effective. I mean, not begin knocking people out anymore, but he walks you down. And I mean, those bigger guys are slow enough for him to pound on him and beat him up. He's the guy that I got this phrase from: make him feel it early. He hits you anywhere early. You know, just so you feel that power, you feel the weight, and it puts you on a backward step. And the worry for this fight is, so early in the morning for him, plus William Scholl won't care about winning. Good. He'll have the motto, rather win ugly than to lose pretty. So he won't want to be in a fight. He'll be very, very negative just to get the win. He want to frustrate Canelo. So Canelo needs to get a little bit of the footwork back that he had, you know, a few years back, just to close the gap a little bit more. But everything points to a Canelo win unless he's lost a step.
I don't think he did. And this is going to be the third fight of an outstanding weekend full of boxing, starting in New York on May 2nd with none other than an amazing fight in the middle of Times Square. So just in case, check out the packages because we got several and you don't want to miss this weekend. But if you guys haven't joined us, this is a World Cup type event, and it has representatives from all over the world. This was a vision from former WBC president Don Jose Sulaiman. And if you guys missed the explanation, not quite sure how this is going, here's a little explainer of what this is all about.
The WBC Grand Prix is split into 4 separate weight divisions: featherweight, super lightweight, middleweight, and heavyweight. In total, 128 athletes will compete, 32 in each division, representing 41 countries. Fighters' age limit is restricted to 26, and they must not have a professional record of more than 15 bouts. There will be 5 major events hosted across 2025, culminating in the finals on December 20th. This first event will be held across 4 days, with each weight class dedicated its own day. There will be 16 fights taking place each day, with the 8 winners progressing to Phase 2. There are no draws, ensuring decisive outcomes in every bout. Every fight is set for 6 3-minute rounds. There will be open scoring at the end of round 2, 4, and 6 to enhance transparency. There will also be instant replay for accurate and fair officiating. The winner of each weight class will receive the Jose Sulaiman Trophy and the honor of being an inaugural WBC Grand Prix champion.
And we're just about to set for the first bout of the day, so settle in, take a good snack, because the action is ready to go. We go on with Barry, Barack, and Corey.
Thank you so much, Claudia. We are ready to go with day 3 of the WBC Boxing Grand Prix as we look at the middleweight bracket, the 160-pounders in action here tonight. Some good-looking matchups. You've seen Derek Pomerleau box on DAZN recently, one of the earliest announced fighters in the bracket. He'll be in action here tonight. We've got national champions, national amateur champions from all over the globe in action here tonight. It's going to be a good one. We can't wait to get the action underway. All these fighters hoping for a berth in the final this December. And we are ready for our opening contest. And to get the festivities underway, let's send it up to our MC for today, Mr. Thomas Treiber.
Live worldwide on DAZN. Let's first welcome to the ring, Shakul Sharpshooter Semed.
Keeping it together like the grown man I am. I rise and fall, I fall and rise. Flying with no feather, impossible, but me tell you what to wear. This my life, I didn't choose. I just put my all behind. Take me wherever you want to. My invisible black wings flying intercontinental. Victory, victory, that's my story. 'Cause I never surrender. As long as I can remember, I've been a hustler, hustler. Victory, victory, that's my story. 'Cause I never.
And now let's welcome to the ring, Saulo Tren Morales.
Donde no había ni un caballo, recibió la luz del cielo con relámpagos y rayos. Él no conoció la escuela donde fueron sus hermanos, porque él ya tenía la fuerza en el puño de sus manos.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Riyadh Season WBC Boxing Grand Prix, live on DAZN from Boulevard City Global Theater in Riyadh, Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. We would first like to thank the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia and the custodian of the 2 holy mosques, King Salman bin Abdulaziz Al Saud, His Royal Highness the Crown Prince Mohammed bin Salman, and His Excellency, Chairman of the General Entertainment Authority, GIA, Turkey, Al-Essa. It is being brought to you by Riyadh Season and the General Entertainment Authority, GIA, with the World Boxing Council, President Mauricio Suleiman, OPI since '82, and Sella, along with their great sponsors, Ready to Fight, Arena Fitness Innovation, Dr. Suleiman El Habib Medical Group, Saudi Airlines, Saudi Tourism Authority, and STC. A big thanks to those great sponsors. We get things started today with the middleweight division, all bouts scheduled 6 rounds and sanctioned by the Middle East Professional Boxing Commission, President Jose Mohan. The judges are Yuji Fukuchi, Eddie Papu, and Daniel Vandeville. Our referee in charge will be Jürgen Langos. Introducing to you first, fighting tonight out of the green corner, he comes to the ring wearing green trunks and weighed in officially at 156.4 pounds. Undefeated, he has 9 wins, 8 of his 9 wins coming by way of knockout. Representing Ghana, here is Shakul Sharpshooter Semed. And his opponent across the ring, fighting tonight out of the gold corner, he comes to the ring wearing gold trunks and weighed in officially at 161.5 pounds. His professional record consists of 14 wins, just 1 defeat, 1 draw, 13 of his 14 wins coming by way of knockout. Representing Mexico, here is Saulo Tren Morales.
Okay, gentlemen, I expect a clean and fair fight. Listen at all times to my commands and protect yourself at all times. God bless you and see you soon, okay?
So we are set to go with our opening bout of the day. Saulo Morales taking on the 2020 Olympian Shakul Semed. Semed represented his native Ghana in 2020. Following in the familial footsteps of his brothers, Bastir and Issa, who also represented Ghana at the Olympic Games. Saulo Morales, not a bad amateur himself, over 100 amateur fights in the Mexican system.
Because they're both such big punchers on their record anyway, would suggest that. I wonder if they'll be tentative, not willing to know where to get caught or whether they go for it. Do you believe in your power or are you wary of the other guys?
Morales has been a little bit inactive. He did score another knockout. Of course, he scored 13 of them in his 14 wins, as Barry just referenced there. Knocked out Juan Carlos Pacheco, that being in July of last year. So the invitation for this tournament, certainly a welcome letter to receive in the mail. A sharp jab there from Semed.
Morales looks twice the size of Semed. Huge.
The sharpshooter, he's looking sharp, Semed. He's looking sharp. I like his footwork so far. He spins out to the power hand side, but he's getting out there so far.
Nice right hand over the top there from Semed. You see Morales trying to counter to the body.
Oh, oh, that was perfectly timed. Left hand by Semed.
Bit of a lazy move there as well from Morales. Trying to throw that uppercut from too far out and without any speed attached to it.
So Morales likes to have his feet planted before he lets his shots go. He wants all the torque there he can get.
Morales targeting the body in the early going. Just got warned for a low shot a moment ago.
Just gonna bring that left hand back a little bit faster there, Morales. I think it's the right idea pushing him, Semed back with that jab. He leaves it out there. He's open to that right hand counter.
See, Semed has heavy hands. He doesn't need to be stationary to throw hard shots. That's the difference between the two so far.
The right hand there from Semed, just as you mentioned it.
Couple good counter right hands there from Semed. The first one landed a little cleaner than the second one did. Semed, very good fundamentals here. Very patient here in the early going. That's a nice start to the tournament and to this bout for Shakul Semed from Accra, Ghana. Well, the face of boxing returns to DAZN as Canelo Alvarez, he being a former WBC middleweight champion, takes on the undefeated William Skull for the undisputed super middleweight championship. An awesome fight night from right here in Riyadh is available to buy now on DAZN.com/boxing.
No te quedes, güey. No te me quedes, güey. Necesito que le metas más candela en este round. Arriba. Necesito que se vaya más adelante. Vamos con ganas, cabrón. Usted trae gasolina, trae todo. No lo esperes. Él ya empezó a correr.
Well, Morales came out. I think Morales was doing the right type of idea, to come out and try and walk down Semed, but just a little bit slower with the hands and maybe not bringing the punches back. And I think that worked into Semed's hands there, just the faster reactions, and as Barak said, be able to punch on the move. And showing that in abundance in that first round.
Round 2 now underway. Saulo Morales entered this bout with a record of 14-1-1. That loss was in his pro debut. That happened in Canada back in 2017. And as the story goes, as he tells it, he had a manager at the time who told him he could go to Canada for this fight, and it would be at middleweight. He got there, and they asked him to fight at light heavyweight instead. And of course, he got knocked out in that fight and then restarted his career really in earnest 2 years later, and he has not lost since.
I was wondering why he took that long gap. I figured you would go to his home country to find that out. If you look at Morales, I think he kind of is trying to switch up his game plan a little bit a few seconds ago, fighting in the middle of the ring, because even though he's the stalker, he's the pressure fighter, the harder puncher might be Semed.
Certainly the snappier puncher, isn't he? More turning to the shots. But if he just quickens up his left hand, the jab there to Morales, that'll help him.
He's getting timed. He's getting timed every shot that he throws.
Clever there from Semed.
That's a good snappy jab from Semed.
Semed has no problem being first or countering Morales. If I was Morales, I'll throw a couple. I know we're going to say this every night, but I throw a couple of feints.
And certainly when someone's countering you off the single shot, then you throw in combinations, in flurries. And it might reduce the power a little bit for you, but it gets you there.
I think because Semed's shots are so sharp and have so much pop that he doesn't want to actually throw with him.
Semed's able to operate at a pretty comfortable pace here, Barry, when you see a fighter able to adjust his trunks and then make a couple movements before he can throw. This is Morales stalking him right now. I mean, it's pressure in that he's the one moving forward, but he's not making Semed do anything he doesn't want to do right now.
No, not at all. I think you can dictate the pace on the move, and I think that Semed's showing that. Morales is coming forward. He's the boss of the exchanges. By far, though I would say Morales did down with a lovely left hook on the ropes a few seconds ago, but again, responded then, or repaid back with the right hand from Semed.
Yeah, maybe an even better left hook there from Semed. And big right hand, and that will be a knockdown. What a shot from Semed, running Morales into that right hand.
It's a matter of time getting caught like that, coming in every time, getting countered. Clean, flush shots by Semed. The sharp shooter.
This is
dio duro, güey. Ey, necesito que entres con el jab. No me tires la mano sola. Cuando me tiras la mano sola te quedas abierto, güey. Le haces así, te quedas abierto.
Again, Morales, you know, got to come forward. He has to come forward. But again, caught trying to throw a right hand and just a short and looping shot. And we'll see it now in a minute. More of an arc right hand from Semed, was just caught in flush.
After 2 rounds, our scoring is 20-7.
There you go, look at that. Just hold that right hand to the body. And then that loop, that little curled right hand there from Semed, turning the body into the shot as well. Fantastic work.
Semed not being afraid to punch with his opponent. And I didn't even see that until the replay that Morales landed that flush left hand, and Semed took that very well.
So of course, you heard Thomas Triber announce the WBC's open scoring, 20-17. Only way to score this for Shakul Semed, following that knockdown in the second round. And you know, considering how flush those right hands have been landing for Semed, it was almost a matter of time before one of them had that kind of an impact.
Right, you never know the durability of a man's chin until he fights somebody who could punch as well as Semed could punch.
But I understand, you know, working the body from Morales, you know, might be advantageous, but you've got to get your head on his chest and work it. He's throwing from a little bit too far out. Some people that works for, but for him against Semed, he's been counted twice doing that now, and that's got to be enough to realize I've got to find a different route.
Nice ovation for Morales there from the crowd, almost congratulating him for his effort getting up after that knockdown and fighting back. Not doing a lot of damage with that flurry. Just walked into a nice check hook there from Semed.
Very sharp, isn't he, Semed? Sees the gaps as well. Make a little mistake, and he'll jump on it.
Semed was almost forced into starting his professional career after he tested positive for a banned substance after the 2022 Commonwealth Games, so it ended his dreams of going back to the Olympics, but he's had a fine start to his professional career, and what a boost it would be to pick up a victory here in the opening round. Sweeping right hand there again by Semed.
I know, so Morales just a little bit less confident to let his hands go. He wasn't that confident in the first place, but what happens then when you're wary of taking a punch back, you think you need to be sharper, you tense up, you end up pushing your punches out, and you're slower than you were when you first got caught. So it works in reverse.
I like what he's doing now, though. I like what he's doing now, pushing his body up against him and letting his hands go and smothering all the shots that's coming back from Semed.
30 seconds here of round 3. If you're tuning into the tournament for the first time, that horn that you hear is the 30-second indicator, and it's tripped up a few fighters on day 1, but has now been fairly seamless as Morales just misses over the top with a right hand. The seconds tick away here in the third round. One more big sweeping shot there from Semed. I think I see a little blood trickling on the face of Saulo Morales. Dominant start to the fight for the Ghanaian Olympian.
¿Cómo te sientes, güey? Bien. ¿Sí? Saulo, es que nomás regresa.
Saulo Morales. Claudia, what are you hearing in the corners right now?
I had the opportunity to speak to Blue, that's Morales' coach, and he says he's got to use those uppercuts, but those hands have to be very fast, going back to cover his chin. He's very exposed, but he's asking him to stay in the pocket, stay in the middle, and go right down the pipeline with those uppercuts.
Thank you so much, Claudia. I mean, I guess the question about that strategy, and Baraka, I'll pose this to you, is that I mean, that's a nice idea. The problem is, how does he get there without running into these right hands? That's the adjustment that I think needs to be discussed.
No disrespect, but I think you're asking something of a fighter that he cannot do. But what you can do is some fakes. You can fake like you're going to the body, come up top. You can fake like you're going up top, go to the body. You got to do something different because you're a little too slow to get your punches off and bring your hand back and not get countered by Semed.
Yeah, Barry, I think that the question isn't what do you do when you get to the inside. Right now, it's how do you get there?
Without getting hurt. See, if you can just get on the, you're not going to be like dancing. If you just get a little bit on the balls of your pocket shot, on your balls of your feet a little bit, then when you jab, you can take that little half step out. And hopefully, and it's all a gamble, Semed throws because he's used to countering you. He falls short, then you can come back in with the combination, and you can use that reach and that power you have. So you have the jab, step in with the jab, step back out, and then 1-2 straight away. But I'm not sure he can get on the balls with his feet. I'm not sure he'll want to. He looks like a type of guy who likes to slide in, but pretty much heels always on the floor.
Right, this may be his only style, so this is his only opportunity. He's wishing to get a good shot like that.
Hand there from Morales. I'm starting to put some shots together here along the ropes.
But this is where you just got to take a little, not a massive turn, just a little quarter turn to the side. So when Sammy's looking to fire back, you're just on the a little bit on the outside. That should be a natural movement as well. When you get someone on the ropes, you throw and then take just a little around the clock face, like 1 o'clock or 2 o'clock, just slight movement, and then you can work away then in a safer place.
It's just hard to do that when you're in the corner, but you could definitely do that up against the ropes.
This is the best round of the fight for Saulo Morales.
And that's when he has his best moments, when he has him pressed up against the ropes. And I want to see how he performs in the center of the ring, allowing Semed to come to him. And one thing he does is he just leans that head so far ahead of his foot, you know, before he punches.
See that
right hand there from Morales.
That's the shot's been working for him, isn't it? Just committing to that long right hand. There's no danger attached to that, mind, but it's been working for him at the minute. But for Sammy, you know, most of the time, he's just happy just to you come to me. I don't need to do anything. You walk to me, you make the mistake, and I'll make you pay for it.
So that's why you switch it up. Say, okay, no, you come to me. If he can fight that way.
Final 10 seconds here of round 4. Improvements being made here for Saulo Morales. Whether he won the round or not is another debate, as he takes one final right hand right at the bell.
Well, he did there what we've been talking about the last couple of days. Sometimes effort, you know, can just a bit more improvement can get you past some of the technical frailties that you're having against your opponent. I think there he made a real conscious effort just to be a little bit busier.
I'm not sure if judges think differently, but it's kind of a normal feeling that when you see the guy that's getting beat up and all of a sudden he does better, to kind of notice that a little bit more
we mentioned
than the efforts of the guy that was winning.
Just doing better in the round don't always mean you won the round, but yeah, it can be the case.
Because all of these shots weren't really landing, you know, but
there was a couple of big right hands, though. 2 or 3 of those, and that might make a difference for him. But even if he doesn't win the round, it gives him a bit of confidence that he's hitting the target now and not getting hit with a heavier shot.
Right. Well, there we go. Two judges felt like Morales won that round.
The scores 40-35, 39-36. That means that Saulo Morales mathematically needs at least a knockdown in one of these rounds and to win the final 2 in order to even things up. And if you are tuning into the tournament for the first time, we'll remind you that there is an enhanced scoring system to settle potential draws, where judges are also checking a box each round to determine how wide or how dominant a fighter was in winning that round. And those boxes are also assigned a number, if you will. So those are then added up to produce a new score to settle the draw. So, again, it is possible for Morales to win on the cards if he can score a knockdown and be relatively dominant in the final 2 rounds.
You lost me with enhanced.
Repeat that.
Yeah, say it again.
Left hand to the body there from Morales.
I think this is what Morales was hoping for. If I'm able to take his shots, I'm gonna keep pressuring him, and then all of a sudden, Semed might tire out a little bit. Semed does look different.
Yeah,
now.
he does. The body language a little bit different. Even the way he fell to the mat there.
Absolutely.
Maybe a little enhanced as well.
He's like a 3-year-old having a tantrum. Yeah, he looks a bit tired, doesn't he? I think that's, if Morales got the energy now, this is where he needs to up that pace.
I'm sure this is what he was banking on.
Work from Semed, a little more haggard now. Again, you pointed it out in the beginning, Barack, just how big Morales looks in opposition to Semed, and you know, he's leaning on him a little bit. This is a big guy that is coming at you for 4 straight rounds, make it 5.
Semed is a small middleweight. He makes up with his power, but it doesn't seem like the conditioning is where it needs to be when you're fighting a guy like Morales. That's going to be full steam ahead every single round.
You know, it's like with punchers, they expend so much energy, you know, letting their shots go that, you know, they're not really known for that durability and that endurance is the feather fists of people like myself. You can do 12 rounds on their head.
2 good right hands there from Semed over the last 10 seconds. Hands now at his side, and Morales finds a lane to the body as a result.
It's the last round. Oh, man.
There's a panic in that corner. It looks, and it doesn't need to be.
Yeah,
that doesn't help.
It was just relayed to us from Claudia that his corner is admitting that the fighter is exhausted. He is gassed, in their words.
That happened yesterday as well. We noticed that the guy is tired, and they just admitted it. He didn't even have the energy to keep his hands up. He has a natural ability to counter punch, but there's no steam on those shots.
But you got to, as a coach, you got to get in his head, like Dundee against Leonard, with Hagler. You only got to get up, champ. You only got 3 minutes. You got to give him some motivation.
Yes. That's exactly right. Exactly right. I agree with you. And in reality, like you were saying, he's so far behind that he needs to drop him. So if he can stay on his feet these last 3 minutes, he advances. Good uppercut.
But momentum's a funny thing in boxing. You know, you can in any sport, you can lose it and gain it so quickly. When you have it, you've got to keep your foot on you've got to keep your foot on their neck. And for Morales, no, he can hold up. You've got to keep going, pushing forward, take that risk.
Nice lead right hand there again from Morales.
This is where Semed should be holding. Here we go. Semed should be holding and moving this whole round.
First of all, he should keep his hands up. That's the first thing you learn. The first thing you have to do. Stay safe first, and try and build some energy up, and let your hands go, and then look for a rest and keep safe again.
Lead right hand again there from Morales. That's a good shot for him, even with the way that he hangs out over his front foot. The rhythm that he has, he can kind of flick it out there and get his way to the inside. And now Semed really laboring to get back to his feet. He's got close to 2 minutes to survive here, and looks like he might tip over just on pure exhaustion.
And this is when Morales should jump on him. His punches are not the same anymore. You know he's dead. He barely got up right now. His
mouthpiece is out.
Spit out.
Semed trying to do anything just to run out the clock here. Big right hand over the top from Morales.
Smart move.
And I don't know if the action should have been stopped there.
This happened the other day, didn't it? I mean, there's got to be a clear break in the action to stop.
It was a slight low. Maybe he shouldn't have stopped it. But I think he's about the safety of the fighter.
There's the uppercut that the Morales corner has been hoping he can land.
He hasn't got the energy himself, Morales.
That's probably what it is. That's probably what it is.
Hey, step back.
But I tell you what, you shouldn't, for Semed, you shouldn't be this tired in a 6th rounder. That wasn't the war of attrition. You know, it wasn't like we saw the other day, but it was an absolute barn burner.
45 seconds remaining, and Morales putting them together.
What's that?
That is it! The fight is stopped. Oh, my goodness. Semed only had 45 seconds to survive. Saulo Morales with the last second TKO.
I don't agree with that.
That was horrible.
I don't think fighters should take too much punishment, but I didn't see how he was massively hurt. I know he's tired and there's a danger there that something could happen.
No.
But because you're more vulnerable when you're exhausted, but this is a fight that he's winning.
No.
And you know,
you just robbed the guy. I'm not trying to say we're not supposed to have good ethics in boxing and we don't care about safety, but that man was not. The man was more fatigued than hurt. He was not hurt.
Listen, Morales might have stopped him in that corner anyway, but there needs to be more.
Maybe.
There needs to be more.
Yes. The man was winning the fight.
I mean, Morales was massively dominant in this round, and the last one as well, he wasn't quite clear.
So let's see, because look, that uppercut landed. That was a small, soft shot.
But this isn't the other corner, isn't it? It's not even the end here.
Okay, yeah, this is when he knocked the mouthpiece out, right. Which was a smart move by Semed. Okay, so here we are in the last corner.
Some good shots, a lovely uppercut there.
He's still firing back. That was a good shot.
The head's gone back.
Too fast, so
it's not enough.
Too fast. How many times did he knock Morales' head back?
Even though his head's gone back, he hit him with a good body shot, his head's gone back.
His head, but when the head goes back, that can go back in a jab. You got to look at the eyes. The eyes ain't look, his eyes are alert. His eyes are alert and they're looking at his opponent. If his eyes aren't rolling back or something, don't stop it.
I'm not as animated as Barak, but I do agree with him that I think that's a really, really bad stoppage.
Well, the Semed corner right now is protesting to Mauricio Suleiman himself, who is in the corner having a discussion about this. Heartbreak for Shakur Semed. It was 45 seconds away from advancing. A reminder that Dalton Smith is back in action tonight as he takes on the Canadian Matthew Germaine in front of a partisan home crowd in Sheffield. An excellent card that also features the return of Josh Warrington, and it's all live right here on DAZN. Well, we are ready to make this controversial one official as we send it back up to Thomas Streiber.
Ladies and gentlemen, here is the official time. 2 minutes, 20 seconds of round number 6. Our referee in charge, Jurgen Alongo, steps in to stop the contest. Therefore, your winner by way of technical knockout, Saulo Tren Morales.
So Saulo Morales scores the final round TKO victory over Shakur Semed, not without controversy, but Morales will indeed advance to the second round of the WBC Boxing Grand Prix.
Next week, we head to London for a grudge match years in the making. There's no love lost between Chris Eubank Jr. and Conor Benn. The Destroyer, though, is just glad to be back in the ring.
I didn't realise how much boxing meant to me until it was taken away. So for me, boxing is my life, it's my world, it's who I am, it's not what I do. It's just the man I am. You know, that's how I feel about boxing.
7 plus 1. Drive up. And we've got our weights with the 10th minute, 23. 4, good. 4, yes. Come back. Yes. 1 more, really good. Drive. 3, double. 6. 8.
Chris Eubank Jr. versus Conor Benn is live next Saturday night. Fatal Fury is available to buy now on thezone.com/boxing, and this one is not to be missed.
Live on DAZN Worldwide, April 26th. Eubank Jr. versus Benn. Over 30 years of rivalry and hatred.
I do hate him.
2 warriors, 2 wars, but the feud was left unfinished. Then, a bloodline born.
Legacy, respect.
The next generation.
My dad's my hero.
A new destroyer. Rivalry in their veins. Hatred in their blood.
This is going to be the bloodbath.
Family.
This is personal. I can't lose to this, man.
History.
Eubank and Nigel Benn. This is a war.
Legacy.
This is the final chapter.
Eubank Jr. versus Benn. Live on DAZN Worldwide. April 26th. Buy now at DAZN.com/boxing.
Can't wait for this grudge match, but now we go to fight number 2. Corey?
Thank you so much, Claudia. We are ready for action with our second fight of the night. Anas Abid and Paul Ryan going at it in this opening round matchup. We are ready to meet the fighters, so let's send it back up to Thomas Treiber.
Let's continue. And first, welcome to the ring, Paul Ryan.
He's the guy who's the talk of the town with the restless guy. Don't you bother to put him around. Keeps the promise on the run. Keeps the promise on the run. You may think he's a sleepy type guy. Always takes his time. Soon I know he'll be changing your mind.
And now let's welcome to the ring, Anas Abid. Ladies and gentlemen, this bout is scheduled for 6 rounds in the middleweight division. The judges are Predrag Alexic, Junbei Lim, and Juan Carlos Pelayo. Our referee in charge will be Joel Campuzano Jr. Introducing to you first, fighting tonight out of the green corner. He comes to the ring wearing green trunks and weighed in officially at 161.5 pounds. His professional record consists of 7 wins, just 1 defeat. 3 of his 7 wins coming by way of knockout. Representing Ireland, here is Paul Ryan. And his opponent across the ring, fighting tonight out of the gold corner. He comes to the ring wearing gold trunks and weighed in officially at 160.3 pounds. His professional record consists of 15 wins, just 1 defeat, 4 wins, coming by way of knockout. Representing Morocco, here is Anas Abid.
Boxers, you received your instructions in the locker room. I want a good, clean fight. Obey my commands at all times. Defend yourselves at all times. Do what you came trained to do. Good, clean boxing. Touch gloves to your corners.
So we are set to go with our second bout of the day. 2 of the older competitors in this tournament. Anas Abid, the 27-year-old from Morocco, making his home in Germany, taking on ravishing Paul Ryan, the 26-year-old from Ireland, 7-1 with 3 knockouts. European amateur silver medalist, a world amateur bronze medalist who suffered a shocking TKO loss 2 fights ago to Fabricio Rubino, one that he called humiliating, and to have lost on Box Nation to a fighter that obviously he was expected to defeat. But he's been back in the gym and getting some good sparring as of late. Getting some work in at Dillian White's gym.
First thing I notice is how high in the air Paul Ryan's chin is.
But he still kept that amateur style, but he's light on his feet. And he has a bit of power, but you know, he'll dart in and out, and that's up to Abid there. He's got to try and break that rhythm. It's very difficult to do, especially against a southpaw who stands tall. He is a target to be hit. You've got to try and get inside that right-hand jab.
Nice check right hook there from Ryan. Abid, the German national amateur champion in 2021. He absorbs another quick flurry there from Ryan. He actually caught the attention of his manager, Maurice Weber. During his amateur career, he had a sparring session with Felix Sturm, and he performed so well that his manager decided to basically sign him on the spot.
Felix Sturm robbed of a championship against Oscar De La Hoya at middleweight. He went on to have a decent career, though.
And he had some gifts, by the way.
Yeah, he also later on.
Macklin just one of them.
Exactly, later on in the career.
But he was a good fighter.
That's a sharp shot from Paul Ryan, and I think Abid felt that one. See blood coming from his nose now as well. Excellent start here for Paul Ryan.
He's come down off his feet a bit now, hasn't he, all of a sudden? Looking to bend those legs, get a bit more weight in the shots. Good left hand again there from Ryan.
Yeah, that shot is sharp. That has not missed, if at all, here in the opening round.
I think that nose is bothering a bit.
Because he has good, sorry.
No, he just has his hand up close, trying to protect that nose.
Because he has fast reactions, Ryan, as well. He can just wait, even though he's pushing the pace here, he's forcing himself upon Abid. He can just wait for him to make a mistake.
And that's probably why he has this habit of having that chin in the air so exposed, because he's faster than a lot of his opponents. He has fast twitch muscles. He has nice timing, counter ability.
Excellent opening round there for ravaging Paul Ryan.
The jab. Just don't switch in between. Every time he's doing
he has the ravishing Rick Rude
backhand up and down all day.
Maybe that's
don't
why he calls himself ravishing.
Front, okay? Jab. When he comes, beat him with that. But when you're close behind
Corey must be loving that Tash.
Absolutely.
Being a Tash man yourself.
Absolutely.
Really good start there from Ryan, and that was the punch that did the job for him, that lovely long left hand. Every time he let it go, he's accurate with it. Not going to head back there of Abid. And a good start. And again, it's just that the fast twitch fibers you mentioned, Barack, and just the good timing and the good balance he has.
Some fighters can generate power on their toes, and maybe Paul Ryan is one of those guys.
Round 2 underway. Excellent start here for Paul Ryan. Says that he feels rejuvenated after suffering that shocking loss. It just wasn't him in the ring that night. And this looks like the Paul Ryan that was making waves on the elite amateur circuit at both the European and world level.
Yeah, lovely combination there from Ryan when he just explodes into that three-punch combination and then moved away there and got off the line, made sure nothing came back. Didn't catch anything. And he can box with that patience as well, can he? He's in his rhythm now. It's up to Abid here to try and disturb that if he can.
See Ryan mixing up his offense, going downstairs to the body there on Abid. Not a bad idea, as there have been some concerns about the conditioning of Abid throughout his career. If you look at his lone loss to Ismail Sek, it was a fight that he was dominating for 6 rounds, and kind of like we just saw in our most recent fight, just ran out of gas. And kind of like that fight, people felt that the stoppage was controversial, but Abid was basically out on his feet with exhaustion.
And to mention that last fight, I think, yes, it was a premature stoppage in my opinion. But it is a lesson learned for Semed. You gotta come prepared. You gotta come in shape. You just fought in February. You should have been running. You've heard about the fights in March. You should have been ready, you know. But still, premature.
Personal glimmer of offense there for Abid with that left hook over the top. And now Ryan steps in with a short left hand on the inside.
Yeah, but he's got to start letting his hands go, trying to let his hands go anyway. Abid, because this is too easy here for Ryan.
I think what Abid was doing earlier was a little bit better when he was throwing the feints, trying to throw off the timing of Paul Ryan, and he just kind of abandoned that. Oh, there we go. Throw his timing off. There we go. Throw the feints, and then make your move. Ryan gave him a little head nod like, okay, good shot.
Comes back with another sharp left hand and a right hook immediately behind it.
That's better, getting a bit low and trying to roll into the shots. It didn't come off, he squared his feet, but that's the right sort of idea.
Tried it again.
Yeah, a bit too obvious though.
Yeah.
30 seconds, guys.
Nice on Ryan. Step back and get full weight on the shot there. With a little move.
Talented kid.
And he changes direction as well all the time. That's just unsettling. Abid, who's struggling just to find the distance, find the target clean.
Oh,
what was that?
That's the left hand, but it will be scored a slip. I think the feet came together at the same time.
Okay. That was so quick.
On the move. That was fast. Well, the FIFA Club World Cup comes to DAZN as some of the biggest names in football battle it out to become the globe's greatest. And what's more, the entire event, every game and every goal is live and free right here on DAZN.
Guck mal, der geht langsam kaputt, das wird nicht rausschmutzen, okay? Mach dein Spiel jetzt, okay? Ja.
Round 3 now underway. Terrific start here for Paul Ryan. Three-time Irish national amateur champion, the world amateur bronze medalist, who said recently he feels that he should already be fighting on the big shows, that he should have a matchroom contract, and certainly, you know, that loss set him back a little bit. But if you erase that loss, you're looking at a fighter with excellent amateur credentials, with a personality. His ring walks are always fantastic. He has those attributes that would make him appealing to a major promoter.
And a stash.
And more importantly, he's Irish, so he already has a natural fan base.
Yeah. Oh, that's a good
I've
point.
never known a nation like it that followed their own.
Good
Any
point.
part of the world. So
Shot to the body there from Ryan.
two things tire you out: taking punches and missing. Missing's a really bad one. And Abid's having both at the minute. He looked tired in his corner after the last round. Even though he's not fought at a frantic pace at all, it's being hit with shots and missing every time you throw. Not just mentally demoralizing, it's a real tiring exercise.
Having fast hands is one thing, but I'm really impressed by Paul Ryan's footwork and his foot speed. But his ability to switch angles is just tremendous.
Crowd trying to rally behind the Moroccan Abid, who isn't showing a whole lot of belief in his offense right now. It's just being taken away by the fleet of foot Paul Ryan, who again just runs him into a right hook.
Yeah, even then, he threw that long right hand, and it was like the right shot, but Ryan just rides it quite comfortably.
Seems like the crowd is motivating Abid just a little bit, but we're grading on a curve here. Abid has been really frozen out here by the sharp boxing of Paul Ryan.
I would argue, just to try and generate more speed, that Abid gets on the balls of his feet, and he gets a bit of a bounce to his step.
Good left hand, and down goes Abid.
Smart by his corner, telling him to relax, stay down, don't get up too quick.
Final 10 seconds of the round. Paul Ryan is putting on a show here in Riyadh, and that was inches away from a second knockdown. Only the leg strength of Abid kept him up there. What a round for Paul Ryan.
He's boxing so well, Paul Ryan. Even there when he had him on the ropes, he took a little step on the side as well, so he was almost by the side there, Abid, and Abid couldn't defend himself. And he had a shot, free shot there with 2 left hooks. You see, as he's throwing, he's just taking that step to the side. There you go, look. He doesn't know where he is. Abid doesn't have a clue where he is at all.
And you can't fire.
Yeah.
When a man switches angles on you, right, he's going your blind side, he switches angles on you, you can't fire back.
It's a horrible place to be in that ring when you don't have an answer. I mean, we've all been there at some point. You just don't have an answer. It wasn't your skill set and everything else. You're trying to find it, you can't get it.
Paul Ryan said that he hopes that his performance in this tournament could be an inspiration for fighters out there, for fighters who maybe get some bad decisions, take some bad losses, that you have to keep the faith. He said if you love the game will love you. And he's got to be loving his time in the ring right now. Everything working for Paul Ryan here in the 4th round.
He's fainting himself now here, Ryan. How calm has he been and patient as well with his work, Ryan? Nothing's rushed.
Big right hook. A beautiful shot from ravishing Paul Ryan.
5, 6, 7, 8.
This is looking too easy for Ryan right now. We may be on the brink of a knockout victory. The feet coming up in the air from Abid, who is just being outclassed.
7, 8.
Abid just with no answers here.
Again, no panic, no rush for Ryan.
Step back. Step back. Box.
He's trying to come forward there, Abid, just to be wary to commit himself, isn't he? He's been on the floor a few times.
Yeah, this for Abid, and Barry, you were kind of describing it earlier. It's, obviously, he's hurt by those shots, but it's also just demoralizing. It is confusion in terms of what's coming at him right now. He tries to fire a couple uppercuts there.
Yeah, the crowd backing him there. Nothing was really successful there from Abid, but the effort's there for him at times.
Reminded that there is no 3 knockdown rule in effect in this tournament. As Abid comes in, the nice right hand, tries to step in with the left hook.
I think Ryan just needs a breather, taking the rest of this round off. And because of that, Abid landed a nice right hand.
And just spins him around again. Seconds ago, landed the same shot that produced a knockdown earlier in the round. As we head back into the corners.
Abid has been knocked down 3 times in this fight already, but they refuse to use the stool in the corner. What do you think about that, Barry?
Yeah, I'm never a fan of it. I know you don't sit on the stool when you're training and sparring, but I do think the intensity of a fight. I think you need that rest. You need the best you can, especially now because I mean, some of these shots don't look concussive, but they're just the good timing and the angle he's throwing them from. Oh, good shot. So dominant here, Ryan, again. Look at that. It didn't look like nothing on that shot, did there? I'm sure, Ryan clearly carries power.
Round 5 now underway. And as you see those replays, going back to the point we were making in the previous round there, Barry, it's Abid is so far out of position, and those shots coming from such creative angles that, yeah, of course, they're hurting him enough to put him on the canvas, but there's a lot going on there that is resulting in him getting knocked down.
When you don't know what's going on, you can't find where the punches are coming from, your brain goes crazy. So there's a panic in you. So when you do get hit, you know, for that short space of time, you don't know how you're going to react. That panic usually means you take the knee, or you go for the floor. I'm not saying he did that. You call with a shot you don't see. There's a panic in you.
And Barack, I know Claudia just tipped you off as to what's going on in the Abid corner. What are you hearing?
Right, and it goes back to actually what Barry was saying. Barry was saying that sometimes a fighter has a point where they don't know what to do. And then when you go back to your corner and Claudia is asking them specific questions about, how do you counter this? How do you do that? They don't have an answer for specific things that he needs to do to win this fight.
I mean, you can't ask a fighter to do something you've never seen him do before.
I think only Abid's momentum running into Paul Ryan, enabling him to grab on, kept him up after that one.
Right, you can't ask a fighter.
I mean,
you're absolutely right.
From a technical perspective.
No, but I know, because like what you said earlier, you said, hey, I like to see Abid on his toes. Maybe he can't fight that kind of fight. But as a trainer, you should have an idea of what, what can help you in that situation.
Heads nearly coming together there.
Watch that holding.
We've been dealing with a lot of honesty from corners. We've been dealing with a lot of honesty, so I respect that. Fighters go and get new trainers sometimes because they feel like they brought them as far as they can go. I'm not saying that's the case, that needs to happen, but I'm just saying we've been dealing with a lot of honesty where they'll say, hey, my fighter's tired, or we don't know.
Yeah, like that. We don't know things are crazy.
Yeah,
thing to say.
I've never heard that.
I wouldn't think to say.
Check right hook there from Ryan.
Yeah, and Ryan's just playing it safe now, Ryan. He knows he's so far ahead. He's especially with that top-class amateur boxing brain he has. It'll be like, don't take any silly risks now. The fight's in the bag.
Final 10 seconds of the round. There's a shot at right hand on the inside there from Abid.
But if he wants to be that star that he said he should be, maybe he should let his hands go. This is, especially round coming up, the last round.
And we might see it actually in this last round. And also, Abid has that. I know the big push in that last round. You get a bit of energy somewhere. You see the finishing line. I don't think he's got enough left to do that, or confidence left to do that.
Order.
Five up. Yep. Now, keep saying backhand. Just remind of your backhands are like. Just slowly the high off me, okay, Paul? When it's coming on. Just want to come, Paul. Want to be out over the top.
Barry, I remember watching Danny Garcia versus Zab Judah. And I felt like if Zab could win, this would be his way into the Hall of Fame. And he was the only person ever in Danny Garcia's career to ever really hurt him and stumble him. And he didn't press him. And I said, well, did he have enough left or why? I figure go all out when you know the opportunity's there, and the opportunity's there for Abid to go all out.
There's a little back and forth there in the Abid corner. It's a corner and a fighter searching for answers, and he will need a knockout here in the final round if he wants to advance to the second round of this tournament.
Well, we haven't seen that this week, have we?
Oh, huge right hook there from Ryan, but a nice left hook. Good reply there from Abid.
But Ryan's been so dominant, especially in those first 3 or 4 rounds, where he just literally did everything he did came off. Did it with patience and just with very true breath.
Ryan carrying his hands a little bit higher this round, going back to that suggestion that you'll want to be careful here in the final round, because the only hope for Abid is to score that knockout. It's not to say that he can't also hunt for a knockout, but he's taking some added precautions here in the final round. You see him bring those hands up as he lands another left hand.
But you also can't climb up and just think, you got to think, I got to stay safe. If you don't do any work, just encourages the other guy to be busy. So you still got to carry on with your game plan, but just a little bit of a note of not doing anything too risky. Too readable there, Abid.
And that'll obviously be declared a slip. You know, Abid trying some things here. You know, he went for a walk there, tried to leap in with that left hook. There's no answers here tonight for Ryan.
Ryan's just been the better fighter, that's all. And it is what it is, isn't it? You know what I mean? You come up against someone who's technically better than you, and Ryan's been that, clearly been that. It's been a good display from Ryan. He took the foot off the gas a little bit in the last few rounds, and maybe that's something that he should be aware of, I think, when he goes into the next round. But apart from that, it's been good. He showed a good skill set, some power, a calmness, good boxing brain. It's been good.
Getting the spotlight that he's felt that he's deserved, and he made the most of it here tonight. A dominant win here in Riyadh over Anas Abid. On April 26th, a born rivalry will be settled when Chris Eubank Jr. and Conor Benn finally go head-to-head in front of a sold-out crowd at Tottenham Hotspur Stadium. Fatal Fury, Eubank Benn is available to buy now at thezone.com/boxing. Paul Ryan can celebrate prematurely because he knows it would be mathematically impossible for him to lose this fight. Ryan moving back up to middleweight, and he is looking good here at 160. Impressive performance here against Abid. Looks like these scores are tabulated and in the hands of Thomas Triber.
Ladies and gentlemen, after 6 rounds of boxing, we go to the judges' scorecards. Judge June Bay Lim scores it 58-53, and both judges, Predrag Alexic and Juan Carlos Pelayo, are in agreement. They both scored the same 59-52, all in favor of your winner by unanimous decision. Ravishing Paul Ryan!
So ravishing Paul Ryan with a rude awakening for Anas Abid in the opening round. A dominant victory as he advances to the second round of the WBC Grand Prix.
There's more live boxing to come on the zone tonight as we head to the Steel City of Sheffield.
Awaits for you now, Dalton Smith.
Big attack!
I dare you.
Simply too good.
I would sling him in with anyone. I dare you to fight Dalton Smith.
Brilliant shot.
Have to give Sheffield a big fight.
Inch perfect punching from Dalton Smith.
He's too good.
Oh, tremendous!
And undisputed flyweight queen Gabriela Fundora puts her own crown on the line against Marilyn Badillo straight after the Smith versus Germaine bout. That card in Sheffield also features the return of Josh Warrington. For more on that, here's Darren Barker and Jamie Ward.
When you talk about fan favourites, you talk about fighters, when you look at their career and you think, wow, they really did it all. You look at Josh Warrington, but sometimes in this sport, one defeat, which in Josh's case was against Mauricio Lara, can create a bad spell. One win in 6, sadly the numbers don't lie. We thought he'd retired after he lost against Kakache, but he's back on Saturday trying to become world champion once again. If he's to get anywhere near this level though, up at super featherweight, this fight with Asad Khan is absolutely must win.
Yeah, look, must win and must look good, I believe, if I'm deadly honest. But I have to commend the desire, the will to win, the ambition that's still in Josh Warrington. After all he's achieved, you know, with the successes, the financial gains, everything is there for him to hang up the gloves and sail off into the sunset a happy man. But he still has that ambition, and I commend this, as I say. You know, this is elite level mindset. You know, you can't teach this, you can't buy it, you're born with it, and he has it in abundance. So yeah, it is great to see him back. I hope he does himself justice and does a number on Asad Khan, I have to say, because I'm a big fan of Josh Warrington and I love the Josh Warrington nights in Leeds. But yeah, there's pressure on his shoulders, not just because of us, but what he will put on his own back needs to look good.
Well, talking about that pressure, he said he wants to be, he's been selfish, he says, in this camp. He didn't want to fight in Leeds, he didn't want to sell loads of tickets, thousands of tickets like he normally does, because this is about proving something to himself. Do you think, as a former fighter, he means, look, he's had his critics, not in terms of throughout his career, but recently people have said maybe it is time for Josh Warrington to hang up the gloves, like you say, but is this about him finding out for himself what he has left?
That's what I say. It's not just a win. He needs to look good. Look, prime Josh Warrington would breeze through Asad Khan, and that's no disrespect to Khan, but there's levels to this game, and Josh Warrington has shown these levels above. He can't go in there and put in a subpar performance against Asad Khan, because then these big nights that he dreams of are not realistic. There are, you know, they just won't happen. They can't happen. So that's why I'm saying there's pressure here. He needs to look good. He needs to look very good, and I hope he does.
Well, Asad Khan fought Michael Conlan last time out. Now he faces Josh Warrington. Are they on a collision course? It doesn't matter. All that matters this weekend for Josh is victory.
Josh Warrington against Asad Khan, part of the Smith versus Germaine card, comes your way later. But here it's on with the action in the company of Corey Erdman.
Thank you so much, Claudia. Looking forward to this next matchup. Coming up next, Rashid Adomo and Isak Torres. They're ready for action, and we're ready to hear from Thomas Driver again.
Let's first welcome to the ring, Isak Torres Busnegos.
Damn if I don't. You know I got a girl back home. You got a man, what you want? What you want? What these bitches want from a nigga? On some DMX shit. I know them other niggas love tricking. On some DMX shit, but not me. Now I'm sure you done heard about me.
And now let's welcome to the ring, Rashid Folly Boy Adeyemo.
My friend, I never regret when we met. Oh my friend, oh my brother, shall you see me forgot when you take on? Oh my friend, I never regret when we met. Oh my friend, oh my brother, shall you see me forgot when you take on? I see you play for yourself, you play for every dance. Why some of the great like you dance? I'm every day at the bar, cause I open up my mind. I can fuck with them, I don't want more time. All of my things are to be something. From the web, it's not to Genesis. I've been on the road for a long time. So I've seen you.
Ladies and gentlemen, this bout is scheduled for 6 rounds in the middleweight division. The judges are Nawaf Al-Mohamid, Eddie Papu, and Daniel Vanderveel. Our referee in charge will be Don Turan. Introducing to you first, fighting tonight out of the green corner, he comes to the ring wearing green trunks and weighed in officially at 160.5 pounds. His professional record consists of 14 wins, just 1 defeat, all 14 wins coming by way of knockout. Representing Colombia, here is Isaac Torres Busnegos. And his opponent across the ring, fighting tonight out of the gold corner, he comes to the ring wearing gold trunks and weighed in officially at 156 pounds. Undefeated with 15 wins, 8 of his 15 wins coming by way of knockout. Representing Nigeria, here is Rashid Folly Boy Adeyemo.
Boxers, obey my instructions all the time. No rabbit punches, no kidney punches, no way to the belt. Touch gloves, go back to your corners. Good luck.
Two hard hitters going at it here. Rashid Adeyemo, the current Nigerian middleweight champion, taking on Isaac Torres, who has won all of his bouts by way of knockout. Scored 4 straight knockouts coming into this one. This is a man who we've seen on DAZN here in the past. In fact, when he suffered that lone career loss, took that to Julio Porras in Hermosillo. It was on the Hernandez-Matisse broadcast. A little bit of a puzzling effort for Torres that night. He got, a little bit frustrated, I think, by the boxing abilities of Julio Porras, and very visibly checked out in that fight. So we'll see if he's locked in here tonight with the big stakes here at the WBC tournament.
Yeah, and for someone to do that, I think that shows a mental frailty. So I think that means you have to start fast in most fights. You have to, build that confidence very early, and then from there, then you start to relax and flow. So you got to try and get that jab into play here. It's another real tall, smooth puncher here in Adeyemo.
Adeyemo coming into this fight off a 10-round unanimous decision win over Aziz Latif, who he's fought in his last 2 fights. Good left hook there from Adeyemo. Back comes Isaac Torres with a left hook to the body.
Well, actually, it was the left hook to the body that sort of exposed him to that left hook from Adeyemo. Just threw it from a little bit too far out to Torres, the first one.
Almost the inverse of what just happened there as Adomo tries to go to the body with a left hook. Gets countered up top with an even better one from Isak Torres.
But that's how you throw a three-punch combination. You commit to it, as Torres did there. And then with that, with the body turn, the left hook becomes a whipping shot.
Adomo doesn't want to get hit with too many of those from Torres.
Slapping left hook by Adomo.
Both men seemingly with similar ideas here in the opening round as to how they'd like to end this fight. Seconds in the opening round. Both men looking threatening here in the early going as Torres rips another left hand to the body.
I think that was a great round for Torres.
Well, Jai Opetaia returns to headline his second pay-per-view on DAZN in 2025 after his spectacular knockout of David Naika in January. And he'll come back to face the Italian Claudio Sequeio back in the Gold Coast. That's Sunday, June 8th, live here on DAZN.
There is another one there. Remove all this thing. You know? What's here? Show to talk. It's okay. Sókè tó bá ti yọ ọwọ́ ìsókè tó dẹ̀ máa block tí wọ́n bá jábọ̀ òun block tiẹ̀ òun block tiẹ̀. Àbọ̀dọ̀ tó máa ń jà ìgbọ̀n òun ìgbẹ̀ òun ìjẹ́.
Round 2 now underway. Rashid Adomo and Isak Torres. Adomo now working out of the southpaw stance. Only momentarily.
Once he heard you, he switched. He said, oh yeah, I forgot, I'm right-handed.
You seen the look of disgust on my face.
Right.
Dare you switch. But Torres is he's pressuring with the front foot, but he's sitting on that back foot. That's just for Adomo just to get his punches off, maybe a little more difficult, and the belief that he can land. So he's climbing up a little bit here. Let your shot go there. Adomo did the right thing to step back. He even sat down on that back foot there to get a bit of power, but didn't push off it to come back with the shot.
Oh, maybe Adomo sees things better from this southpaw stance.
Certainly the footwork with the step back there. If he can just let that left hand go.
I think he's a little tentative because Torres has been throwing some heat.
Adomo moving that front foot a lot, just trying to feint, trying to get some kind of an opening as we're just stuck at a standstill here. I don't think we've moved from this position in about 30 seconds.
No, because Adomo's committed to wanting to counter. He says, I'm not going forward anymore. I'm not having success. I'm going to try and counter the faster guy.
I was like when you unplug the controller in the video game.
He just gets stuck.
I don't see Torres when he throws that right hand, rather than take that step back, just dip the leg to it, roll underneath, and come back again there with another shot.
Good body shot there from Torres, but Adomo again waited for that opening, found it with the left hand.
When you throw that from the body, you got to bring that right hand to your chin.
I think something he heard in the corner, Adomo did something because his defense is a little bit better. He's not landing the shots that he wants, but he's not getting hit as much as he did in the first round.
But he did land that one shot, and seemingly that's what he's trying to do. He's trying to make Torres get a little bit anxious. Test the patience of the Colombian puncher. That'll do it for round 2.
He's definitely disrupted the range of Torres in the second round.
Dos ya, uno a la cara y uno al pecho. ¿Me entiendes? Uno y para que llegue, para que tire de volar y el otro. Fíjate, tú sabes que ese es el único golpe que él tiene. ¿Me entiendes? Vamos a atacar, vamos a presionar. No te pongas a estar diciendo, marica, que si uno va a pelear. ¿Me entiendes? A pelear, que tú no estás luciendo payasado. Vamos a atacar dos ya para que llegue a la distancia. Uno a la cara y el otro al pecho.
Mira los dos ya, pero no, ¿viste? Mira los dos ya, igual que la recta, que tú que te la metes. Siempre tiene los dos ya para meter la recta.
Ah, no, los ya para iniciar. Ya él cogió miedo porque está retrocediendo.
You tell the story of the fight by the corners. After the last round, corner for Adomo was a little bit more, assertive, and now it's Torres' corner.
For the gold corner, Adomo, and the other 2 judges have it 19-19, even a draw.
So you heard the scores there. One judge has Adomo ahead by 1 round. The other 2 have this dead even, scoring 1 round apiece. The opening 2 rounds. And same pattern there. Torres ripping to the body, but getting countered up top.
I didn't see Adomo winning the first round. Wow. They don't pay me to judge.
Body shot there from Torres.
Seems to have taken a little half step back as his corner asked for, and just creating a little bit more room. It's a straight right hand that he's introduced. Broke through the guard of Adomo. There it is again. Torres always thinking knockout. He's been racking them up over the Colombian stars of yesteryear, picking up knockout wins over Bradis Prescott and a 44-year-old Dionisio Miranda.
Prescott should be that age.
Yeah. Left hook there from Torres.
A little better round here, but it's not so much what he's doing, it's the lack of Adomo's quality here. Trying to be a little bit busier there, still.
I think Adomo needs the double jab because every jab that he throws, Torres is trying to parry it, so he's moving that right hand. The second jab would get in. Or you can jab and then left hook off of that jab.
Yeah.
Shot. Nice. Right hand there from Torres and a terrific left hook.
He's just getting his foot close, that front foot closer, and just a little bit on the outside, and that's just allowing him just to punch through the target there with these shots for Torres.
Couldn't find the range last round. He found it this round.
Yeah, he is finding it right now. He is belting Rashid Adomo with left hooks to the body.
He's cutting the ring off pretty well, too.
And it's only by moving your feet closer by a couple of inches. That's all it takes, isn't it?
Took 2 rounds for Torres to make the appropriate adjustments, but this was a pretty dominant round for the Colombian as we head back to the corners.
Right hand there from Torres. Again, just getting that front foot a little bit closer now and allowing him to fully extend with the shots with a bit more confidence. He did cut the ring off at times. He followed Adomo around the ring a little bit too much there, but still cut it off at times. And when he did, Adomo did stop it, hold his feet. Torres was being a little bit more proactive in that round, and it was a good result for him there.
Torres racing across the ring there to launch a jab as round 4 begins. Torres, whose mother is Venezuelan, his father is Colombian, representing Colombia here, but wants to know he's proud of both of his nationalities. Adomo doing a lot more work now, just trying to get away from Torres rather than trying to create an opening for a counter like he was in the opening round.
Yeah, we've seen that.
There it is. There's the left hand from Adomo. Maybe he was baiting us in as well.
Maybe so. But we have seen the fighters who try to move and still throw hard shots run out of gas the past couple of days. So can he keep this up? And can he win rounds this way? Pot shotting.
I think there's not loads of activity coming the other way though, so possibly, but still. Do a little bit more.
Well, even in watching this fight here, Barry, you can see how things, nice right hand there from Torres, how things kind of devolved for Torres against Julio Paras. You know, if you have a fighter who's moving a little bit more than Adomo, you can see how he gets frustrated. There just isn't a high level of volume, and then he just kind of ran out of ideas and ran out of self-belief.
And also, he might be one of those fighters who's looking for the perfect shot. Wants that showreel knockout every time he lets his hands go, so they can just wait too long sometimes. You know, you can't be afraid to miss, I would say that. You want to be clean and hit the target every time, and if you have that ability, that's fantastic. But sometimes you got to throw. So, you know, if you don't throw, you're never going to land. That's for sure. So don't be afraid to miss.
Much different atmosphere for Adomo fighting here in Riyadh. He's used to fighting in front of raucous crowds in Nigeria. If you've ever watched the Nigerian boxing scene, some of the best audiences in the world. And that'll do it for round 4.
Más decisión, necesito más decisión, tiene mejor físico que él. Amarre allá, mijo, hay que exigir este round, está apretada la pelea. Vamos a tirar 2 ya, derecha y 2 para abajo. ¿Entiendes? Pero velocidad, uy, vuelve atrás y la derecha. ¿Entiendes? Eso que necesitamos. 1, 2, hacia atrás, trabajo arriba. Oiga, más golpe de esa vaina, está muy paseando. No está dejando de caminar el ring. Ok. 2 ya, ¿Cómo te sientes los brazos? Bueno, vamos a pegar.
Escúchame, pan.
After 4 rounds, one judge has it 39-38. 2 judges have it 39-37. All 4 for the green corner. Isak Torres, Luis Nichols.
So there you heard the scores. Isak Torres ahead on 2 cards by 2 points. It's a 1-point card on the 3rd. So Adomo at minimum needs to win these 2 rounds.
Not going to win him the way he was boxing in that last round for sure. When he switched out, though, that won him that round, and I think he's just adjusting now, hasn't he, Torres?
the main thing that the southpaw stance is doing for Adomo right now is it's taking away Torres' ability to throw that left hook to the body without consequence.
Yeah.
Because he can come back with the left hand. When he's in the orthodox stance, Torres is able to take a step closer. He can rip the shot to the body. He's not getting countered.
That's very true, there is. But what it's also doing is allowing Torres to commit to the right hand a little bit more than he was. I mean, I can't speak Spanish or English, but it sounded like the corner would tell him to go, you go, step back, go again.
Yes.
And I think that we call that first and third. So you go, you got to make him, you go, make a miss, then you go straight back on him with a combination.
And they're saying that because every time he would let his hands go, he'd get countered by Adomo. So he's saying pull out, let him miss that counter, and then go back on him.
That's the first and third.
Yep.
Closing in on the final minute here of round 5.
Kind of did it there.
I think you can turn up the pace a little bit here, though, Torres.
Adomo landing that left hand on the run. And this might be an Adomo round. There's a good left hook from Torres. Right hand immediately afterwards.
Torres probably took the round back.
Yeah, you heard that 30-second horn, and he is turning it on now. Big right hand as Adomo slumps to the mat, and he is in big trouble.
5, 6,
Adomo just spit his mouthpiece over top of the ropes, and that will be waved off. The referee has seen enough. Knockout win for Isak Torres.
Let's hope Adomo's okay. I thought I heard him say, I'm through. After he spit his mouthpiece out. I don't know.
I thought he spat his gum shot. I was going to say when he spat his gum shot, I was going to say they should give him a public warning for that. Take a point to it straight away, because that's just cheating. But I thought he sunk to the floor there, but he was disappointed, but maybe he is.
Yeah, maybe he's
exhausted. It looks like he's upset, I think.
But the way they're tending to him, I don't know.
If he did say that's true, then fair enough. If he didn't, I don't see why it stopped. I'm going to see that right hand. That was a lovely shot. Again, squares himself up on the ropes. Catches him flush. Real good technique there, turning from the hips.
And I didn't think he was that hurt, because he didn't go. He went down on one knee. I didn't think he was that hurt.
It's a good shot, and he goes and he goes down. But yeah, you're right. I don't think it's one of those punches where he gets up and steady on his legs. I think he was fine, and I think he went over to the ropes and spat the gum shield out just to get a few seconds back, possibly.
Right. Well, we just heard from Claudio Trails that he doesn't know what's going on. He doesn't know what happened. He's very, very hurt. The referee saw that he was disoriented, and that's why he waved it off. Great call by the referee.
We may very well see a knockout in this one. Ryan Garcia and Rolly Romero will headline May 2nd live from New York's Times Square. It's a stacked card that also features Devin Haney, Jose Ramirez, as well as Teofimo Lopez, Arnold Barbosa Jr. It's available to buy now on DAZN.com/boxing. So Isak Torres now 15-1 with 15 knockouts. It's the only way he knows how to win. He did it again here in Riyadh. Let's make it official as we send it back up to Thomas Schreiber.
Ladies and gentlemen, here is the official time. 2 minutes, 59 seconds of round number 5. Our referee in charge, Don Tehran, waves off the contest. Therefore, your winner by way of technical knockout, Isak Torres Busnegos.
So Isak Torres with the knockout victory over Rashid Adomo as he punches his ticket to the second round of the WBC Boxing Grand Prix.
We've got plenty more action to come here from the WBC Grand Prix, but reminder that it's not just boxing that takes center stage on DAZN this summer.
In 2 months, join us on the world stage, where football's elite will assemble. 63 unmissable matches to decide one world champion. FIFA Club World Cup. Watch every game live on DAZN.
The FIFA Club World Cup comes your way in June, and it's all free on the DAZN app. Make sure you download now and keep up to date with the entire schedule on platform. Simply scroll through and set reminders for the live action coming your way. But as always, check your local restrictions for availability. And here are a few events worth setting those reminders for. The Knockout Weekend Bundle means you can make great savings on purchasing Garcia versus Romero and Canelo against Skull as a combined package, while the following trio are all part of our subscription: Kakachi Wood and Taylor Usman, and Warley versus Miller, all coming soon live on the home of boxing, DAZN. And we're here with Paul Ryan, a fantastic win against Anas El Abid, especially that third round, dominating. But you didn't finish him off and you had him. What happened?
I didn't want to rush it. I wanted to get the rounds in. I wanted to, you know, he's a top level lad. He has 15, 16 fights. I didn't want to rush it and risk getting clocked at him. I wanted to win the rounds and win them good. Happy with the performance, but this is only the first gear. We're only getting going now, so the next fight you'll see a whole different animal.
Well, I just want to pull you back just a tad, because it was a definitive round. That was the time where you basically established your dominance, your ring generalship. But I have to say, it felt like you were playing with your food there for a little bit.
It's the show business now, Claudia. You need to give the fans rounds. My girlfriend and my family flew all the way from Ireland. I have to give them a few rounds, you know? So you have to entertain a bit, but I'm happy with it. I'm happy to go.
Well, you're representing the true fighting Irish spirit. So from what you've seen up to now, where do you see yourself in this middleweight division, you know, moving forward to the second round?
I said it before I came over here. After the first fight, I'm going to be the man to beat in this division. And I stand by that. I'm the man in this division. I have no ceiling. I'm only getting going.
Well, there's definitely a bullseye right there. Have you taken a chance to look at the bracket? Is there a name that jumps at you that you might want to just face for in the future rounds?
The only name I'm worried about is Paul Ryan. I'm going to be the best me, and the best me is going to win this competition.
There you go. Talk about just being sure of your skill. Thank you very much, and congratulations on a great win. Back to you, Corey.
Thank you so much, Claudia. A ravishing Paul Ryan, a one to watch as he moves forward in the tournament. We move forward here today with our next matchup. It is Giovanni Sariotto taking on Maxim Molodan. It is Italy versus Ukraine. So let's send it back up to Thomas Treiber to introduce the fighters.
Let's first welcome to the ring, Maxim Molodan. Now let's welcome to the ring, Giovanni Sariotto.
My shit on a whole nother level, you playing gets into the devil. These bitches been on me, I swear they keep calling my phone. I'm like, hold on, let me check the schedule. If she get time of day, then I had a good place, so I'm back at the spot. She get big like a press. These niggas be soft on the bitch, but turned up off the purse. Walk solid and stand on whatever. Hey, bitch, I'm popping like going on the kettle. A lame nigga reach for my chain and get hit with this metal. If I shit, we on the new levels. I put triple D on my back and my foot on the pedal. I'm chasing Shabbat and cheddar. I really know niggas just thought I call all of them here. We up, you can go check the record, cause lately I really been ballin'. I feel like that. Sit back, let me teach you a lesson.
Ladies and gentlemen, this bout is scheduled for 6 rounds in the middleweight division. The judges are Predrag Alexic, Yuji Fakuchi, and Juan Carlos Pelayo. Our referee in charge will be Cesar Castañón. Introducing to you first, fighting tonight out of the green corner. He comes to the ring wearing green trunks and weighed in at an even 160 pounds. Undefeated, he has 7 wins, 5 of his 7 wins coming by way of knockout. Representing Ukraine, here is Maxim Molodan. And his opponent across the ring, fighting tonight out of the gold corner. He comes to the ring wearing gold trunks and weighed in officially at 161.2 pounds. Undefeated with 12 wins, 9 of his 12 wins coming by way of knockout. Representing Italy, here is Giovanni Sariotto.
Okay, guys, both of you know the rules. I want a clean fight. Don't hit with the head, below the belt, in the back, and no rabbit punch. Protect yourself all the time and follow my commands all the time. I'm clear? Toss your gloves.
So a compelling matchup here between Giovanni Sariotto, who's probably one of the better-known fighters in the field, having fought here on DAZN a couple of times and on ESPN+, taking on Maxim Molodan, who won the European Under-22 Championship a couple of years ago and was the Ukrainian National Amateur Champion in the U22 division as well.
Fought on some big stages. T-Mobile and Shakur Stevenson's undercard against De Los Santos.
Yeah, Sariotto has become pals with Shakur Stevenson. They've sparred together a couple of times. He's worked with Shakur and Wally Moses. Traveling around and diversifying kind of the schools of thought beyond what he's learned in Italy.
That's a good left-handed sparring partner. Good preparation for this. Oh, that right hand got in there.
So sort of wandered that left hand, didn't he, to disguise it there. Sariotto.
Kind of like Canelo, throwing that left hand as a diversion.
Sharp counter there from Sariotto, but back comes Molodan with a nice left hand of his own.
Speaking of Canelo, we have Eddie Reynoso, Canelo's trainer, in the building. I guess he's looking up for some new talent, maybe? Or?
He's right opposite there. Oh, WBC dub.
If he's here, that means Canelo's not too busy. He can come by as well, probably.
He's got his digits, mate. Give him the ring.
It's good work here from Molodan. A couple of combinations to the body. Getting underneath that right hand of Sariotto. Molodan says that he likes to study Terence Crawford and Israel Madrimov in particular.
The left hand there from Molodan.
That was a nice combination you just said there. You said two different fighters, different style fights. Madrimov. I guess he bounced in a little bit like Madrimov does. He's in and out on his toes. Feinting a lot.
Another body shot there from Molodan.
Just got to be careful from throwing it so far out there, that body shot, because you...
Oh, and for that reason, that's a nice right hand by Sariotto that might have Molodan in a bit of trouble. As he grabs a hold of the waist of Sariotto, who looks for one more right hand. And that'll do it for round one. Well, this man will be in the corner on May 3rd as he leads Canelo Alvarez back into action as he takes on William Skull with the undisputed super middleweight title on the line. Live from right here in Riyadh on DAZN. You can buy it now DAZN.com/boxing.
That's a lovely right hand there from Sariotto. Yeah, Molodan throwing the shots from the waist there, that hook from the waist, rather than turning the shoulder and throwing it chest height.
You saw a cut already on the face of Maxime Molodan, looks like on his left cheek there, and that has actually been a recurring issue for him. He was actually ready to walk away from the sport in 2020 because he kept consistently getting cut in amateur tournaments that, as we know from his results, he felt he could win, but he had to bow out because he wasn't allowed to fight in the next round. But he decided to go back to the gym, work on his defense to try to prevent getting cut, but Brock, your face is your face. If you're prone to cuts, you're prone to cuts.
Absolutely. I know you remember Gabriel Rosado.
I know him very well.
He used to be the guy that used to get cut all the time. He said he eventually got some scar tissue removed. He doesn't get cut as much, you know, but it is something that fighters, you know, have to think about. You know, can I continue if I'm going to get cut this much in a fight?
Well, Ricky Hatton's a prime example, isn't he?
Good example. Good example.
Happened.
Luckily, Molodan has cutman Vic Sarita, the bare-knuckle boxing Hall of Famer, working in his corner, who, by the way, tore his rotator cuff yesterday, helping a trainer into the ring, and is still working here tonight.
We got some real resilient fighters and cutmen here tonight.
Big telegram there for Sariotto. It's obvious he's looking to throw that right hand, but you've got to try and disguise it a little bit better.
Sariotto regarded as one of the best prospects in all of Italy. And we mentioned the circles that he's been running in, and he's hoping for a breakthrough here, not just to be on the undercard or be in the gym with some of the stars, but maybe get a contract with some of the same promoters. Molodan just flicking out that left hand. Now he puts a little more zip on it, and it lands to the body of Sariotto.
Have to take a left hook to the chin, or the top of the head, sorry, of Sariotto. He's just a little bit sharper at the minute.
I think Molodan, he has a couple of shots landed this round, a couple of lefts he snuck in, but as a whole, he hasn't really found a way in there yet on Sariotto.
Blood now streaming down the cheek of Molodan. There he gets to the body of Sariotto, and a nice right hook up top. Back up Sariotto with an even better right hand, and that left hook might have wobbled Molodan.
It's smart for Molodan to hold quickly.
Right hand to the body right before the bell from Sariotto. Excellent action in that round.
Передний контроль, с дальней частью пробивай. Пробуй прямой снизу сбоку, раскручивай по сторонам. И стой перед ним постоянно. Понял? Воды.
There's a lovely right hand there, wasn't it, from Sariotto. Molodan tried to fire back. He almost got caught again there. Sariotto had a really, really good round, dominant from the start, but they're missing with a few, but again, they threw with that right hand right through the target. He took it well, Molodan, and tried to fire back. He almost walked onto a big one. Well, he did. A nice left hook there from Sariotto just to finish the round.
I think that last left hand stunned Molodan a little bit.
One judge has it 22-18 in favor of the green corner, Molodan. And the other two judges have it 19-19, even a draw.
All right, so Molodan ahead on one scorecard, dead even are the other two, as round 3 now begins between Molodan and Sariotto.
I thought thought Sariotto had a really good round. Certainly round 2.
I thought he won both rounds.
Jab here from Molodan in this round. He's inspired to box by his younger brother, Dima. His other brothers, David and Vlad, also boxers. So is his partner. His partner, Anastasia Kovalchuk, the outstanding Ukrainian amateur and undefeated pro. They train together as well. You're not sparring your wife, Baron?
I don't give weight away. Oh, she's got a battling officer now.
Oh, God, I can't believe you said that.
Break! It's a scrappy at the minute.
Oh, hand over the top there from Molodan. Back comes Sariotto. Sariotto, some of his best moments have come after he's been hit hard by Molodan. He has that gene to want to get his lick back immediately.
He's definitely a reactionary fighter.
And the first punch he throws is good. He just gets his feet a little bit too close. The momentum brings it a little bit too close for the again. So even though he missed with the first shot, just brings himself too close and he can't even follow it up.
You don't think that's Molodan coming in as well to kind of smother you as well?
No, I don't think on the occasion there when he caught him with the right hand, I think he just the momentum and the eagerness to want to repay you back. I think just smothers it slightly.
It's a better round for Molodan, I'd say.
He took to the right and throwing that left hand like he did earlier on. He didn't throw the punch, but he did the movement. That sort of movement there.
Good work here for Molodan. Nice left hand.
It's hard to say who gets the better of who in those exchanges right there, but he did pop Sariotto's head back just now.
Yeah, better shot came from him for sure.
I think the lush head of hair of Sariotto is a good indication. If it starts popping up, you know who landed.
Yes, sir.
That's why I shave my head. This guy's... No, okay, I never shave my head.
No, sono un po' teso. Non sciogliete. C'ho paura di perdere i punti. No, non mi frega il cazzo, tanto così erano da dargli peso a lui, Devi fare più azioni, Giovanni. Devi lavorare di più, stiamo a lavorare un colpo, non si può fare.
Again, reaching for the target there a little bit too much, Sariotto. So even though he's coming forward, nothing's really landing too clean. And Molodan not to be able to turn in there. Again, a little bit scrappy from both, but the cleaner shots probably throughout that round were from Molodan. You can see the big one here.
That's the shot.
Yeah. But he gets more success when he gets low, Molodan. Gets low and punches high. Just gives a smaller target for Sariotto to aim for.
And sometimes he sets the shot up by going to the body first. So when he goes low, you think he's going to the body, and he goes up top.
Whipping in sharp left hand again. Molodan finding his groove here over the last 3 minutes or so. Molodan really slippery in those exchanges that, Brock, you pointed out, they look chaotic, but Molodan seems to find that pathway to get that left hand in there.
Right, and I think when those exchanges happen, he's the one that's actually paying attention to where he's placing the shot.
That's a very good point.
Sariotto is just a little bit wild in it.
Sariotto's just throwing, and Molodan's still thinking about what's happening.
Right, but on the outside, Sariotto looks very composed and very technical.
To stop Sariotto from smothering his work, when he throws that right hand and he lands, if he recocks it and goes again, throws the same punch twice, that'll keep his feet in the same place because you've got to sort of almost push and lean back slightly. Then he can follow it from there. He's on a better standing there to really go with use his left hand and use both hands.
Yeah, you've been stressing that all week, Barry. You know, the fact that if you land a 1-2, it doesn't need to be a pathway to go somewhere else. You can just stay there and keep throwing from that same range.
I think we always think we got to charge forward, and that's right. But if your opponent doesn't move back, you're just getting too close. So you know, they're getting the distance right to get the maximum result out of your punches is key, but also very difficult to get it right.
Manny Pacquiao does that a lot, and I see that what he's doing is he's overstepping that back foot. When he can stay there, you're absolutely right.
Shot there from Molodan. It excites the Ukrainian contingent seated nearby us. Inside the final minute of round 4, after which we will get an update on the scoring from the WBC.
It's a little bit despondent here, isn't he? He's coming forward, Sariotto, but not with the same conviction. And again, when you're missing and getting countered, you keep looking for that perfect shot rather than have the confidence just that your punches flow. That self-belief just starts to leave you a little bit.
There's a right hand from Sariotto. Back comes Molodan to the left hand, right along the belt line.
I think it's best to do what Sariotto just did. Normally he gets drawn into that firefight. That time he didn't. After he landed that good right hand, Molodan went a little crazy with two wild shots. And he said, okay, I'm gonna stay composed. I'm not gonna get drawn into that again.
Так, капля помыл, да? Да. Все, дышим, дышим. Все, спокойно, не оставайся. Ручки в виска. Дышим, дышим, все нормально. Дыши, все хорошо. Вправо смещаешь, влево резко, слева смещаешь. Тебе так попало, чуть больше через ручку. Все классно, все выходит, все проходит. Передний чаще, не застаивайся перед ним. Дерни сначала, а потом вызывай. Не бросайся просто слева. Дерни, потом правой-левой. Дерни правой-левой, не оставайся. Возьми.
One judge has it even, 38-38. And 2 other judges scored the same, 39-37. All for the green corner, Molodan.
Molodan officially ahead on all 3 scorecards as we enter round 5. 2 to go in this one. Pardon me, just to correct that, the second scorecard is even. So Molodan had 39-37 on 2 of the scorecards. Again, doing the math here in a 6-round fight would then mean that Sariotto needs to win these 2 rounds. If he can score a knockdown, he could just win the fight outright. But if he can win the next 2 rounds because of the enhanced scoring system, Sariotto could theoretically win the bout just by winning these rounds.
Because he's not been able to throw the jab here, Sariotto, maybe because of the southpaw stance. But then he doesn't know where his distance is because of that. The jab is not only a weapon to score, it's to find your range so you can know when you can come to that right hand and let it go.
Nice left hand there from Molodan. You know, there's been a pattern in Sariotto's life of having to do things that are a little bit unusual to try to find more ways to learn about the sport. For example, one of his sparring partners is Francesco Russo, a guy who knocked his brother out. For example, when he started boxing, he joined the armed forces because he would have the ability to train and not have to work. Imagine loving boxing so much that you enlist just so you can box some more.
Well, you know what? I might have to fight a war, but as long as I can box, I'm happy. That's crazy. That's crazy.
Quick three-punch combination there from Molodan.
But just before that, Sakio had the opportunity to let that right hand go, and he just couldn't pull the trigger.
Molodan's counters have been sharp like that.
You've got someone in front of you who's pressuring you, but he's just waiting too long, so they're literally walking forward as a target to hit.
It's a very comfortable pattern that Molodan has fallen into here. Molodan looking sharp once again there in round 5.
Ascolta. No, no vuole, no. Per me avevo perso. Giova, non ci stanno convinto. Sei più bravo, sei. Perché mi stai a cascare sul sinistro, Giova. Mi stai a cascare sul sinistro. Quando devi entrare, entraci convinto con sto destro. Nel mancino col destro mi pia paro. Capito? E poi ci casca addosso, no, che te... Tu devi portare il destro e devi fare l'azione. Sta all'angolo. Devi fare l'azione a chiuderlo. Tanto se vinci prima del limite, bene Giovanni, oggi è una sconfitta. Devi sapere quello che fai te, Giovanni. Non è un fenomeno, ne sono gente meglio. Allora, che te lo dico? Ma i primi 2 pensavo che avevo vinto. No, non fa niente.
Sixth and final round here between Giovanni Sariotto, the outstanding Ukrainian amateur Maxim Molodan. We've talked about his issues with cuts. That one on his cheek seems to be under control. Really, since the cut, that kind of marks when the fight started to turn in his favor. Since then, it's been a relatively dominant performance for Molodan, as Sariotto will be admonished there by the official.
Definitely been a change, but I just think that there's things that Sariotto could do that he's just not doing.
I think as the rounds have gone on, he's got tenser and tenser. So, I mean, he's restricting himself and not allowing the flow. If he just relax his shoulders a bit, and then it might be a bit too late now, but it just let those punches through. Again, I said the last fight, don't be afraid to miss.
See, right now you're in range. Why are you not setting it up with a jab? Why are you not jabbing like you were jabbing in the first couple of rounds?
The frustration already, and that you've had throughout the fight, your muscles are tense now. You're already tight, too tight. Trying to get that perfect shot, we just got to throw it. Yeah, I know.
The pressure fighter should never let the guy that's moving around be first.
Yeah.
Unless you have something to counter him with. Oh, looking for that perfect shot, Barry.
Prior to that shot, we've basically fallen into the same pattern. Molodan goes to one corner, lands a counter. Yeah. Goes to the next one, does the same.
Again, just the little movements that Molodan's making. It's just oh, the shot there from Molodan. Just not allowing Sariotto to really let his shots go. But when he did, when he came in and believed, he landed with the shot.
Molodan talked about how relentless he is with his training, with his lifelong coach Igor, and you know, Barry, he made an analogy that I thought was really good about not skipping days or slacking off in training. He said that when you go into a fight, you're undertrained. If you missed a day, you had a bad sleep, it's like if you're building a wall and there's one brick missing, or you go to your piggy bank and there's some coins there you thought were there that were not there.
It's all true. Listen, rest days at home, there's push there. Rest days are massively important as well. You've got to know your body, you've got to recover, but yeah, you can't leave no stone unturned. And if you're not good enough, you're not good enough. If you're not fit enough, that's on you.
He's left no stone unturned here tonight. Maxim Molodan is going to be happy about that performance as he celebrates with his corner.
Sariotto landed a nice solid right hand there. Just making Molodan hold his feet ever so slightly. That's probably the only real big moment he had in that round. And you'd have to say Molodan gets the win here. Good round for Sariotto to finish the fight, but that was it.
A reminder that the Face of Boxing returns to DAZN on May 3rd as Canelo takes on William Skull with the undisputed super middleweight title on the line. Fantastic night of fights from right here in Riyadh that you can buy right now on DAZN.com/boxing. Molodan came into this fight with lots of momentum, a third-round stoppage win over Elderbek Saidov back home in Ukraine in February. Took no time off, right back in the gym, and it showed here tonight. We're ready to make this one official as we send it up to Thomas Driver.
Ladies and gentlemen, after 6 rounds of boxing, we go to the judges' scorecards. Judge Yuji Fukuchi scores it 57-57, even a draw. And both judges, Juan Carlos Pelayo and Predrag Alexic, are in agreement. They both scored the same, 58-56. Both in favor of your winner by majority decision. Maxime Molodan!
Ukraine's Maxime Molodan, your winner by majority decision. Excellent boxing performance here in the opening round, and we look forward to seeing him in the second stage of the tournament.
And we have an historic event in Times Square, New York on May 2nd. The headline act is Ryan Garcia against Romero, and our intrepid duo Chris Mannix and Sergio Mora have been looking ahead to a mouth-watering clash.
All right, Sergio, we're here on the historic boardwalk in Atlantic City, and just a few hours away in New York, in Times Square, we're going to get a historic event. Ryan Garcia, Rolly Romero headlining a 3-fight card in the middle of Times Square, the kind of thing we never thought we'd see in all of boxing. And this is going to be a fight that I don't think you're going to need the judges for. No. 2 power punchers, Ryan Garcia, Rolly Romero. How do you see this fight playing out?
I'm going to give you an example of a fight. It's going to go like De La Hoya versus Ricardo Mayorga. That's how I see that fight going. I mean, there's a lot of comparisons with the speed and the power and the looks and the hooks of Ryan Garcia. I think when he has his head on right, he is that version of him. And Rolly Romero, we saw the best of him back when he was a gunslinger, when he wasn't afraid of throwing those power punches. We've seen a reserved version of him lately. I don't think this goes into the second half. It's going to be explosive. He's going to have a puncher's chance. It doesn't go past the 5th round.
You know, I've been surprised by the number of fighters that I've talked to that have given Rolly a good chance to win. Because I've looked at Rolly over the last few fights, and I've seen a guy that maybe looked a little bit chinny, you know, since that fight against Gervonta Davis. He gets knocked out by Gervonta Davis. He gets stopped by Isaac Cruz. He doesn't look good against Ismael Barroso. Like, all those things, to me, feel like a recipe for Ryan Garcia getting a pretty early stoppage. Like, Rolly, like, he has power. There's no doubt about that. But he comes in with his chin in the air. And when you come in with your chin in the air against Ryan Garcia, you leave yourself open to something big. Like, to me, there's a pretty good chance this fight plays out like some of the earlier Ryan Garcia fights. I'm talking about a Francisco Fonseca fight, where Fonseca comes in, tries to throw a big shot, and gets countered with one of those left hooks.
Whenever you have power and you're unorthodox and you sling your punches like that, all right, I mentioned Ricardo Mayorga and Oscar De La Hoya. Didn't go good for him, but Ricardo Mayorga did go good against Vernon Forrest. Sometimes when you're imperfect, that's how you beat perfection, because perfection is not accustomed from punches coming from everywhere. And when you have power like that, it doesn't need to be compact or concise or behind fundamentals or technique. You can sling them any which way, and if they land with that power, all it takes is one to change the entire fight.
I know that Ryan is not working with Eddie Reynoso for this fight, but I do think we're going to see a more disciplined version of him. I don't think we're going to see him go in and just try to bully Romero in the same way he tried to bully Devin Haney in the last fight. I think he's going to try to time Rolly. I think that's a better strategy here, because I think if you get into an exchange with Rolly, you can get caught. I mean, Ryan got knocked down by Luke Campbell. Rolly has the power to stop him, even at 147 pounds. I like the idea of a more disciplined Ryan Garcia in this fight.
No, so do I, or else he has to take his time in the early rounds, because that's where Rolly's going to be dangerous. Take his time, kind of like he fought Oscar Duarte, move around a little bit, avoid that shoulder row, pop that jab, that hook will land sooner or later.
Yeah, great fight, Ryan Garcia, Rolly Romero, and probably no chance we get pooped on by seagulls in New York City.
Ring Magazine presents Ryan Garcia versus Rolly Romero, powered by Fatal Fury, City of the Wolves, Friday, May 2nd. A card that also features Devin Haney against Jose Ramirez and Teofimo Lopez versus Arnold Barbosa Jr. Then the following night, it's Destination Riyadh for Canelo Alvarez's first professional fight outside of the U.S. and Mexico, as he puts the undisputed super middleweight crown on the line against undefeated William Skoll. Buy these fights separately now or as a package to make some great savings. Check out DAZN.com/boxing for all the details. Time now for more action.
Thank you so much, Claudia. Can't wait for those two bouts. We can't wait for this one. Brandon Velasquez and Cyril Johnson. It's Mexico versus France as we roll along here at the WBC Boxing Grand Prix.
Let's first welcome to the ring, Cyril Johnson.
Je te confie un secret. Pour mieux construire notre continent, c'est dans l'attente et le dialogue. Il est inutile de croire que la
And now let's welcome to the ring, Brandon Velasquez Ortega.
Al despertar la mañana, quiere cantar su alegría a mi tierra mexicana. Yo te canto a tus volcanes, a tus praderas y flores, que son como talismanes del amor de mis amores. México lindo y querido, si puedo
Ladies and gentlemen, this bout is scheduled for 6 rounds in the middleweight division. The judges are Nawaf Al-Mohamid, Junbei Lim, and Daniel Vandeville. Our referee in charge will be Ali Ubali. Introducing to you first, fighting tonight out of the green corner. He comes to the ring wearing green trunks and weighed in officially at 161.5 pounds. Undefeated with 9 wins, 3 of his 9 wins coming by way of knockout. Representing France, here is Cyril Johnson. And his opponent across the ring, fighting tonight out of the gold corner. He comes to the ring wearing gold trunks and weighed in officially at 161 pounds. His professional record consists of 7 wins, just 1 defeat, 2 draws, with 1 win coming by way of knockout. Representing Mexico, here is Brandon Velasquez Ortega.
Gentlemen,
First of all, if you heard this sound, you keep fighting, okay? So what I don't want to see, punch behind the neck, behind the kidney, under the belt. Make me a clean fight, protect yourself all the time, okay? Have a good fight.
You know, boxing is one of the sports where people from very different walks of life can wind up in the very same place. Brandon Velasquez at one point left the sport to finish his law degree. Cyril Johnson left school at the age of 5, growing up in Cameroon to dig sand in a quarry. And when he decided he wanted to leave, he made his way across the Sahara Desert on foot, where his friend, who was a boxer, died along the way. And he vowed to make it all the way to Europe to honor his memory and his dreams of becoming a world champion. And at one point was living off of bread, sugar, and water, and took up the sport of boxing. Now he is here in Riyadh, and you know, the 18 possible minutes of this fight are not enough to fully do justice to the story of Cyril Johnson.
No, but I appreciate that documentary right there. That was an amazing story, an amazing testimony, and it all led here tonight. But like I said earlier, life is a fight. And this is a great illustration of it right here. Beautiful testimony.
Brandon Velasquez promoted. Oh, the heads really came together there. I was going to mention that Velasquez promoted by the legendary Hall of Famer Chiquita Gonzalez, the former lineal world champion. Real pioneer in the lower weight classes. These middleweights are throwing bombs right now here in the opening round.
And when you were telling us the story about Johnson, Velasquez landed a really short left hand and it just shook him up a little bit. Hasn't landed with it since, but there's a few signs there. If that jab, that southpaw jab comes back a bit low, he's going to have to pay the price.
Big left hand there from Johnson. 2 left hands. They are unloading here in the opening round.
I don't know how Velasquez stood up to that second left hand. Flush.
He should rein him in now, though, Johnson.
Just giving him time to recover.
Yeah.
Big left hand again, and that one looked like it did shake up Velasquez. He cannot miss with that left hand, and down he goes.
Velasquez telling the referee he got pushed down, but no, he got pushed down with a punch to his face. A left hand pushed him down.
Final 15 seconds of a thrilling opening round here between 2 southpaw power punchers, as Cyril Johnson has Brandon Velasquez on the canvas, but back he comes with a left hand of his own.
Velasquez recovered very well because he came back with some heat of his own.
But when we see the replay now in a minute of the knockdown there of Johnson, you'll see about, we've been talking all week about the feet and not getting too close and trying to get the distance right, about not moving your front foot too close and being able to punch for the same range. He needs to be nice and long with his fluid with his punches, Johnson. The first one there was before he started off, but he got him on the inside of the ropes. First time he shook him up. Here's the shots. 1-2. And 1-2 again. He stays nice and tall. Doesn't get too close. Just keeps that nice range. He gets him at the end of every shot. That's what you want him. People think the power's short, but the power's at the end of the punch. If you do it correctly. Already stunned, and that one was a good shot, but the one before it was the one that did all the damage.
Right. His legs was already unsteady, so he was able to go down on that shot.
Round 2 underway. Johnson right back where he started. Landing another flush left hand as Velasquez looking for some adjustments. He and his coach, Sandro Haro, who he's trained with since day 1 in the boxing gym.
Shot. See, Velasquez has his hands up, but then when he goes to throw the jab, he brings it down just below his chest, and then if you throw it from there, he's going to come back from there.
Jab and left hand there from Velasquez. He tries it again. Good chopping shot there on the inside.
Someone's going to get caught throwing. That's what's going to happen here. As they're throwing a punch, someone else is going to get caught through the middle.
No one's following up their twos with threes. Even when the two does damage in the moment, they don't follow up with the three, which is the left hook.
This is just a game of catch with big left hands. That a cuffing shot from Johnson.
Yeah, and he's complaining about behind the head. It's not behind the head. You can't. He's right in front of you.
There, Johnson introduced the right hook. He's thinking about it now. Takes a little step to the right, to his left, excuse me, to try and open up that lane.
And a good recovery round, I think, for Velasquez.
That's a good point, Barry. I think there's another timeline of this fight where he just gets knocked out early in the second round, given how that one ended.
He came on quite positive, I thought. Needs work.
Battle the 1-2s.
Velasquez can't throw the right hook unless he slides that front foot close. But Johnson can throw his right hook from range. And with the length he has on his other hook, that'll be some shots.
Why is he?
Good combination here. The big right hook there from Velasquez. Oh my goodness, what a right hook from Johnson. Velasquez is all over the place. Time is on Velasquez's side. A wild opening round fight.
They both did a little dance there in that round. This is right. Okay, who won that round, Barry? I think probably Johnson, because he hurt him a little bit more towards the end.
It was a really good round for Velasquez.
Really good round.
It was. There's nothing on the shot, but the last shot, punch of the combination, was a shot that stunned Johnson's ever so slightly. There you go, that's the hook there. The lovely right hook. And he's in the driving seat at this point now. He's had a decent round, he's doing well, and then he's hurt his opponent. This is his chance now, and he takes the chance. He steps on Johnson, and then walks onto this. Wow, again, we talked about, was that what you said, throw the three? Yes. That right hook was long, hit on the temple. Oh, he's getting right on the end of the shots there. He's showing a good chin there, Velasquez, as did Johnson, but great finish. Another legs steady of Velasquez.
Yeah, that is a big question here as round 3 begins. We are right back to where we left off. I don't think either man has even thought about the possibility of this going 6 rounds. They're just handed the scores, 20-17 across the board for Johnson.
1 point.
No, a point deduction.
The reason why I disagree with that point deduction is because he's right in front of him. So if Velasquez turned his head and he just happened to get hit in the back, that's not his fault.
No, and some of these are grazing off his shoulder, too.
Right.
I mean, you can't account for where the shot's going to ricochet also.
Exactly. But when you're right in front of each other, you don't call back at a headshot. No matter what happens.
He's being penalised because he's throwing long, and it might be going around the back. But I mean, you can't aim for the back of the head.
No. 2 good left hands there from Velasquez. Can point deductions get instant replay also?
Well, the thing is, he might say it's a continuous point I've been warning you about.
A tough break here for Ciryl Johnson, but he does have points in the bank thanks to that knockdown.
And they might just be academic anyway, the way these guys are going at it.
Right hook there from Johnson as he steps inside. Back comes Velasquez, a sharp left hand.
Good job there from Velasquez.
Okay, got a little intel from Claudio Trejos that Velasquez's corner is actually instructing him to do the 1-2 and get it.
See, I think that step up puts him in range to get caught, in my opinion, for Velasquez.
I was waiting for him to throw that hook.
Clubbing shot, and back comes that left hand of Johnson. And there's one that just bounces off Velasquez's forehead as we're inside the final 30 seconds.
Nice uppercut there from Velasquez also.
Who's going to get tired first fighting at this tempo?
Yeah, I think it slowed down a little bit already, actually.
It did a little bit. They're watching each other a little bit more.
Commits to it,
10
doesn't he?
seconds remain in the round of this absolute slugfest between Brandon Velasquez and Ciryl Johnson.
I have to look at their records because they haven't got loads of knockouts between them. And they come with the last fight where they don't knock almost everybody out. So I think these two are the power punchers in the division.
Now,
I mean that.
Now, if you ask me, he turned. All right, we're gonna see it again.
You're right. You're right. I agree with you.
His whole body turns, and I'm talking about. Oh, I guess we're not gonna see it again.
Velasquez here now. So he. No, that's good. That's a lovely shot there from Velasquez.
That was a great shot.
But you're right. He turns his body. So.
Right. But you're in front of him. He turns his body, and then the momentum. You're already punching. It lands in the back of the head. That's not intentional. You don't take a point for
that.
But
I would argue, even if you're not punching, I mean, if he turns his back on you, then stop the fight. Is that a sign of submission? I mean, you've got to. What can you do? So every time you're hurt, you just turn your back on somebody and they can't hit you.
Right. Gabriel Rosado versus Sulecki. Sulecki turned his back and almost ran away.
Okay, Brandon Velasquez is a lawyer. I know he benefited from that call, but he would love arguing that in court because you would win that one. You look at the tape. That is a lucky break for Brandon Velasquez on that call.
So do you think that Johnson works harder now? Even though he had that comfortable lead, he had 3-point lead, just got a point deducted.
Yeah, and probably maybe lost that round anyway. They tend to go that way, don't they? So it's a lot closer. But I think he's doing okay. I think you've got to be careful. You don't give Velasquez more rhythm as you did in the last round, because he tried to get his combinations, together quite neatly down the middle.
Left hand again there from Johnson.
And he's just Johnson. That was a good 1-2, but he's just a little late with following up with the right hook.
Yeah. But he's got to do almost what you shouldn't really do, and almost overreach with that left hand. And the right hook, you'll have to throw it to get yourself back into shape, into position.
It's a good counter left hand to the body from Velasquez a moment ago.
See all this leaning forward for him. When you're tall and when you have the wingspan he has, why do you want to lean forward and give away all that advantage?
Well, his corner is telling him to set up a hook, and he's trying different ways. I think by kind of leaning in to then come back with the hook.
I saw the legs buckle up Velasquez after that straight left from Johnson.
Yeah, I don't know if Johnson saw that.
No, because Velasquez plays it very well. Oh, nice.
Good shot.
Yeah, I mean, both men have recovered from some titanic shots.
Now, he's a little shaky, Johnson.
Yeah, I thought so as well, actually.
Oh, he's shaky.
Back comes Velasquez, banging away to the body there.
Smart to hold.
Final 30 seconds of round 4.
Yeah, quick look at the clock there as well from Velasquez to see if he can maybe put his foot in the pedal here. Lovely 1-2. So he's closed the gap. Do that much.
Oh, another straight left hand buckles the knees of Velasquez, but he comes firing back anyway.
Oh, God.
Oh. Just hellacious exchanges here between Velasquez and Johnson. What a fight. And Johnson with a smile on his face as he heads back to his corner.
I hate to be a judge.
I hate to be a judge. The corner, each corner of them must be going mad. What are you doing? You're closing your eyes and swinging out. It's great to watch, and you admire the commitment and the bravery from both of them. Yeah, when he punches long there, when he can turn over. See, I said about what you shouldn't do. He leaned over that shot. You should have come back with the right hook that you've been asking for all fight. But look at this shit now. Like you don't know where he is, Velasquez. He's still on his legs. He still has that instinct to be able to fight back.
Unbelievable instinct. Now you see how that punch kind of landed in the back too? Come on. You don't call those back of the head shots.
36. Unanimous in the green corner.
So you heard the scorecard announcement. Cyril Johnson had on all 3 scorecards, 38-36.
No way is Johnson gonna coast.
or couldn't. I don't think he has the ability to coast either.
No
to be fair.
way.
But again, I think I said this yesterday. The coasting is the worst thing you can do.
Controlling it so far with the jab, Johnson. And I like how he's taking his head off the line and throwing that jab. Not to get hit with that too.
Just gotta be careful when he's leaning over to his left. That right hook doesn't come into play there from Velasquez. You're right though, that jab's keeping it nice and long. Just maintain that range.
And going back to what you were saying, Barry, I mean, this is Johnson fighting a little bit out of character. This is a guy who's had to box his way to decisions.
He's got plenty of pop in his punches. I can't see we haven't stopped him. A plethora of opponents. I learned that word yesterday.
What, opponent?
I don't know what I mean, yeah. I don't know what none of them mean.
Watch your head.
Just missing over the top of that left hand. Things slowing down finally in a fight.
With that left hand, he just throws it. He slaps it with the inside of the glove. You know what I mean? To me, it's a waste of a shot. Turn it over. If you're going to throw it, turn it over.
Joe does that. Derek Chisora. He can punch with his fingers his whole career. I mean, that's how powerful he is. If he turned that right hand over when he threw over the top, I mean, his career is totally different, in my opinion.
Never noticed that.
Yeah, he hits with the inside of the glove every time he throws that right hand over the top. I've been covering his career from almost the start.
Yeah,
might as well sell it, Velasquez.
Well, so now the official warning Velasquez for ducking down into that shot.
Good right hook there from Johnson, and the uppercut.
20 seconds here of round 5. By this fight standards, this has been a slower round, but this fight has been bonkers.
Perfect turn. Oh, lovely work.
Look at Velasquez coming back now. Well, that was a good round for Cyril Johnson once again. On June 7th, it's the homecoming for Ipswich's Fabio Wardley as he takes on Jarrell Big Baby Miller in a heavyweight clash at Portman Road, a clash that could, in spirit, look a lot like the one we're watching right now.
Yes, most definitely yes. Again, as Corey already said, a quieter round by this fight standard, but still look good. It's a good finish to the round here from Velasquez. One of those shots, one of those left hands punched right through the body, but
how many times do you see somebody throw a 6 to 8 punch combination and then barely throw a hook?
Yeah, true.
Just 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2.
You haven't seen me fight.
Sixth and final round of what has been an absolute slugfest between Brandon Velasquez and Cyril Johnson. Johnson looking to keep his undefeated record intact and advance to the next round.
But be careful here, Johnson. He doesn't make a silly mistake. You know, I know they've asked for that hook, and it's a great shot. They're trying to throw it too far out. He walks onto a left hand here from Velasquez. He might be in trouble.
Yeah, and he's kind of telegraphing it a little bit, too. when he leans over like that, okay, then I'm about to throw the right hook now.
Not quite. I mean, actually, it's not a bad... Maybe he should bowl that left hand over the top then.
Fake him and land the left.
Good shot. I haven't seen too much body work from Johnson. He hasn't needed it. Velasquez been throwing some body shots at times, but now they're back to what they were doing for about 4 straight rounds and more.
No one's throwing an uppercut.
No. Do you know, I think Velasquez's chin has got better as the fight's gone on. He just took he took one of those shots there that earlier on where they wobbled him.
That is, Barry, you would obviously know better than us. It's a phenomenon we see sometimes in boxing where you get hit so hard that you become accustomed to it.
You get used to the weight of a shot, but the shots that he's throwing, they're sort of looping, speedy shots, they're always going to trouble you. I mean, every time you punch it, if you can see the punch, even if you can't evade it, it might knock you out and knock you down, but you've got more chance to brace yourself for it. And that's why they used to train for their necks all the time, it was for that reason.
You still see Canelo Alvarez strapping the 45-pound plate to the halo. Oh, another point deduction there.
He does throw punches over the top, I understand that, but I think it's very harsh.
Good right hook immediately there from Cyril Johnson. Sure, we'll get another look at that second point deduction.
Still winning this round though, isn't he? Apart from that. Oh, good shot.
I'm so upset with the referee. I can't believe he did that.
Velasquez giving it his all here in the final moments of the fight. But even with the point deductions, will it be enough? What a fight.
I tell you something, if you can win a 6-round fight with 2 point deductions, that's some going.
He did get that knockdown.
Yeah.
So the worst thing that could probably happen right now is that we go to the enhanced scoring system.
Yeah, but it depends on who you think won that round, I guess.
No, I'm just saying the worst. I feel like Johnson won, even with the 2 points.
Well, the unified flyweight champion, Gabriela Sweet Poison Fundora, is back in action tonight as she puts her titles on the line against Marilyn Badillo. Packed card in California that will also feature Charles Conwell taking on Jorge Perez. It's all live right here on DAZN. All smiles from Cyril Johnson. And Brandon Velasquez getting checked out.
Doesn't Velasquez look a lot like Ben Shalom, the promoter, the boxer?
Yeah, he favors him a little.
Really?
Definitely does.
Fights like him as well. Imagine if not, everyone would be scared all of a sudden, wouldn't they? Oh, don't mess with Ben.
We're still waiting for him to fight Eddie Hearn, right?
Yeah, no one's queuing up for that, mate.
Just a terrific fight here between Brandon Velasquez and Cyril Johnson. And smiles on the faces of both fighters. They clearly like that kind of fight.
Do you know what, Corey? It's because it was unexpected, wasn't it? We didn't think we were going to get that sort of war.
All right, Thomas Schreiber is ready with the scorecards. Let's send it back up to the center of the ring.
Ladies and gentlemen, after 6 rounds of boxing, we go to the judges' scorecards. Judge Nawaf El-Mohammed scores it 57-54. And both judges, Junbei Lim and Daniel Vandeville, are in agreement. They both scored the same, 56-55, all for your winner by unanimous decision. And still undefeated, Cyril Johnson.
You see the emotion on the face of Cyril Johnson. The Cinderella story will continue into the second round.
And the countdown is on to our history-making event in Times Square, New York. On the undercard to Ryan Garcia versus Rolly Romero is Devin Haney against Jose Ramirez. And for more on that fight, here's Chris Mannix and Sergio Mora.
All right, Sergio, here on the historic boardwalk in Atlantic City. We will be in New York City, where Devin Haney will take on Jose Ramirez. And look, there's a lot on the line for Devin Haney. He did not get officially a loss in his last fight against Ryan Garcia, but he took a pretty good beating. And a lot of people are wondering, what does Devin Haney have left in the tank? How would you answer that question?
Listen, I'm wondering as well, because when you're that chinny, when you got knocked down on the big stage, even though it was a competitive fight on the scorecards, people forget that. They just remember Haney consistently being on the ground and Ryan Garcia over him, parading himself. It's going to be very difficult to get past that. But with a great performance, especially a knockout against a guy that hasn't been knocked down, a former unified champion in Ramirez. That's how you get your swagger back. That's how you come back. It's going to be a tall task to do, because no one's been able to knock out Ramirez. And he has the jab, he has the experience, the length, the size, the momentum, everything's on his favor. Ramirez hasn't looked good lately, but he still has to do what he has to do to get that confidence back.
I'm a big believer that Devin Haney is going to rise again here. I think he did the right thing in taking an entire year off since that fight against Ryan Garcia. I think he's doing the right thing in moving up in weight. We all saw how hard it was for him to get down 240 pounds, going up into the welterweight division. I think that makes a lot of sense for Devin Haney. I think he's coming in, hearing a lot of people like you chirping about the chin, people talking about maybe he's washed up at this point, that he's a shot fighter, like Oscar De La Hoya said. I think we're going to get a great performance from Devin Haney. In fact, I think there are more questions about what we have left in Jose Ramirez at this point. Jose Ramirez, former unified champion, 140 pounds. He's moving up in weight as well, but he did not look good either against Arnold Barboza. What questions do you have about Jose?
I got a lot of questions, but look, whenever you've been fighting that long, I mean, I think he's just probably burned out. Inactivity has caught up to him. He's a family man. He has a lot of business ventures outside of boxing. Boxing has taken a backseat to the passion that made him an Olympian for the U.S. and made him a champion. I just don't think he has that fire left. He's doing it as a job and as a passion. That's what I think is happening with Ramirez. But if he's not up for Devin Haney, this is a fight where he can get embarrassed. So I think we're going to get the best of him.
Yeah, big fight for both these guys. Maybe even win or go home. Certainly for Jose Ramirez and maybe for Devin Haney as well.
Haney Ramirez is part of an epic double bill on the zone with Ryan Garcia against Rolly Romero, followed by Canelo Alvarez versus William School. Order each separately or both as part of our knockout bundle weekend. Go to thezone.com/boxing for more details. And just in case we needed more details, guess who's here? Eddie Reynoso's 3-time trainer of the year. And of course, he's here for his upcoming bout, Canelo against William School. And as always, you're welcome in Riyadh. You're here, like, you don't see enough boxing in your life, so you come here for a tournament. What's going on? Eddie, un gusto 3 veces de entrenador del año. Un placer que estés aquí en Riyadh. Y obviamente la primera vez, pero como no ves boxeo, decidiste venir a ver el torneo.
Sí, la verdad muy contento aquí en Riyadh. Es la tercera vez que vengo aquí He venido otras veces con otros peleadores, pero muy contento y la verdad muy orgulloso del Consejo Mundial de Boxeo que esté montando este tipo de eventos para que vayan saliendo nuevos boxeadores y se vayan pues internacionalizando los nuevos pugiles.
Well, he just corrected me because this is his third time here in Riyadh because he's been here with other fighters. He's very proud of the labor that the WBC is doing, you know, upbringing all kinds of different talent and giving them the opportunity to show their skills and obviously forge the stars of tomorrow. With that being said, you're already finishing your camp here. What's new for you besides being the first time that you are here in Canelo's Corner in Riyadh? Obviamente ya estás aquí para esta pelea de Canelo contra Skull. ¿Qué hay de nuevo para ti, más allá de que es la primera vez que vas a estar en la esquina de Canelo fuera de Estados Unidos y México?
Pues distinto, la verdad es totalmente diferente. Es la primera vez que viene Saúl a pelear al otro continente. Creo que nos venimos con muy buen tiempo para terminar la preparación, lo que estuvimos haciendo en Truqui y nada más sellar con la victoria. Estamos muy emocionados de venir a presentarnos aquí con Canelo y pues la verdad orgulloso como mexicano de venir a traer nuestro boxeo a esta parte del mundo.
Well, there's a lot of difference because this is the first time that he's going to be here. Canelo fighting for the first time here. And obviously they came here with a lot of time just to get ready for that fight coming up. And he wants to thank His Excellency Turkey for the opportunity to show the Mexican fights and the Mexican warrior spirit in this opportunity. And of course, with that being said, Ryan Garcia is going to be opening an outstanding weekend of boxing. And he's going to be making history fighting in the middle of Times Square for the first time. What are your thoughts on that? Y bueno, para comenzar ese fin de semana épico en el boxeo, Ryan Garcia lo abre el viernes precisamente en un momento histórico, primera vez que se pelea en la mitad de Times Square. ¿Tu opinión al respecto?
No, va a ser un gran evento, la verdad, una gran cartelera y todo lo que está pasando en el boxeo últimamente es algo muy importante para todos los que estamos envueltos en el boxeo y pues Ryan regresa después de la última pelea que tuvo y creo que va a verse muy bien, ha estado trabajando muy fuerte y pues mira, va a ser el comienzo de una semana muy importante.
Well, this is amazing, everything that's going on with boxing right now. He's very happily surprised with everything that's going on and obviously making history in the middle of Times Square. And Ryan Garcia, he's been working hard. He's been working really hard on making sure that Ryan is prepared. And of course, he's coming back after a year of suspension and he's ready to just take on the action on Friday. And with that being said, after a weekend, we always talk about what's going to be in the menu before the fight because it's going to be a different schedule this time. What is Canelo going to eat before the fight? Siempre hablamos de lo que Canelo va a comer en el día antes de la pelea, después del pesaje. Este horario va a ser un poco diferente, pero si me das a mí un toque de lo que pueda comer Canelo antes de la pelea.
No, pues lo que ha comido regularmente en todas sus peleas, siempre le gusta mucho comer su salmón, comer ensaladas, sus cargas de carbohidrato con espagueti. Un poco de carne de res también y todo listo. Creo que vamos a hacer lo que hemos estado haciendo en toda la carrera de Canelo y es lo que nos ha dado resultado y así vamos a seguir haciendo.
Me invitas, yo quiero
claro que sí.
I just asked to be invited because the menu sounds really good. It's salmon, it's a little bit of lamb, and they're going to carb up with pasta. And I'm definitely going to be there. And he's going to be ready. That's what he's doing for his whole career. Nothing is going to change. So thank you very much for joining us, Eddie. I hope you continue enjoying the tournament. Gracias por estar con nosotros. Esperamos que sigas disfrutando del torneo.
Sí, gracias y pues sigan apoyando a los nuevos talentos del boxeo, todo aquí por DAZN.
Well, he wants to support all the talent that's coming up right here on DAZN. Back to you, Corey.
Thank you so much, Claudia. Sounds like we need an invite to the Canelo team dinner. Barack, that's your lifelong friend, Canelo Alvarez. Can we, think we can get an invite?
I don't know. I think there's only one seat left for me. I heard Lamb. I heard Lamb, and I said, I'm in there.
All right, we are ready to get back to the action here in Riyadh. It is Petro Frolov and Claudio Ienci, fight number 6 of the middleweight bracket. Let's send it back up to Thomas Triber.
Let's first welcome to the ring, Claudio Ienci.
Come on,
And now let's welcome to the ring, Frolov. Ladies and gentlemen, this bout is scheduled for 6 rounds in the middleweight division. The judges are Predrag Alexic, Barry Lindenman, and Juan Carlos Pelayo. Our referee in charge will be Don Turan. Introducing to you first, fighting tonight out of the green corner. He comes to the ring wearing green trunks and weighted officially at 157.5 pounds. Undefeated with 5 wins, 4 of his 5 wins coming by way of knockout. Representing Romania, Claudiu Ienci. And his opponent across the ring, fighting tonight out of the gold corner. He comes to the ring wearing gold trunks and weighted officially at 160.5 pounds. His professional record consists of 10 wins, just 1 defeat, 4 of his 10 wins coming by way of knockout. Representing Ukraine, here is Petro Frolov.
Boxers obey my instructions all the time. No rabbit punches, no kidney punches, no below the belt punches. Protect yourself at all the time. Touch gloves, go back to your corners, good luck.
We're ready to go with fight number 6. 2 of the lesser-known fighters in the bracket. Petro Frolov, the 10-1 prospect from Ukraine, taking on Claudiu Ienci from Garcia, Romania. Ienci coming into this one after a 6-round decision over Dmitry Prokunas in May of last year. So he's had a little bit of time out of the ring. Frolov was in action, scoring a 5th-round TKO over Corentin Avalanche Gerard in Italy in December of last year.
Nice rhythm, hasn't he, Frolov? A little bit square back, a little bit tall, but he's nice rhythm. Back and forth with the feet. Smooth with the shots.
While Ienci is flat foot, you know, waiting for that shot. Maybe waiting a little too much.
So when you got your heels firm on the floor, you can't generate that speed, and arguably not the power that you want either, because you've got to be pushing off that back leg.
Good movement there. Good left hand. Yeah, the footwork of Frolov giving Ienci some problems here.
There's a little shift of the shoulders, wasn't there, before he let that punch go.
See, obviously, the Ukrainian amateur schooling of Petro Frolov. You see some of the hallmarks of that footwork, kind of how he turns the corner. You know, fans obviously have a frame of reference with Vasily Lomachenko, but you think how he spins out like that. Yeah. Hands up, turn the corner, and then do that.
I think it's more Usyk than
yes, yeah, no, it's a good point. That's a very good point.
That's definitely Usyk's technique right there, yeah. Great example. And it just looks, it looks so much better when you have a guy that's like stuck in the mud.
But it's very
like Ienci.
To keep that, to get that lateral movement with your hands up is very, very difficult to do. That's why you tend to be, when you're more relaxed, boxers, they have their hands a little bit around the chest.
Frolov very comfortable operating at this pace. We've seen him go the 8-round distance twice, the 10-round distance once. Ienci trying to fire back to the body, but he got hit with a better body shot there from Frolov. Seconds tick away here in the opening round.
Yeah, I know Ienci has 4 knockouts, but it doesn't seem like he has his balance correct where he can generate that much power to hurt Frolov. But maybe that was just a warm-up round for him.
I'm not quite sure. I think you're right. I think without, we say everything about feet. Boxing is about your footwork. You're not going to be a dancer, I mean, you've got to have the balance, you've got to have the footwork to get you into the range to use what you have, or get you out of trouble, which is for a lot of people's cases. But Frolov has great balance, good footwork, and does everything at his own time. And Ienci, even though he might have a bit of power, but he can't get close enough to land. It's redundant. And I can't see how they change him, but I don't think he can do the stuff you're going to ask him to do. I think you need someone to come at him. I think maybe that's where it comes into play.
Maybe. Because I can see him waiting for the right shot, but when I see him throw the shots, he's not positioned properly to have any kind of pop on it or any kind of torque.
He'll have a great round now, and we'll feel embarrassed.
That's okay, because he didn't look good the first round. I want him to. I want him to do well.
Well, as Barack and Barry criticize the technique of Claudio Ienci, I want to remind our Romanian fans out there that we don't want to discourage you from going and taking boxing classes with Ienci, where he coaches at the BAA Boxing Club.
You are something else, buddy. I don't know how you tied that in together there.
But I would say you don't always train people the way you box.
Yeah.
Well, and quite often it's the opposite. Great fighters do not make great coaches.
All the time.
Not all the time. Sometimes it does happen, of course.
I'd be a great coach.
Stop saying that. Stop.
No, but
Freddie Roach is a great coach. He wasn't a champion like you.
No, but what I say is like, but I talk about punches with the target and power, all the things I never did. You know what I mean? So sometimes the fact you didn't do it, you know when you look back, the things I should have done, and then you pass on that knowledge then, hoping the people get it right.
Sometimes it takes you to step back and look at yourself sometimes, like George Foreman did. He looked at his whole young career, and he came back a different fighter.
Yeah.
And ironically, when he came back, he sought the advice of an all-time great in Archie Moore, turned trainer.
Yeah, they're few and far between there, man.
Good restraint there from Ienci. Shots behind the head have been a tail here.
Now that would have been a shot behind the head.
Yes, I think that would have been justifiable. As Ienci thinks downstairs the body.
And then you threw the shot, but he held it back.
That's better from Frolov. Just got back on the balls of his feet. I know he wants to try and exert a bit more weight in the shots, but I think you're playing it with his hands. Just keep that light touch. It gives you the speed to move in, and then you can hold your feet for a second and throw a decent shot. The way you're here, keep light, keep mobile, keep that semicircle around the body, and use that to your advantage.
Better work here from Ienci. That long-range left hand to the body. Found a target there, but the footwork of Frolov, and it's not like he's dancing too much here. He's not doing a ton, but it's been enough to keep Ienci at bay as he fires another left hand right down the pipe.
And see that bounce in and out. Okay, if you're really good, you'll time that, and then they're in trouble. But I mean, that little bounce, because you're moving in and out, it's harder for your opponent then to judge when they should throw.
Right.
Usyk's adapted his now, so all he does now is he the front foot bounces, and that changes his level. But he would do that before. I always think there's certain great fighters you can learn from, and Usyk is one of them. I think at any level you can learn from what he does well, and you could like imitate that.
After 2 rounds, all 3 judges get
The basics, nice straight 1-2 down the line, and then he resets himself, puts his shoulders back in line. See there, right back in line straight away there, just in case something comes back or he can throw again.
And you see how he just pushed him back with that shot. That wasn't a super hard shot. That's a man that's not balanced.
Yeah.
That's getting hit and almost falling down. Not hurt at all, but he's not balanced.
And also, I would say that Frolov could have found the looping shot for get more weight in it, but then you put yourself in a dangerous position for a second. You know, you get more weight. I mean, that's just fine doing that. You can get enough weight to hurt and get respect, and also you don't make mistakes. You're safe. Safety first type of guy.
See the scorecards there, 20-18 across the board there from Frolov. Quick 1-2-1 from Frolov, now flurries to the body.
Sometimes Frolov's, Ienci's feet is just a little, his back foot is too much behind his front foot.
Yeah.
And therefore, you don't have no stability.
There's that lateral movement we were referring to.
And for a guy who has slow feet, that's what you do. you move to his right, you move to his left, but especially to Ienci's left, Frolov's right.
It's good from Frolov there. He's on the ropes, little dip and spin with the front foot, and he gave Ienci on the ropes.
Frolov has used that technique, and again, as we referenced, it's something that Usyk does so well. Like, you think, when you see a fighter moving laterally with their hands up, you instinctively think they're taking a break. What he's actually doing is just setting up something else.
I think Usyk uses quite often as a defensive mode to spin around the body, so he'll have this on the southpaw side of his hand side, and he'll go left, right, or right, left. He'll go do it twice sometimes. We'll left, right, and when he goes right on the blind side of your jab, he pivots and gets away.
It's one of the things that's so interesting about boxing, that every once in a while, every couple generations, guys come along. We talked about Floyd Mayweather yesterday. We'll use Usyk as an example of this. Guys that basically come up with their own language, so to speak. It's a style that no one else does, and then people try to replicate it, and we're seeing Frolov speaking some of that dialect here tonight.
But you can replicate the Usyk style, not as good as he does it, because it's neat and it's formatted. I think someone like a Mayweather, you got to have a natural ability to do what he does, and even then you're taking a risk.
Yeah, Usyk is a little bit different than Lomachenko, but actually a lot of fighters train to fight like Lomachenko, meaning the angles, but they just don't do it in the ring.
You've got to be so athletic, I think, and a lot of people are not that as athletic as he is.
Pivoting is a part of training, so you pivot, when you're training, and you're giving the guy ankles while you're training, but a lot of guys don't do it in the ring.
Petro Frolov giving Claudio Ienci angles he cannot deal with right now. They frustrated Ienci heads back to his corner.
But there are also, I know we're digressing from the fight here, there are so many different pivots you can do. Like Bam Rodriguez does it superbly, but it's totally different to Lomachenko's, isn't it? And he does it with a view to fire back. Lomachenko's is quite often just to get around the back to you. Usyk's is more of a defensive move as well, really, against the heavyweights he has. As a cruiserweight, it was slightly different. And he's adapted it for that, but so there's so many of them. But I think with certainly Usyk, because he keeps his shape all the time, you could train to be that way, whereas maybe the Mayweather brilliance of him. I remember saying when Mayweather was at his peak, I just thought there's a generation of people getting knocked out trying to copy him, because he's a great and he got the vision. And I wasn't good with that. But you got to adapt to what you got. I just had good looks.
Yeah, that's it. You was the killer.
Yeah,
killer. The ladies love you.
I don't think so, but.
Well, we know one lady loves you, Barry, as round 4 begins.
Absolutely. Well, not after that comment.
That's right. We may retract that.
Let's remind her about that.
I only said it because she doesn't give me the love. No,
Claudio Ienci, as frustrated as Barry is right now, just not finding any answers here against Petro Frolov. He does have 1 loss on his record. That was back at 2023. It was a 19-year-old version of Petro Frolov that took on a vastly more experienced Jürgen Doberstein in Germany, who was experienced on the world scene at that point. Just too big of a step up for a 19-year-old at that point. But, of course, credit to Frolov for taking that risk.
And that's the risk when you turn pro too young. You can just be old man by people who are maybe not as good as you. However good you are as an amateur, the physical side of the professional game is vastly different.
Nice left hand there from Frolov. See a little bit of blood coming from the mouth of Claudio Ienci right now. 2-time silver medalist at the Romanian National Amateur Championships. He's just encountering a better schooled fighter at the moment in Frolov.
Yeah, if he could just quicken up his feet there, Ienci, I think he'd have a bit more success, but just don't think he's able to.
Get on your toes and start walking.
Yeah. But again, he's like you mentioned the other day, Brad, when you look at the feet, he's a heel-toe kind of guy, isn't he?
There's a good shot from Ienci, a hard right hand to the body. Now a clubbing shot on the inside, signs of hope for Ienci as he's now selling out a little bit with some of these power shots.
In boxing, you walk on your toes.
Yeah.
You don't necessarily have to bounce. You don't have to leave like Manny Pacquiao. You don't necessarily have to leave the ground, but you walk on your toes. I like Frolov in this round. Now, I know he's been winning this fight, but I thought he would wait a little bit too long and looking for shots where Ienci's not giving you too many different looks. They're there. Let your hands go. But this round, he's been, I think he's been more active.
Because every now and again he holds his feet, and allows Ienci a chance to let his hands go. I think, but for the most part, boxing well.
We'll get the scorecards after this round, and I'm interested to see if this will be another example of that phenomenon of a fighter doing just a little bit better in a round if he's given that round as a result.
I think Ienci, though, stylistically, if he gets a fight that comes at him, I think he's got a good chance because he's got a good engine. I think he takes a good shot and he commits, as you see, when he has the opportunity. He really lets his hands go, but he just hasn't got the foot placement or speed to really get him in the position to do this more often. But when he gets someone on the ropes, then he tries to make the most of it, even if he is crude.
All 3 judges scoring in the same 40-36, unanimous for the gold corner, Frolov.
As expected.
So as you just heard, 40-36 across the board for Petro Frolov as round 5 begins, and he launches a left hand. Rakia, you were asking for him to step on the pedal a little bit, and maybe this is a sign that he could be here in the 5th.
Right. Oh. It's a good counter by Ienci. And so far this fight, the best work he's done is when he has Frolov against the ropes, but Frolov is doing a good job of staying off of those ropes most of the time.
I understand that they maybe tell Frolov, listen, you're in command here, you can do a bit more. And of course, for spectators' point of view, you want him to do that, but you got to, as a fighter, you got to add up that risk and reward factor. Do I do more and risk a fight that I'm dominating and change the pattern of a fight, and then to your opponent's favour? And when the fight, sometimes a fighter gets his bit between his teeth, he does things that he wasn't doing before, and all the things you're asking about that you didn't think you could do. that zest comes into him, and he finds something. So it's very important to be a bit more assertive, but still keep him in your pocket.
Three straight left hands connecting there from Frolov. And
Oh,
a late shot
nice.
there from Ienci, and that is obviously frustration.
The last ref would have took away 7 points.
7 points. Tie the shoelaces together. Actually, might help him drag that back foot with him. Good shot there from Ienci. Nice little right hand.
Right in, right to the chest of Frolov, aiming that shot a little bit lower.
Because he always turns his body when he throws punches. Frolov, he never loads up. You could put more weight on the shots, I would argue, but I mean, the fact that he never loads up and always uses his body rather than punch with his arms means he can pretty much do this all night. Because you're using the minimum amount of energy.
Another solid right hand there from Ienci.
That was because of timing. Slower fighters should develop good timing, and that was good timing right there, the right hand with Frolov. Danny Garcia was never a fast puncher, but he can time you and catch you with that left hook at 140-pound division.
People always say timing beats speed.
Yes.
I don't think that's true. I think timing beats blind speed, like Amir Khan's speed. I know blind speed you just throw because you got fast hands, you got thought.
Right.
Timing can beat that. If you got fast hands like a Leonard with thought with it, I don't think timing does anything.
Well, I think any speed can be timed. You just have to have the ability to time it. I think certain guys are just harder to time. And then I think Amir Khan is the same speed all the time. I mean, I think he was blinding fast, but it was the same all the time.
But by blind speed, I mean, there's no thought behind it. Just
Oh, gotcha.
I'm throwing,
Yeah.
100%. You can time that. He's still a risk going to get caught, of course. But Frolov doesn't do that, by the way. But what he does is calm approach, and he's very, as a lot of Ukraine fighters, very pragmatic in their work.
Он будет бежать. Но последний раунд не работает пассивно, не работает первым и вторым номером.
All the onus is now
В
on
центре
Ienci to
не
make a
даешь
big
к себе
push.
подходить,
If he
понял?
can.
Не даешь подходить ударами.
He hasn't shown that ability with his footwork to close the gap, but if he can do that, then...
Инициативу не отдавать последний раунд. И не
Willingness to
рубиться.
let his
Вот эти
hands go
рубки не
when he's
нужны.
close, you might have a bit of a
Грамм
chance.
будешь давать.
It's a long shot
Попал
for
в
sure.
двойку, 2 удара. Зачем потом рубиться, рисковать, где можно в обмен нарваться? Не надо. Двойку попал, еще...
Sixth and final round.
You know how Lomachenko's father said that he had his son in dancing for a couple of years, you know, to develop footwork? I feel like that's something that every fighter can actually work on. Not necessarily dancing, but you might be a fighter that, good left hand by Frolov. You might be a fighter who can't develop blazing speed with your hands because that might be natural. You just can't get faster. But footwork, you can change.
Yeah.
You might not get fast, but you can change. You can get on your toes.
Well, footwork is not all about moving. Look at that. Golovkin got great footwork, but he just doesn't look like this. He's bullied you. I would say one thing for anyone who wants their kid to be, their child to be a sports person, gymnastics is the thing you do when you're young because it gives you that core strength that can, you know, when you find your ability in any sport, that core strength. I think dancing probably does the same thing actually. It gives you that core strength then to give that flexibility to be able to do things.
Shout out to my son, Christian.
I was about to say, Dad of the Year, Barack, for enlisting his son in gymnastics.
Oh, did you really?
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
Thank you. That's why I work so hard. It's very expensive sport.
Ienci on the prowl here, just trying to find something here in the 6th round. He needs a knockout in this fight. There have been very few glimmers of hope that he could produce that.
He's having a go though, isn't he?
Yes.
A little bit of frustration. That was Frolov that actually initiated a little bit of a headbutt there.
Again, if he just had quicker feet, he'd be so much more effective and a better fighter for it.
Right. Oh, don't do it.
There's the point deduction.
It doesn't matter like this. It doesn't,
Yeah, I know.
It won't matter in this fight.
I'm not arguing him. I just said it was a waste.
Yeah.
He just wasted time.
Claudio Ienci even further behind now with a point taken away here in the 6th and final round, and he just got ripped with a left hand there from Frolov.
Seems like he's trying harder, Ienci.
still finding trouble to hit that target.
Frolov does something that I really admire. They punch inside their body frame, so everything's neat. And your elbows never fray outside, and it means you have to turn, rotate your body. The technique's correct. Doesn't push off the back foot enough, really, but everything else is just really good. And it's harder to read then, because you get that good, nice rhythm, and it's bam, bam. And those shots are going to land.
30 seconds.
Another left hand. Ienci thought the combination was over, but Frolov hopped back in with another left hand.
He definitely does Usyk's movements where you get low, you fire the left hand upward, boom, and then you duck under and you go around to the right hand side.
Lovely bit of footwork.
Closing moments here of what has been an absolutely dominant performance from Ukraine's Petro Frolov.
I think he had an opponent that flattered him as well a little bit, but I think he boxed really well. You still got to do the work, haven't you? That's the ultimate part, and I thought he boxed really, really well there. Balance was good, and footwork, combinations without being too greedy, but they're fantastic.
But you know that the saying, you did what you're supposed to do. Yeah. I wouldn't say that here because I felt like he could have did more. Yeah. So I don't know if he could be knocked out, but I just felt like Frolov could have done more. Put a little bit of pressure on him. He was there to be hit.
Find out if he takes a shot. Yeah, I understand what you're saying.
Well, the second event of the DAZN Queensbury Partnership sees Anthony Kakache take on Lee Wood for the IBO Super Featherweight World title on May 10th, live on DAZN as part of our 185+ fight nights per year. Not a whole lot of tension here as far as what the scores will sound like, but we're going to make it official as we send it back up to Thomas Triber.
Ladies and gentlemen, after 6 rounds of boxing, we go to the judges' scorecards, and all 3 judges, Barry Lindenman, Juan Carlos Pelayo, and Predrag Alexic, are in agreement. They all scored the same, 60-53, for your winner by unanimous decision, Petro Frolov!
So Petro Frolov improves to 11-1 as a professional, and he will advance to the second round of the Grand Prix. An excellent boxing performance from the Ukrainian.
The wonderful Boulevard City is the setting for the inaugural WBC Grand Prix, just a few miles away from here, where Saudi Pro League side Al-Hilal plays, and they'll be playing starring role on DAZN this summer.
In 2 months, join us on the world stage, where football's elite will assemble. 63 unmissable matches to decide one world champion. FIFA Club World Cup. Watch every game live on DAZN.
DAZN is the official worldwide broadcaster of the FIFA Club World Cup 2025. The 32-team tournament will see the globe's biggest and best clubs battle for the Crown World Cup champions, and it all kicks off live and free on DAZN June 14th. And it's not just the Club World Cup to look forward to here on DAZN. Don't forget to check out our stacked upcoming schedule on Platform Now, Matchroom, Golden Boy, Queensbury, BKFC. All the biggest and most exciting fights are streaming live on DAZN, the global home of boxing. And with that, we continue on with the action right here in Riyadh. Corey?
Thank you so much, Claudia. We are ready for action. This is our 7th fight of the night. We got France versus Kazakhstan. A late addition to the tournament. We're going to meet these fighters right now as we send it back up to Thomas Triber.
Let's first welcome to the ring, Lancelot Proton. And now let's welcome to the ring, Nurkanat Rais.
It was a clear black night, a clear white moon when G was on the streets, trying to consume some strength from the heat, so I could get some funds rolling in my ride, chilling on the just to the east side of the LBC. My mission trying to find Mr. Warren G. See a call full of girls, they don't need to tweet, but you search for what's up in 213. So I went select on 21 and there was some brothers shooting dice, so I said let's do this. I jumped out the right and said what's up. Some brothers put some heat, so I said I'm stuck. Girls pick me, I'm a guy who's worthy. Looking so hard, they straight hit the curve. Want you to think of better things, that's some horny tricks. I see my homie and some suckers all in his face. I'm getting jacked, I'm breaking my set. I can't believe they taking more and more. They take my rings, they take my Rolex.
Ladies and gentlemen, this bout is scheduled for 6 rounds in the middleweight division. The judges are Nawaf Al-Mohamed, Junbei Lim, and Eddie Papu. Our referee in charge will be Joel Campuzano Jr. Introducing to you first, fighting tonight out of the green corner. He comes to the ring wearing green trunks and weighed in officially at 161.4 pounds. His professional record consists of 15 wins, just 1 defeat, 1 draw, 4 wins coming by way of knockout. Representing France, here is Lancelot Proton. And across the ring, fighting tonight out of the gold corner, he comes to the ring wearing gold trunks and weighed in officially at 161.6 pounds. Undefeated with 1 victory, he is representing Kazakhstan. Here is Nurkanat Rais.
Boxers, you received your instructions in the locker room. I want a good, clean fight. Obey my commands at all times. Defend yourselves at all times and do what you came trained to do. Good, clean boxing. Touch gloves to your corners.
So a very late addition to this tournament, the 1-0 Nurkanat Rais taking on Lancelot Proton of France. Rais might be wondering, well, how would a 1-0 fighter even make his way into this tournament? Well, he was a spectacular amateur. He still is a spectacular amateur, a silver medalist at the Asian Games. He was the number one ranked fighter in his division in Kazakhstan, and he made his pro debut in February of this year.
There's a very big argument that that Asian Games is just as hard as the Olympics or the World Championships. It's steep. There's not one easy fight in it.
Yeah, the Asian Games, one of the most stacked lineups of any amateur tournament in the world.
I was thinking about, I know when they were announcing the names and they said from Kazakhstan, you don't know who you're up against, by the way, but when you hear that, you just go, oh.
If you look at his resume in the amateurs, he's fought so many amateur champions, you know? So 1-0 really doesn't reflect his ability and his experience.
On the other side of this fight, Lancelot Proton, the former French super middleweight champion, scored a surprising upset considering the circumstances last year when he went on the road to Fredericton, New Brunswick in Canada, and he upset Brandon Brewer in his hometown on a show that Brewer was also a promoter on. Do you know how hard that is?
Oh, good left hand there as well from Proton.
Proton's been boxing since he was 6 years old, and he was a pretty good amateur himself. Actually dropped out of university where he was studying sports science because his exam was on the same day as the World Championships. He can only do one.
I think he made the right choice.
(15-1-1) as a pro, and depending on how you look at it, he either got a tough draw against a spectacular amateur who's at 1-0, or maybe a little bit of good luck getting the late replacement in Rais. And he lands a good left hand there.
He's been boxing quite controlled throughout this round already, Proton. The jab, well, just his little steps back as well.
So he can jab while doing that. Like he's throwing his hand out there, but he's not extending it to it, and he looks like he's in range.
And also, he's parrying the jab there of Rees.
He's not a high-volume puncher by his own admission, even though he remains in the amateurs. He said he's always preferred the professional style. He likes the fact that he can be more judicious with his punch output in the pro game. Places a nice right hand to the body. Well, coming up tonight, Dalton Smith takes on the Canadian Matthew Germaine in front of a partisan home crowd in Sheffield. That card also features the return of Josh Warrington. You can watch that tonight live here on DAZN.
That was a decent first round there for Proton. Working his jab well, his football was pretty good. Just negating the lead hand there of Rees. It's only the last little sort of 10 seconds where Rees got to be able to land with any sort of shot of conviction to the body. So we'd have a look at each other now.
How tall do you think Proton is? He looks like one of the taller guys in this tournament.
We don't have the official measurements in front of us.
It's got to be at least 6 feet.
I can tell you he's a lot taller when he rides to the ring on a horse, which he usually does. I guess he couldn't get his horse into Riyadh here.
I thought I saw a horse.
There are many horses. There's a horse trail not too far from here.
I used to have a donkey. The horse is too big, so that's the whole joke. I can't get on. I can't reach a horse.
Okay, yeah. This combination again there from Proton.
Just gotta be careful he doesn't square his feet up like he did then, though. Gets caught by Rees coming forward.
He doesn't seem to be trying to win the foot position. I think he's just trying to use his length. Even on the inside.
Yeah. Body shot there from Raiz.
She put on parries the jab quite well in old-fashioned. Not many people do that anymore. But Raiz should use that to his favour. So let him parry it a couple of times and then go to throw it and then just curl that shot round the
G
guard.
style. Triple G, we should do that a lot.
Not until I said it.
Oh, of course.
As you might imagine, Triple G, one of the fighters that Raiz says he admires, as well as the current unified middleweight champion, Janabek.
I wonder if he's been to Barry's arena. True story, it's there. Astana.
For those who tuned in yesterday, they get that joke.
Excited to find a minute here of round 2.
Beautiful, cutting off the
It's been more productive, hasn't it, Raiz?
So Proton maybe on the brink of a point deduction there for holding.
I heard the referees talking earlier that they said, let's see who could take the most points.
On that occasion there, Raiz coming low. Rees coming low there. So what's he meant? He's underneath his armpit. What's he meant to do?
Good combination there from Raiz. And now it's Raiz. Had Proton in a headlock there, but he just got buzzed with a right hook from Proton.
I gotta let your hands go now.
Not
Raiz is still
enough time to
still
capitalize.
dangerous.
He certainly is.
I think he looked into his eyes. He seen that he was okay, even though he wobbled, and said, okay, I got to be careful because this guy pops.
Listen to me, okay? I'll take a point of view.
Nice uppercut of him. Yeah, so see the uppercut he brought his head down there, the uppercut lifted his head up, and then just that long right hand over the top, really from the side, but he never saw it.
Proton got to be 6'3".
Anything over 5'10" means nothing to me.
Oh, looks the same, huh? You know, Canelo's not much taller than you.
I know.
He's not much taller, about half an inch taller than you.
One judge has it 22-18.
So people are talking about him not getting knockouts. That's because he doesn't belong in that weight class. He's just special.
And one judge has it even, 19-19.
Okay.
Fair enough.
All right, so scores all over the place right now. We'll have them up on the screen in just a moment, but we're back to action here between Lancelot Proton and Nurkat Rais, late addition to the tournament. There we have him in front of us. 20-18 for Rais, 19-19 even, and 20-19 for Proton.
Very close fight.
I can't say you give Rais the first round. Second round, yes.
Yeah, the question in the second round is, was him getting buzzed in the final 5 seconds enough to erase the work he was doing the rest of the way?
Yeah, I'm not quite sure, really. But again, that's the whole debate you're always going to get with boxing, always.
Stepping left up there for Rais.
One of the judges gave fighters a 10-10 round, and that might have been the first round.
Yeah. Just waiting too long here, Proton. I know he's trying to time Rais, but look, waiting too long, look what happens.
Rais has taken a little step back here, giving himself a little more room to operate, and the footwork is giving Proton some problems at the moment.
Because even when he spins there, like Proton just did, Rais spins with him and keeps the pressure on. A bit of hustle here from Rais.
Uppercut there for Proton. Left uppercut.
Hey.
Oh.
Break. Break. Watch that.
Both men certainly have to be careful. They were both warned again in the corners in between rounds. Proton's got to be careful of that right hand from Rais. Nearly wrapped that around his guard.
But the movement before he threw the shot, a little sidestep and then the spin around to get the range and the angle of the punch.
And Proton having a moment in the closing seconds of the round, and then a right hand from Rais after the bell. Saw the immediate apology. Might have saved him from a point deduction.
I don't think it was intentional. And Proton, that last shot that he landed was pretty good because he actually timed the lateral movement of Rais.
Round 4 now underway. Lancelot Proton of Beauzeville, France, and Nurkat Rais. Late entry into the WBC Boxing Grand Prix from Kazakhstan. Nearly a home run left hook there.
A bit of defense on the referee.
Yeah, so who that home run left hook was going to land on, I'm not sure.
Right,
But it was a
way,
big one. Good exchange there for Proton and Raiz.
Oh, lovely. Again, darting in low and then punching over the top.
That's what I would want to see from him all night, you know, from Proton. Be first. 1-2. Just keep him off you with that, especially with that jab.
And just keep doing that as well, isn't it?
That's it. We need Velasquez's trainer to come and say, hey, just 1-2 all night.
You know, Proton has talked about having pride in what he describes as the diversity of his offense. You know, throwing a lot of shots and mixing in uppercuts and hooks. And I think, Barry, maybe he's looking at a changing picture right now that is maybe discouraging him from what he normally would want to do, kind of a little more free-flowing.
Yeah, I do. But, no,
there's an uppercut.
Yeah, good. But I think, you know, when you got a guy with there's so much lateral movement then and moves the feet like that, that 1-2 on the line, again, I always say it all the time, but it keeps you safe, because if you do miss, you know, you can come back quicker. If you start throwing uppercuts and hooks, you've got to get your hands up and your body back into shape if he makes you miss from that. So I think it's you're going the quickest route, especially when you've got the length he has, more chance of landing, and you're going to be safer than you are if you're going to throw a hook or an uppercut. I mean, but you've got to evaluate this in real time, and that's a difficult task to do.
Proton's having a good little stretch here, the last 20 seconds or so.
Yeah.
Both countering and leading the dance.
You see how Bivol does his 1-2? Even if he misses his right, he comes back with the 1 to keep you away, whether it was Canelo or anyone.
The Irish amateurs were brilliant at that. I think they got that from the Cubans, the Cuban coach. Katie Taylor. Oh, that was the all amateur Irish boxers when I was a youngster.
Nice left hook there from Raiz.
He's holding on there.
Proton was on a little bit of a run, and this has been a fight full of late rallies each and every round, but it flips the other way. It's Raiz landing the best shot of the round in at the closing moments.
And the cut over the left eye there of Raiz.
Close your eye, you're fine, okay?
Yeah. Happened just before he went on his assault there at the end of the round.
Tout, s'il te plaît. Tu veux gagner? Tu veux gagner? Il reste 2 rounds. Donne tout. Parce que là, c'est moitié-moitié.
Viens pour que le Kazakhstan rate ce what, c'est mort. I can't work him if you're going to move.
After 4 rounds, 2 judges have it for Proton, 39-37 and 40-37, and 1 judge has it 39-37 for Raiz.
See the cut developing there from Raiz, and it looked like it was that clash of heads. But there was also kind of a scraping right hook there from Proton.
But I'm not sure if there was blood on his nose before.
There was blood on the nose before, but that cut looked like it was produced somewhere in that sequence, and I'm not entirely certain. You'd almost have to go frame by frame to see.
Yeah. If it's with heads over.
We'll see if we can get word from the referee as to what the ruling is.
Be careful.
I think be careful, context clue would indicate head clash.
Thanks, ref.
Round 5 now officially underway.
Proton is up on the cards, on 2 of the cards.
Nice. Bit of urgency in the work here, Raiz, sorry.
Nice sharp left hand again. Proton starting to feel it a little bit. You look at the scores on your screen right now. That's a boost of confidence, and you know, we've talked all week long about what is the impact of open scoring. How does it impact how fighters fight? Right now, Proton heard that he was ahead on the scorecards, and he's more confident. He's not running away, trying to just walk away with this fight.
I truly believe that's what gave him the battery in his back right now to secure this win. And then also the blood trickling down.
That's a bad-looking cut, and that right hand from Proton is making it worse.
You know, he switched stance delivery there, Proton. I think the cut that put a bit of a panic there on Raiz, and I think he's just lost his shape a little bit.
Well, we had some confusion in the corner of Raiz because Claudio told me that the cut person closed it completely with adrenaline, but then the coach just wiped it away. Oh, maybe habit of just you know wiping your fighter's face.
Heads come together again there. Head right underneath the chin of Proton.
Or maybe it's a language barrier and the coach didn't know, you know, what he used.
Well, you go, once the cut person touches the cut, you don't touch it.
You don't touch it. Yeah, basically, you don't need another language.
Final minute here of round 5.
Really good round for Proton, isn't it?
Yes, it is. And this is the tough guy.
He's a good guy. He got loads of good.
He's a tough guy.
Yeah,
like it wasn't a luck of the draw. This was a tough draw.
No,
to get a 1-0 fighter with all this experience.
If Lancelot Proton could pull this off,
right.
This might be the greatest win that a 15-1-1 fighter has ever scored over a 1-0 fighter in boxing history.
Absolutely.
That's a lot of qualifiers.
Give me 10 minutes, I'll find one.
Perfect. Inside the final 30 seconds. Lancelot Proton on his high horse right now.
Wasn't that your record, Barry? Was it 18-1? Your record.
Yeah. No, 18-1-1.
18-1-1.
Say it fast. Say it fast. No one notices.
Draw feels like a loss?
Well, I didn't. It was. I remember the Boxing News, our publication, said it was the worst for a 6-rounder. This might be the worst decision of the year already. So to say that about that, I mean, it was a fight that I enjoyed. And when you're not a puncher, you don't enjoy many fights. You know what I mean? Like, so you're concentrating. And then the referee, I think that was a case of. I'm honest about my career, by the way. So if I lost, I thought I lost. I had a couple of fights that were close, and I got the rub of the green, but that was a good night. That was for me. And, yeah, and I think it was a case that the kid did better than what the referee thought. The kid did better than what he thought he did, and the referee scored the fights back then for non-title fights. So,
and they still do in some circumstances, you know, in the small hall shows and elsewhere.
And I'm quite honest with my career, so I would say if it was, but I think that was a really bad call.
Well, this is a really bad cut that Nurankat Raiz is dealing with right now. We're going to get another look at it.
So was when I boxed Sassanil Freitas, my last fight, and got knocked and got stopped. I think that was.
So there is, yeah, there we go. There's 2 shots there from Proton. So we believe, according to the replay, that it was
a punch,
a result of a punch. So yeah, definitely not a clash ahead. So again, if this fight were to be stopped, it seems like a low percentage chance that it would because of that cut. We would have to go to instant replay, which we would think would illustrate that Proton would get a TKO victory in that circumstance.
I love it. I'm so glad boxing is finally doing this.
And doing it without interrupting the fight, that's important. But I always thought he was going to have to stop the fight. Good shot.
Yep. I think that was the problem delaying it some places.
Yeah.
Like, I've seen it take a long time to use replay before. I know Claudia was trying to dig deeper into what was going on in the corner concerning that cut. Maybe we can hear something from her.
Nice right hook there from Proton. That was a right hand followed by a head clash there.
It's just the natural momentum of Raiz, who he throws his shots. the thing is, the harder he tries to come forward, right, the more punches he's walking onto here. And that's testament to Proton just keeping his shape and not panicking under any sort of pressure. Focus.
I don't think, even though the cut is it's in a bad place, I don't think it's bothering Rise. I think the confidence that it gave Proton.
Yeah. And knowing you're behind, I think you've got to do more and rushing your work. Proton's been good tonight.
2 straight 1-2s, making 3 there for Proton, and now that cut is leaking once more.
All night, toilet fighter, move your legs, 1-2 all night.
This is the perfect illustration of the utility of some seasoning fights. Obviously, this tournament at large is in advocacy for moving prospects a little bit tougher, but you're seeing a spectacular current amateur run into a seasoned pro, and he is probably going to walk out of here with a 1-1 pro record.
But he hasn't been hustled or old man though. He's been technically.
Yes.
Like a guy who's just punching straight there down the line.
Oh, point deduction for Proton.
He couldn't afford it too much.
For holding. Proton trying to debate with the official, and here comes Raiz.
That's like a knockdown of Raiz's, man.
Break!
But if it was a round that Raiz was losing, I thought, in my mind. So in my opinion, it doesn't become a 2-point round. But that's just me saying that.
Well, if Raiz were to win that round, the addition of that point deduction would bring him even on one of the cards. He was already up after round 4 on one of the cards. Proton may be saved by the fact that he was up 40-37 on that 3rd card as we take a look back at the point deduction here.
Then we would have a majority draw.
And yeah, I mean, that is a little excessive.
It is.
I think it's more to the fact that he didn't let go.
Right.
When he said the Chris Algieri lookalike didn't let go when he said to. I'm not sure. I'm sorry.
No, I thought it was a little bit harsh. It depends if he's warned him continuously, maybe. I mean, by the way, they don't have to warn him once. They can just take the point straight away.
That's true. I mean, he's telling him now. He said, I told you 2 times to let go.
Yeah.
So he's just talking about in the moment, I said let go twice, and you didn't let go. I think here...
Well, Josh Taylor will make his Queensbury debut on May 24th, live from the OVO Hydro Arena in Glasgow, as the Tartan Tornado takes on Echo Esseman as he fights for the first time at welterweight, and it's all live right here on DAZN.
Does Josh Taylor have more in the gas tank, Barry?
I think that we'll find out, because Echo Esseman's an engine. He's non-stop, so we'll find out. But if there's anything left, he'll have too much for Esseman. That's the truth. But and at the new weight, he might be revigored.
All right, well, we're going to find out what's going on with the scorecards here. They got a little bit more interesting after that point deduction, so let's send it back up to Thomas Treiber.
Ladies and gentlemen, after 6 rounds of boxing, we go to the judges' scorecards, and we have a split decision. Judge Eddie Papo scores it 58-55 in favor of Norkanat Rais. Judge Junbei Lim scores it 57-56 in favor of Lancelot Proton. And Judge Nawaf Elmo Hamid scores it 59-55 for your winner, Lancelot Proton.
So the last night, Lancelot Proton will ride into the 2nd round with a victory over the terrific Kazakh amateur Nurankat Rais. Excellent performance from Proton to punch his ticket into the 2nd round.
Next week, we're in London as born rivals Chris Eubank Jr. and Conor Benn finally get a chance to settle the score. It's a rivalry that has deep-seated history in a fight that the Destroyer dare not lose.
Would you say you're at the peak of your powers now then?
I would say so. I would say I feel a lot stronger based on numbers, based on my, the numbers, the PBs I'm hitting in the gym, which are consistent. Numbers don't lie.
What about his number? He's 35. That's the number that stands out with Chris right now. He looks good, still in great shape, but he's 35.
I think Algeria and Van Herden were 35 when I banged them out.
So he's past his peak.
He'd rather be a professional poker player. He'd rather live it up with, in Vegas, spending money he ain't got.
Neymar's and the rest of them.
Yeah, he'd rather be doing all that. You ain't one of them, mate.
You've also, though, agreed to fight him when there could have been a world title shot for you, right? There's a lot of talk about you fighting for a world title, something I know you want to do.
Of course.
Why have you put that to the side for this?
Because I feel like this is a sort of fight that will never go away. There's been WBC world title fight mentioned, and the only fight that still gets brought up is unfortunately this man that isn't here today because he's an idiot. It's the only fight that seems to get mentioned constantly, day in, day out. I understand the commercial value in the fight. I understand the pull it has. The reality is the Barrios fight doesn't sell out Tottenham Stadium.
No.
But as far as legacy, as far as career-defining fights, it's got to be Eubank.
And Chris Eubank Jr. versus Conor Benn is live from the magnificent Tottenham Hotspur Stadium next Saturday. Buy now at thezone.com/boxing. Time now for our 8th fight of the night here at the WBC Grand Prix. And we move on with the action with Thomas Tribal.
Let's first welcome to the ring, Rybalko. And now let's welcome to the ring, Jude Grant.
It was a clear black night, a clear white moon. Warren G was on the streets, trying to conserve some skirts from the league, so I could get some bumps rolling in my ride, shimmering all around. Just in the east side of the LBC, I'm just trying to find Mr. Warren G. So you call full of girls, they don't need to tweak, or you search for what's up into my three. So I select on to one and do some brothers she got, so I said let's do this. I checked out the rock and said what's up. Some brothers want to meet, so I said I'm stuck.
Ladies and gentlemen, this bout is scheduled for 6 rounds in the middleweight division. The judges are Yuji Fukuchi, Eddie Papu, and Daniel Vandeville. Our referee in charge will be Cesar Castagnon. Introducing to you first, fighting tonight out of the green corner. He comes to the ring wearing green trunks and weighed in officially at 158.8 pounds. Undefeated with 4 wins, 2 of his 4 wins coming by way of knockout. Representing Ukraine, here is Rybalko. And his opponent across the ring, fighting tonight out of the gold corner. He comes to the ring wearing gold trunks and weighed in officially at 161 pounds. Undefeated with 8 wins, 2 of his 8 wins come by way of knockout. Representing Australia, here is Jude Grant.
Okay, guys, both of you know the rules. I want a clean fight. Don't hit with the head, below the belt.
in the back, and no rabbit punch. Protect yourself all the time and follow my commands all the time. I'm clear? Touch your gloves.
So we are ready to go with our next contest. Jude Grant representing Australia. Coming into this fight off an 8-round unanimous decision win over Fano Corey in November of last year in Australia. Dmitro Rybalko, former member of the Ukrainian national amateur team, hasn't fought as a pro since October of 2023. He is undefeated as a pro, but Jude Grant, much more active in the unpaid ranks. Rybalko, a bronze medalist at the under-22 European Youth Games.
Nice little sweeping left hook there from Rybalko. The shot he landed, really.
Rybalko coming way down in weight to get into this tournament. He's fought exclusively at 168 or above. Even at super middleweight or light heavyweight leading up to this fight. Now, some of that owed to the fact that, of course, in early developmental fights, sometimes you fight above where you will ultimately wind up. But you can see even in the frame of Rybalko, I mean, there's more room for weight to be put on there, too.
Yeah.
I think Grant needs to keep that right hand up because Rybalko, he hasn't landed that left hook yet, but it's there, and he's attempted it about 4 or 5 times. Oh. Just a matter of time before it lands flush. There it is.
Yeah. A big left hook there from Rybalko.
That's 3 left hooks he's thrown, 3 he's landed with.
And it's there for him. You know, he doesn't keep his hands up.
Both men getting warned for their conduct on the inside. Grant looks a little bit uncomfortable in those situations, and it's something that he admitted happened in his most recent fight against Fano Corey. Even though he won, he got touched up a little bit on the inside, and he admitted to that. He said, I'm grateful for that experience, but I know what I need to improve.
A bit more active with our southpaw jab, that's for sure. There it goes, good work, but not good defense.
No, he doesn't keep his hands up at all, and you can't afford to throw the lazy jabs. When he has a good jab, but he can't afford to throw the lazy jab because he's going to get countered with the left hand.
Flush right hand there from Rybalko, backs Jude Grant up. Rybalko looking for another one. That will do it for round 1, and Rybalko looks happy about that.
Well, he hasn't going to go find Grant, I think. Yeah. He ain't going to go fight Grant because Grant's just coming right at him. He's coming right at him, tall and square, and it's easy to find. And as you said, Barak, with that low right hand as well, all you got to do is sit there, wait, and then throw that, and sort of lean. When he throws that jab, if he does throw it, lean with it and throw that looping left hook. You're going to catch him every time.
Well, the second event of the DAZN Queensbury Partnership sees Anthony Kakache taking on Lee Wood on May 10th, live here on DAZN. Good looking fight there between Kakache and Wood. Barry, how much do you think Lee Wood has left in the tank at this point in his career?
It's almost like the Josh Taylor question. It's the same thing. I wouldn't have thought a hell of a lot, but again, going up in weight helps him. Kakache, you think because of his age, it might be better for Wood, but Kakache's relatively fresh for his age as well, and just having been at the world level for the first time in his last 2 fights, he still has that hunger about him. And I worry that Wood is just fighting more for the money now than the prestige. He wants to get that fight in, obviously, in the city ground. Nottingham Forest is his home club, football ground, but sometimes you've got to be looking more for glory rather than the other stuff. So yeah, I think we'll find out a lot on the 10th of May. That's for sure. It's a good fight. I mean, stylistically, it can't be a bad fight, that.
I think Grant is not really worried about that left hook. Even though he's scoring points, you could be losing rounds, but it's not hurting him because he's not, Rybalko is not, you know, turning his hip on that shot. But when he throws the right hand, he turns his hip. But the left hand is just an arm punch that he just throws away.
Yeah, it's a good point, Brock. It's a left hook thrown with the velocity of a jab. It's almost like a sidearm pitcher in baseball, right?
Exactly.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking.
What's the cricket equivalent to?
Oh, I don't like cricket.
I'm trying.
I'm a basketball fan.
That's right, yeah. Another left hook on the inside there from Rybalko. Just these defensive lapses from Jude Grant are costing him right now. Back he comes with a nice left hand. Grant managed by Tony Tolles, who also handles the career of the Maloney brothers, Andrew and Jason, as well as the recent 105-pound world title challenger, Alex Winwood. He was almost a world champion.
Yeah.
Excellent fight. Grant feels like he has star potential himself, and he says that he feels fully capable of winning this tournament. He's got to get past Dimitri Rybalko first.
That was a good shot from him there, though. He just waited for Rybalko to throw the shot and just took a little half a lean back and come back with the left hand on the pipe.
Grant refuses to put his hands. You're not going to get past these other fights. You're not going to get past these other fights that we've seen, these devastating punches fighting with your hands down like that. But maybe he's doing that because it's Rybalko. I don't know.
Long shots, dude. Stop tying up. Break.
But early in your career, it's all about habits. And bad habits are harder to get rid of and good habits are to keep. So even when you're not really hurting you now, like you said, against a bigger puncher, stronger men, it's going to have an effect.
Grant having some success in the latter half of this round.
One of my sensations used to say it's not practice that makes perfect, it's perfect practice that makes perfect. You have to get into the habit of doing the perfect thing all the time.
So practice makes permanent. That's, things got to be a repetition all the time, isn't it? Because you have to just do it instinctively.
We're about halfway finished with your whole book.
I'm doing well. It'll be out in all good stockings by. What time do we finish? This time next year.
Соберись с мыслями, Димочка. Соберись. Начинаешь просто махать. Давай.
Now, I'm sure that was news to Grant. And that has to tell him something. He's getting touched. He's getting touched. And all he has to do is keep his hands up.
So you heard the scorecards. 20-18 on one card for Rybalko, 19-19 dead even on the other two. So indeed, that was a better round for Jude Grant, who had a very truncated amateur career. Only 9 amateur bouts. He won all 9 of them, and he won his state title in Perth within 8 months of starting to box.
I'm not sure if that just means he's a really quick learner or the depth of quality might not be quite there.
Probably a little bit of both. He's probably a natural, you know.
Yeah.
You know, his movement is fluid, but he's making, he's just making some mistakes.
Well, defensively, that's it, really.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? But if you start with your hands around your chest or your waist, when you throw a punch, they're going to quite often, almost naturally, come back to where they started from.
Some fighters, they fight with their hands down, but when they anticipate a punch coming, it comes up.
But also,
he doesn't at all.
You might fight with your hands down, but train with your hands up. There's a difference.
That's a good.
Just throw it up! Stop! Try the uppercut now!
On the corner of Jude Grant screaming at him to throw the uppercut.
now.
Again, it's a dangerous shot for Grant to be throwing, considering where he holds his hands to lead with that uppercut.
I think so. Oh, good left hook there. Oh, good shot the back.
Yeah, back comes Grant, straight left hand. That one back Rybalko up, and he grabs a hold. He felt that left hand from Jude Grant, but he comes back with two big right hands. Back comes Dimitro Rybalko. Good exchanges here in the third round.
But even Rybalko, his defense is non-existent as well, by the way. When he throws shots from his waist. Good shot.
Both men eating shots in that exchange. Both men getting their heads snapped back with 30 seconds remaining in round 3.
The more tired the fighters get, the more interested it gets.
Yeah.
Good body work here from Rybalko. Back comes Grant, trying to shove him back against the ropes. Seconds ticking away here in round 3. The work is getting a little less tidy, but it's getting more entertaining as we head into round 4.
I don't know what's happening here, but your brain's going switching off again. Listen.
You're holding him. He's smothering yourself. It's too close.
Lovely straight right hand there, left hand, sorry, from Grant. And he started the round off pretty good, didn't he? I know being a little bit busy, still easy to hit, but he was the more active. But at the end of the round there, Rybalko just came back with a few little good shots of his own. I mean, they were a little bit tighter than what it seemed to the start, but still, I think, a round for Grant.
Go straight back. Bring him on. Tap the eyes. Bring that big uppercut up, okay? And you'll stop him. He's wobbling. He's gone. Come on.
You're in the corner of Jude Grant. They think that Grant can stop Rybalko. They think that he's wobbly, that he's tired, and they feel that an uppercut might close the show. See if Jude Grant can produce a knockout here.
I agree. I just believe that their fighter is tired too.
Again, you could throw the uppercut off something, maybe. No, I mean, but throwing it straight off the bat is going to potentially put you in a lot of trouble.
Oh, big left hand there from Grant.
Stop!
It's a case that either both of them can't punch or both have really good chins.
Well, I certainly don't think Grant's corner is wrong about Rybalko being tired. This is not a lively-looking fighter right now in Rybalko.
Oh, good body shot. Felt
that body shot will not help matters.
He's hurt.
Rybalko trying to find a reprieve on the ropes, trying to wrap up Jude Grant.
Grant tired as well, isn't he?
Yes, he is.
He can't let his hands go.
Grant corner just trying to will him forward. They're sensing an opportunity here, but back comes Rybalko.
Stop. Come on, Jude. Let's go, son. You can do this, son. Jude. Come on, son. Bring him on. Come on, Jude. Bring him onto that uppercut.
He's walking too close before he lets the shots go. There, Grant. Got to throw there.
They're screaming at Grant to throw the left uppercut and the right hook.
Good response, though, isn't it, from Rybalko?
Yeah, he's going firing back, like with that right hand, and another one, and Grant might be in a little bit of trouble now. But Rybalko seemingly just too exhausted to do anything about it. And Grant, credit to him, well, he's got some recuperative abilities because he got rocked by that shot, and he's back on the front foot.
And in 10 seconds later, it'll be exactly the same, but the other way around. Oh, look at this.
Good combination here from Rybalko.
It's like you go, I go, isn't it?
It is.
It's whoever can siphon enough gas here to muster another combination. Seconds remain here in round 4, and both fighters will appreciate the rest.
I don't know who the judge is going to score that, but I think Grant's punches were a little bit more effective there, especially to the body.
And I do think, because of that body shot, that like you just said, sorry, I think that coming into the next round, Rybalko suffers more. He might come out fresher, but I think that will take his toll slightly. Maybe.
That was the shot right there to the body.
And also because he's moving back, your diaphragm just lifts up a little bit more. That makes it worse for you.
Yeah, you can see the pain in his face, and then he tucked that right elbow down. But then moments later, he came back.
Yeah, his response was fantastic.
That right hand landed. Two straight right hands from Rybalko.
All 3 judges have it.
Wow.
Dead even, 38-38 across the board. So this fight is hanging in the balance in the final 2 rounds. I mean, I know what the referee's trying to convey there, but they're certainly not, fighting.
Yeah.
We're watching a pretty good fight here.
Oh, nice left hook there from Rybalko.
Tired or not, these guys are scrappy.
Oh, a colossal clash of heads there. And somehow they come out unscathed.
It was more like a face butt. Face bones smashed each other. Oh!
See if the urgency of the situation can produce a second wind for Grant and Rybalko here. Grant's got to be careful not to pull out of that clinch. Hands down, chin exposed.
I don't think he can do anything about that, though. I think that's just him now, isn't it? It's hard to know who's having the better. It feels like Rybalko's just being a little bit busier, possibly, but the better work's coming from Grant.
Rybalko trying to step to the outside and land that right hand. Rybalko's certainly the busier of the 2 fighters at the moment.
It's really untidy and scrappy, but it's not a bad watch. If that makes any sense. It's not the greatest thing, but I mean, so the intrigue of who's gonna get flapped first.
I mean, every once in a while you see a head go back.
Yeah.
So it's definitely keeping the eyes glued to the fight.
Well, I think drama can be produced in many ways in boxing, right? I mean, there can even be a low output fight where the drama is in who will win that final round. Right now, it's who has enough left in the tank to pull away here, and we know because of WBC's open scoring that this is dead even, that this fight absolutely is in the balance right now.
This is a very hard round to score.
It goes down to like a punch, possibly.
Yep. I agree.
Rybalko just continues to be first in these exchanges as Grant is moving forward. Good shot. Right hand there from Rybalko, and that'll do it for round 5.
There's a few of those leaping in shots with the right hand from Rybalko, and that might just be enough to maybe give him the round, but who knows?
Był równy shot, Iman. Był równy shot.
I think the story of this fight has just been, where's the defense? Because that's it, isn't it? If you lose this fight, either one, it's because you have you have no defense. Your defense is to take the shot and fire back, and it shows the toughness that you have, but it shows also a little bit of naivety how to win a fight.
Все есть. Он устал точно так же. Димчик, ну пожалуйста, поработай раунд. Все, да.
The dogs see your cut.
Yeah. Come on, son.
The doctor's going to take a look at the cut. Face of Jude Grant. That did not take long.
If I was the doctor, I'd go, oh, come back, have a proper look, I'm knackered.
Are you sure about that, Doc?
Take your time, Doc. I don't want to get stopped, but take your time, let's have a rest.
You know, I read on WebMD that maybe there's round 6 begins. And you see Rybalko trying to appeal to the referee that Grant is holding on, and a point deduction at this point would maybe be fight changing.
This is just a bite down on the gumshoe thing now, this is. You can almost got to train your mind that you're not tired.
I think that's what Rybalko's trying to do with the little artificial, you know, spring in his step.
Well, it helps give you a little momentum to throw your punches. I'd always try it when I was tired like this, especially when you have no power, throwing bursts, like 6, 7 punches, and then take a walk or grab hold, whatever you do, take the rest, or fighting bursts, because you can summon up the energy for that.
Good right hook to the body about 10 seconds ago there from Jude Grant. Oh, big right hand there from Rybalko. Half a round remaining.
A fight like this, a shot like that puts you ahead of this round at the moment.
And that's good left hook there as well from Rybalko.
Yeah, when you know it's even with 2 rounds to go, you're kind of watching this fight with kind of the meter going back and forth.
Because that last round was so close, then you gotta think, you should fight this round like you lost the last round, really. And I think Rybalko is doing that.
Elbow there from Rybalko went unnoticed. Right hand to the body, though.
Catching Grant as he comes forward as well.
Oh. Massive right hand pops the head back of Jude Grant.
Nice little flurries right there.
He's won this round, hasn't he, already?
Hands down.
Unless Grant comes up with something really big. And that enhanced scoring system might come into play here.
If Grant won the last one.
Yeah.
Closing moments of a fight in which Jude Grant and Dimitro Rybalko left every bit of energy they had in the ring. Now we await the scorecards, and you're right, Brock, it might come down to how that 5th round was scored, because that was a round in which it was Rybalko landing. Not too many memorable moments in that 6th round for Jude Grant.
Right.
On June 7th, it's the return of Fabio Wardley. He'll be back in action as he takes on big baby Jarrell Miller in a heavyweight clash from Portman Road. That's June 7th, live here on DAZN. Grant and Dimitro Rybalko. I mean, they looked like heavyweights in the 12th round during that fight. They had nothing left, and they were still swinging in the closing moments of the fight. As we another look at the cut on Jude Grant.
It wasn't steep with quality, that's the truth of it, but effort, 110%. That fight was all about effort for both there. I think plenty of things they got to work on, but the commitment to was trying to win the fight, you can't argue with that. But in the last round, I just felt Rybalko just, I wouldn't say wanted him more, there's the clash of heads there for the cut. But he boxed like a man who wanted him more at the end. He could summon the energy from somewhere to throw those bursts, some of those big shots that he landed with. You would think that given that last round, whether he wins the fight because of that, will all depend on the fifth, which turns out might be the most important round of the fight.
Well, scorecards are taking a little while. We see Mauricio Suleiman and a number of people huddled around, which may suggest that we are using the enhanced scoring system here.
Absolutely, I think that's what it is. And this is where instances like this is going to allow us to see how genius this new system is. I hate to walk away with draws.
Yeah.
I hate to walk away and I
All right, well, we can tell you it is a majority draw, but we are going to tabulate it and use the enhanced scoring system. So let's wait and see. So it comes down to who won his rounds more conclusively.
Even that's a hard one to call, isn't it?
Yeah.
All right, nervous moments as Jude Grant tries to take a peek at the enhanced scoring on the sheet that Thomas Schreiber has in his hands.
You always catch the fighter, Corey.
All right, let's send it up to Thomas.
Ladies and gentlemen, after 6 rounds of boxing, we go to the judges' scorecards. Judge Yuji Fukuchi scores it 58-56 in favor of Dimitro Rybalko. And both judges, Predrag Alexic and Daniel Vanderveel, are in agreement, both scoring at the same 57-57. This bout ruled a majority draw. Therefore, we will go to the enhanced scoring system. Judge Predrag Alexic has it 4-3. Yuji Fukuchi has it 7-5. And Daniel Vanderveel has it 5-3. For your winner by unanimous decision, Dimitro Rybalko.
So the enhanced scoring system comes into play, and it has ruled that Dimitro Rybalko of Ukraine is victorious in a fight that otherwise would have been a majority draw. A tough break for Jude Grant here in the opening round, but we will see Rybalko moving on here in the tournament.
On May 2nd, DAZN heads to New York City for a historical event in Times Square. Ryan Garcia and Rolly Romero might be the headline act, but an incredible undercard features Teofimo Lopez against Arnold Barboza Jr., a fight that threatens to steal the show, as Chris Mannix and Sergio Mora explain.
Well, Sergio, a huge 3-fight card in New York. Only one of those fights, though, is for an official title, and that is the Teofimo Lopez Arnold Barboza fight. Teofimo riding high, a couple wins removed from that Josh Taylor fight, and Arnold Barboza probably fighting the best of his professional career, coming off his career best win against Jack Catterall over in the UK. How do you see this fight shaping up?
This is the only fight where I can't really pick a winner. Of course, I'm favoring Teofimo Lopez, a natural, bigger 140-pounder, the puncher, more athletic. But Barboza has momentum. He has hunger. He has a great team behind him. And those three things right there, and intelligence, fight IQ, everything else, and style, those things right there make me put a little bit more stock in Arnold Barboza, believing that he can actually pull off the upset, because I've been there, man. We come from the same area. I've seen how he trains. I see the people he works with. I know the hunger level that he has. I'm rooting for him, but it's going to be very tough to beat a motivated Teofimo. Teofimo, he's the one that controlled the press conference. He's coming off a big win. But the mind games that he plays sometimes he messes with himself. I don't know what version we're going to get. But if we get the best Teofimo, no stopping him.
Tell you, Teofimo's a great fighter. And against a certain type of fighter, he is unbeatable. Guys that come at him. Guys like Josh Taylor. To a lesser degree, guys like Vasily Lomachenko. Teofimo's best moments have come against pressure fighters. Arnold Barboza's not a pressure fighter. Like, he showed a little bit of pressure in the fight against Jack Catterall, because Jack Catterall is not a pressure fighter either. But Arnold's at his best when someone's coming at him and you can use the entirety of the ring. That's what we saw in Saudi Arabia last year when he fought Jose Ramirez. Jose Ramirez was trying to apply the pressure, and Arnold Barboza skirted out of it, landed his shots, and came away with the decision. That's the kind of fight, Sergio, I think he can win. And I think his confidence right now, coming off the Ramirez fight, coming off the Catterall fight, I think it's got to be sky high.
You know, the footwork and the explosive footwork and the power is coming from Teo, but what Barboza does have, he's a master of range. He knows how to fight at a certain range, and he knows how to pounce on opponents. So off the jump with that 1-2, that's Barboza. He's kind of more of a amateur style, you know, points type fighter. Not a guy that's going to knock you out. But if you can do that over and over and over, and with the momentum and the aggression of Teofimo, I could see him rocking and hurting a fighter like Teofimo with that type of style. It's going to be a clash of two different guys that two different styles. It's a coin flip.
It's a great fight, too. These guys have been circling each other for the better part of the last 10 years. They finally meet in the 140-pound division for a world title.
The Knockout Weekend Bundle is available to buy now, and you can save by purchasing Garcia versus Romero and Canelo against Skull as a pair. Find out more at DAZN.com/boxing. And now we're back here in Riyadh, and we're going to continue the show. Corey?
This is as international an event as you can get. We're here in Riyadh in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, and we've got a fighter from Jordan and a fighter from China going at it in the first round of the middleweight tournament. Let's send it back up to Thomas Treiber.
Ladies and gentlemen, the Riyadh Season WBC Boxing Grand Prix is being brought to you by Riyadh Season and the General Entertainment Authority, GIA, with the World Boxing Council, President Mauricio Suleiman, along with OPI since '82 and Cella, and their great sponsors. Ready to Fight, Arena Fitness Innovation, Dr. Suleiman Al Habib Medical Group, Saudi Airlines, Saudi Tourism Authority, and STC. A big thanks to those great sponsors. We would also like to thank the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia and the custodian of the two holy mosques, King Salman bin Abdulaziz Al Saud, His Royal Highness the Crown Prince Mohammed bin Salman, and His Excellency Chairman of the General Entertainment Authority, GIA, Turkey, Ala Sheikh. Let's now continue, and first welcome Talike Ahan. Now let's welcome to the ring, Mohammed the Sniper Issa.
لبيك يا أقصى الفداء لبيك هب المسلمون لبيك إنا قادمون لبيك يا نقش الملوك لبيك يا أقصى الفداء لبيك هب
gentlemen, this bout is scheduled for 6 rounds in the middleweight division. The judges are Predrag Alexic, Junbei Lim, and Barry Lindenman. Our referee in charge will be Ali Ubali. Introducing to you first, fighting tonight out of the green corner. He comes to the ring wearing green trunks and weighted officially at 161.5 pounds. Undefeated with 4 wins, all 4 wins coming by way of knockout. Representing China, here is Delike Ahan. And his opponent across the ring, fighting tonight out of the gold corner. He comes to the ring wearing gold trunks and weighted officially at 158.6 pounds. Undefeated with 9 wins, 8 of his 9 wins come by way of knockout. Representing Jordan, here is Mohammed the Sniper Issa.
Gentlemen, first of all, when you heard that, it's like 30 seconds before the end of the round, you keep fighting, okay? Make me a clean fight. One I don't want to see, punch behind the neck, or it's gonna be a penalty, okay? Don't punch behind here and under the belt. Protect yourself all the time, make me a good fight.
So our 9th fight of the day here, the 9-0 Mohammed Issa taking on the undefeated 4-0 Delike Ahan. Mohammed Issa representing Jordan, Ahan, the Chinese representatives here at the WBC tournament, coming into this fight on the back of 4 consecutive first-round knockouts to start his career.
ايوه الف واحد جهز جهز وقتي جهز وقتي جهز وقتي جهز وقتي فوق 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 فوق
Nice right hand there from Issa. Probably a big step up in opposition here for Delike Ahan. Issa coming off an 8th round TKO win over Kareem Murat Kankrai in Thailand in February. Hand speed is being displayed here by Issa, just getting off first. He's a 3-time national amateur champion. He's represented a number of countries on the international circuit.
You can definitely tell the experience that Issa has, and he's just doing well fighting his fight from long range. Stabbing him to the body with the jab, coming up top with a straight right hand.
But look where his back heel is. Very rarely touches the floor. Yeah. And that gives it loads of the dart in out the distance, doesn't it?
Oh my goodness, what a right hook there. And that one popped the head back of Issa.
And he disguised that with that left uppercut to the body.
Left hand to the body there from Ahan. Again, you see 4 first-round knockouts to start a pro career. You don't always read too much in it, but there's real power in the shots of Ahan, as we just saw right there.
But the way he threw that uppercut and then the right hook over the top really fast. Clever.
That right hook from Ahan turned Issa's head another direction.
But Issa can't lose his shape now. Go back to that little what he was doing. Moving in out like that, that's it, get that rhythm back.
That's what made it even look worse than what it was, is that Issa was jumping in at that moment. And he ran right into it.
Looking for left-handed body again. 10 seconds remaining in the round.
There we go. I know Issa wants some get back, but he got to get back to what was winning the round. And that's that jab in the two.
Oh, exactly. Shot of the round there for Issa right at the bell. Good action to kick off the fight.
I think Issa might have took that round back. I'm not sure.
I thought he won the round. The biggest moment was certainly for Ahan, but I thought Issa throughout was the better boxer.
Well, Ryan Garcia and Rolly Romero, I mean, that fight is going to look like a tightrope act like the one we're watching right now, and it headlines a May 2nd card from Times Square in New York City. Devin Haney and Jose Ramirez. Tio taking on Arnold Barbosa. That's available to buy now on DAZN.com/boxing.
Lovely shot there.
That was that right hook there from Ahan.
Sounds like a
it was more like a jab. It was more like a jab, but he ran his face right into it. Issa.
That shot producing a cut on Muhammad Issa, as you saw on the WBC instant replay, confirming that it was a punch.
Got some good guys in there in the truck, huh?
Maybe.
They're not drunk tonight? No, we got a good team.
Just can't stay there.
That's good. Good stuff. Good stuff. Reminds me of Shakur Stevenson. The footwork. Bounce in and bounce out.
Combination there from Issa. 1-2, back in with a right.
That's just belief, that is. I mean, you see the combination, you commit to it, so then you explode into it, and then obviously you've got to retract your feet back out.
I think both men are busted open now. Terrific combination from Issa as the crowd fired up here in Riyadh.
Don't keep his form, though. Don't lose your shape here now.
And that's the thing. Issa loading up a little bit, trying to hurt him, but you can get caught telegraphing like that.
A good work all the same.
Very good work.
Crowd very much behind Issa here tonight. Ahan busted open, leaking from the nose. Muhammad Issa is cooking right now. And he's cut above the eye.
And looks like a swelling below the right eye as well, doesn't it?
He's got it all. Muhammad Issa having the round of his life right now.
And all of those are punches. But when you only know one fight style to come forward and your face is getting busted up.
Yeah, and it was a hard night for you.
Very long.
But you've got to keep stalking him, hope he slows down, he tires down, and if he holds his feet.
But move your head. Oh.
Ahan still dangerous with that quick right hook.
And now Ahan is smiling because, like we saw yesterday, when you can trust in your power and keep at it and don't get discouraged, and you could win a night.
This is a beautiful round of counterpunching here from Issa.
Well, taking the initiative as well. You know,
Issa turning the face of Talike Ahan into an absolute mess.
Pop the right hand now.
And that's one thing about pressure. Like, obviously, Issa's winning, and he's probably bashing the face up of Ahan, but pressure's still pressure.
Yeah.
Pressure still tires you out. And he's making you commit so much, so you could possibly get tired.
But if it doesn't disrupt your rhythm, then they're just following you around. Do you know what I mean? If they are in front of you, but if it doesn't disrupt your rhythm or you don't feel the pressure make you panic, then it charges you out. I think that was good pressure because he hit him before that and he felt a bit of power. Oh, there's the that
just always those glancing punches.
Yeah, because they end on it, they punch down at the end.
Yeah.
actually, there. See, theoretically, even at the back, it's turning your hand over will make it sort of arc down a little bit.
That's how I thought the scorecards were going to look for it.
Round 3 begins, and understandably, Muhammad Issa ahead 20-18 on all 3 judges' scorecards.
Crowd is kind of loud.
But that round was a big round for him as well. He won it big, didn't he? He won it impressively.
Ahan can start enjoying some of the fruits of this pressure, or if he's just going to continue absorbing punishment like this. The long arms of Issa combined with that springy footwork.
But again, you got to trust yourself to either, you've got to train to do it, to slide inside the jab. When it comes, you got to go with it, or block it or parry it and walk back in with it. Either way, that's if you can't close the distance with your own punches, you've got to come behind theirs. There's loads of danger attached to that, by the way. Walking, the uppercuts, the right hand.
Right. And he can
do
that.
Over your front foot, sorry.
The reason why you know he can time that and do that, because sometimes he ducks.
Yeah.
So if you can time it and duck at the right time, then you can time it and step in, like you said.
But again, you've got to get your chest over that front knee a little bit more. Yeah. Which puts you in danger again.
Good combination there from Issa.
He's hurt.
And he sends Ahan tumbling into the center of the ring.
It's a slow count. He should take his time.
Big opportunity here for Issa with a wounded fighter.
Very, very, very hurt.
Literally so when you look at his face.
There's more short with the punches now. Issa keeping nice and long on the trap.
He's having a long night and he just got dropped. He's hurt. We're hearing that the cut is very deep and can barely be controlled.
And that jab from Issa just opened up a fountain from Ahan's nose as well.
Yes.
It just keeps getting worse for the man from Shanghai, China.
Been a good showing, hasn't it, from Issa? He's had to take a few shots and he hasn't even deterred. He's kept stuck to his game plan, showing plenty of power, good technique.
This might be my first time saying this tonight, but Issa is going to be one of those guys I'm going to be looking at closely.
Yeah.
Let's see what they can do with that cut.
It's a lovely little combination off the ropes. Look at that, he gets him where he wants him. Left hook. Straight right, left, that's a lovely combination.
He generated power squared up. Not much leverage, but he was able to turn that glove over.
But look at the way the body's turning with every shot, isn't it? So it takes minimum effort to do that, but you're using all the big muscles in the back of your body to generate that power and the torque and the speed with it as well.
Even squared up against the rope.
Yeah, he's doing really well there. And for a long arm fighter as well, to be able to do that in that short space.
Deontay Wilder did that off the ropes. First round knockout. What fighter was that? The Norwegian
from
fighter?
Stavern, was it? Or wow. Oh no, that wasn't the Stavern knockout. You're we're 9 fights into a broadcast. My late 2010s heavyweight knowledge is stalling. Round 4 underway. Muhammad Issa just doing a paint job on Talike Ahan right now. Issa training out of the Lions of Kasamawi Club with his father, who has trained him since day 1 in the sport. They have traveled the world. A very, very seasoned, experienced amateur fighter, now 9-0 with 8 knockouts in the pros.
Oh, good left hook.
has certainly found their favorite here tonight, and this may be the most one-sided performance that we've seen here tonight. And maybe the best overall, as Mohamed Issa doing a number here on Ahan.
Yeah, he's in full control, isn't he?
I think they did a good job on that cut in between rounds because it's not linking at the moment yet.
Still looks nasty, though, doesn't it?
It does. I think they stitched him up really good.
Yeah.
Perfect shot there. That will not be declared a knockdown.
Yeah, that's the right call by the referee.
Yeah. We know Ali Ubali's feelings on shots behind the head. He made them very, very clear here tonight. Did in the pre-fight instructions as well. As Issa leaps in with an uppercut upstairs.
Yeah, he doesn't want to do that. He's been very disciplined tonight. He don't want to start making silly mistakes like that and getting caught coming in. I wonder how much pop in his punches he has Ahan after the beating he's taken from the last round and two.
Great right hand. That might have busted the lip of Ahan. Whatever facial trauma you could incur in a boxing match, I think that Ahan has sustained it in this fight. And we're not even at the end of the fourth round.
He's still got ears. He's still got ears.
That is true.
I was thinking that, busting the eardrum.
Hopefully he doesn't look like Sebastian Lujan at the end of this round. We've got a WBC review of the no knockdown call coming out right now.
It was a cuffing, it was a cuffing glance.
He dragged him down.
Yeah,
I mean, he just dragged him down with it.
That's all.
Not purposely, he's just gone too long with the shot and just dragged him around.
That's it.
It has been declared not a knockdown. I think this fight's going to be waved off.
Rightfully so.
That is the right call from the corner of Ahan. What a performance from Mohamed Issa, who I think has found a fan base here in Saudi Arabia.
And on this desk, I think, as well. I'm not sure if it was the corner or the doctor himself there who stopped that. It might have been the cut. Not quite sure.
I'm sure the doctor influenced it.
Yeah. It's the right call because, you know, the cut's bad enough on its own, but you know, the last 2 rounds, 3 rounds really, were not very comfortable for him. And Issa was in control, wasn't he?
We're going to take a look back at the heavy knockdown from earlier in the fight and the very cinematic shots we have of that one.
This is where Ahan started to take, you know, a lot of the damage when he actually had Issa up against the ropes. Issa squared up and was able to get 2 big shots off.
That's nice.
Here's the one I'm talking about.
Chopping down again with that left hook. See, just a little change of an angle.
Now
isn't
watch
it?
the reaction on Ahan and look at the elation from Mohamed Issa. Well, from one father-son pairing to another, Johnny Fisher back in action for his rematch against Dave Allen as they pick up where they left off right here in Riyadh last year after the controversy of Fisher's victory. Will it be a repeat or revenge at the Copper Box? Get your takeout ready and catch that one here on DAZN Saturday, May 17th. All right, looks like we are all set to make this one official. Let's send it back up to Thomas Schreiber.
Ladies and gentlemen, after 4 completed rounds of boxing, the green corner retires their fighter, and our referee in charge, Ali Ubali, accepts their retirement. Therefore, your winner by way of technical knockout and still undefeated, Mohammed the Sniper Issa!
Well, the sniper, Mohammed Issa, found his mark again and again. A dominant win to advance him to the second round of the WBC Boxing Grand Prix.
The wonderful Kingdom Arena, not far from here, the venue for some epic fights recently, and also the home of Saudi Pro League side Al Hilal, who will be heading to America in June.
In 2 months, join us on the world stage, where football's elite will assemble. 63 unmissable matches to decide one world champion. FIFA Club World Cup. Watch every game live on DAZN.
DAZN is the official worldwide broadcaster of the FIFA Club World Cup 2025. The 32-team tournament will see the globe's biggest and best clubs battle it out to be crowned world champions, and it all kicks off live and free on DAZN June 14th. And it's not just Club World Cup to look forward to here on DAZN. Don't forget to check out our stacked upcoming schedule on Platform Now. Matchroom, Golden Boy, Queensberry, BKFC. All the biggest and most exciting fights are streaming live on DAZN, the global home of boxing. So many great fights coming your way. The Knockout Weekend Bundle is available to buy now, and there's a trio of great cards from Queensberry Promotions too, featuring Kakashi Wood, Taylor Usman, and Warley versus Miller. And now we go back to the action and Corey Erdman.
Thank you so much, Claudia. We are ready for our 10th bout of the day. It's Dylan Biggs of Australia taking on the United Kingdom's, Hamza Azeem. And we'll send it up to Thomas Schreiber with the official introductions.
Let's first welcome to the ring, Hamza King Azeem. And now let's welcome to the ring, Dylan, the Bow Desert Storm Biggs.
Swimming through the void, we hear the word. We lose ourselves, but we find it all. 'Cause we are the ones that wanna play. Always wanna go, but you never wanna stay. We are the ones that wanna.
Ladies and gentlemen, this bout is scheduled for 6 rounds in the middleweight division. The judges are Nawaf Al-Mohamid, Eddie Papu, and Daniel Vandeville. Our referee in charge will be Jürgen Langos. Introducing to you first, fighting tonight out of the green corner, he comes to the ring wearing green trunks and weighed in officially at 158.7 pounds. Undefeated, he has 8 wins. 1 win comes by way of knockout. Representing the United Kingdom, here is
Hamza King Azeem. And his opponent across the ring, fighting tonight out of the gold corner. He comes to the ring wearing gold trunks and weighed in officially at 161.3 pounds. His professional record consists of 13 wins, just 1 defeat, 9 of his 13 wins coming by way of knockout. Representing Australia, here is Dylan, the Bow Desert Storm Biggs.
Okay, gentlemen, I expect a clean and fair fight. Listen at all time to my commands. Protect yourself at all times. God bless you and good luck, okay?
And see you soon, like last time he said.
An interesting fight here between Dylan Biggs, 13-1 prospect from Australia, and Hamza Azeem. You might remember Dylan Biggs from his fantastic fight against Nikita Tszyu, the son of Costa and brother of Tim. Just a tremendous fight that he nearly won, eventually got stopped by Tszyu in that fight. He is coming out firing here in the opening round. Biggs, a big, imposing power puncher. Look at the size of Biggs at the middleweight division.
This is what I'm used to seeing middleweights this size nowadays.
Yes.
You know, big like this.
Like Hagler's like 5'9" or something, wasn't he?
Right.
It's really the first real step up in opposition for Hamza Azeem, who's 8 opponents thus far. Have had a collective 468 losses on the records. He has a harder time at his day job as a prison custody officer, where he says he's 1-0 the one time that someone tried to attack him.
Really? Is that the one knockout he has?
It could be. Oh, he did say he took him to the ground.
It's a bit of an imposing figure here.
Oh, yeah.
Biggs is for Azeem.
Coming in with a lot of experience.
Shares the same manager as Stevie Spark, who kind of has a similar type of look in the ring as well. Of course, he's had some nice appearances on his own against Montana Love and others on the Canelo Ryder undercard.
That's a very dangerous fighter, Spark.
There's just an assuredness about the power and presence of Dylan Biggs right now as he is walking Hamza Azeem down, who's going to have to use the ring and box his way around Dylan Biggs.
Good shot.
Big left hook there from Biggs.
Just use the ropes to take the sting out the shot there, Azeem. But Azeem's got to show him something here, because at the minute he's allowing Biggs just to set up the attack. Be patient with it, but walk him down. And you haven't got a big puncher to push him back or push him back with your punches, but you do it with, like I've said all week, with the combinations, with flurries.
Inside the final 30 seconds here of round 1. Biggs finding a right hand to the body in the midst of that exchange.
Biggs is a pretty quick fighter, but he likes to plant his feet. So we're not going to see a whole bunch of action. We're not going to see a whole bunch of punches. He's waiting for that shot. Once he gets to the proper position, he lets his hands go.
You would also have to say what we've seen in that first one from Azeem, unless he changes a little bit. I mean, his style's his style, but I mean, a little bit more active. That I would be telling Biggs, listen, get a bit closer. He's trying to touch you with that front hand. You just push that away and throw the right hand.
He's going to slow right down, all right? He's just going to swing him if you like that. You ain't going to get one clear shot on you, all right? One drink. Just keep those hands nice and tight. Chin down, cutting it, move to your left a little bit more, all right? Just think speed. The big shot will come, okay? How you feeling? Good. Good, that's good. Good round, mate. All right, and then stand up so you can see you're standing up, right?
I like that. I like that. Psychological game.
But everything about it was nice.
I like that's some ASMR corner work there from Justin O'Leary.
It's nice and cool.
Yeah.
You've got to know your fighter. Some fighters need a slap across the head, but I mean, yeah, they're good rounds. They're not carried away when they keep you nice and calm. But only a little bit of instruction. I mean, you only remember the last bit they told you anyway. That's the truth. Or you're not really listening. That's the other truth.
Sorry, what was that, Barry?
Let me write it on your forehead. No. It's because you have your own thoughts as well, by the way, what to do. And the more experience you add, the less you listen, ironically, because you have to work it out for yourself. But also, a good cornerman and some advice can be invaluable.
Nice left hook there from Dylan Biggs. Another right hand snaps the head back there of Azeem. Azeem, we mentioned just the one knockout on his ledger, but his trainer, Dave Clark, said that when he scored that knockout win over Martin Shaw, that was kind of the moment where he found some belief in his own power. He mentioned the records of the fighters that he's fought to this point, and Barry, as you know, that's not that uncommon on the UK circuit to have a series of wins over, 100+ lost journeymen. That is their role.
Yeah, and then they just tuck up and don't attack. So, it's almost like a wasted time.
It's nearly impossible to get it. And it's kind of a silent agreement not to get the knockout, isn't it?
Yeah, pretty much, yes.
Nice left hook again there from Biggs.
I just want Biggs to not let him off the hook, because Azeem, he steps away all the time with his hands down, and then Biggs doesn't take that extra step and continue punching.
Well, I would argue, because he's walking to the ropes, he didn't have to take a step at all. Just don't let him out. You know what I mean? Like, you can throw there, don't you step back.
Because that's the big shot that you're looking for.
Yeah. I mean, he has a nice tight defense there, Biggs, doesn't he? Hands are high, elbows are tucked in nice and tight. Azeem got to try and feint, or feint to go to the body, coming up top with the left hand.
Well, you heard Justin O'Leary tell Biggs, if you just keep your hands there, you're not going to get hit with anything. They're pretty certain that they have Azeem scouted out in terms of what he's going to offer. Biggs missing over the top of the right hand there. Azeem ducking to his left to get out of the harm's way.
Azeem does a lot of slap punches, but that can annoy some power punches at times. And if you had good enough feet, you can actually get away and win rounds like that. I'm sure that's what he's been doing so far.
Well, he got quite fast hands, Azeem, but you've got to be throwing off the punches now. And the point you being on the ropes on the back foot. That's not it, by the way. But it's to make you miss, make him pay. That's the idea.
Every single shot that Dylan Biggs throws looks dangerous. Another good round for the Aussie.
And then the thing about Azeem, too, he has fast hands, but if you look at his back leg, it's straight. It's not bent. So you'll never have the speed on your feet to match the hands if you don't bend your knees.
Stepping in. You've got to step in. Now, look, if you want to be defeated, we just put it now. You got to go. You've got to go to this kid.
Don't blow that nose.
You got to go to him. You've got to work it. You've got some good shots. You've got to work now. You've got to work. Step in, double jab, backhand. Step in, throw the hook and backhand. Everything you trained. Come on, kid, let's go.
I like that he's telling him that, being real
Come
with him
on,
is serious.
you got to think.
After 2
you got to
rounds,
work.
one judge has it 20-18 for the green corner, Azeem. One judge has it 20-19 for the gold corner, Biggs. One judge has it even, 19-19.
I have absolutely no idea how you could have this fight even.
But do you see what I was saying? Now, I think that was probably erroneous, but do you see how
this is not the slaps point for you now.
But do you see how those slaps can win rounds?
Yeah, but they didn't. Everybody else did actually.
Yeah, so they did.
But they shouldn't have. I mean, not at all. I mean, I'm a Brit here, by the way, so I should be biased, but you have to say how you see it. And I thought Dylan Biggs controlled everything.
I don't think Azeem's corner thinks he won that round.
No.
They were talking about pulling him out of the fight.
You've seen that.
If he doesn't change something.
Right, he said, do you want to lose this fight?
But that'll give him maybe a bit of confidence to let his hands go a little bit more, but I'm not even sure going forward helps him. I think that's better.
He's trying.
But you got when Biggs fires, you got to fire straight away. I think that's his game.
Yes. But remember I said earlier, Biggs kind of let him off the hook a few times. Maybe this will give him that motivation.
There's a nice shot there from Azeem. Nice looping left hand. Maybe it'll give Biggs a little something to think about here.
So maybe open scoring is good, because if I was in the corner of Biggs, I'm thinking we're winning.
Yeah, comfortably.
Wow.
Stepping left hook there from Biggs. That will be ruled a knockdown.
What?
I think he caught him. I do.
I thought the punch didn't make him go down.
Oh, I don't think.
The punch has to make you go down. The punch didn't make him go down.
I'm not quite sure. I know. I thought they weren't going to call it because they had the hand went on the back of the head. But I think the shot hit was enough. He was on his way down.
You mean the punch that while he was down, he hit him?
No, the left hook. As he came in, he hit him the left hook. Yeah.
All right, I'd love to see a replay of that.
Yeah, don't worry, you'll get one.
Oh, I know the guys in the truck already have it ready.
Well, not only that, but all of these borderline things get reviewed because of the WBC replay. But right now, Dylan Biggs just trying to end the fight and not take it to replay whatsoever.
Stop.
Stern warning there for Azeem for holding.
No massive urgency for Biggs, but not to keep getting off the hook now like he did previously. Just keep the foot on the neck now.
Okay, last time.
Final warning there for Azeem. Oh, big left hook there from Dylan Biggs. Azeem ran right into that one.
Hey, step back.
Biggs starting to flurry a little bit.
Takes a good shot, mind Azeem, doesn't he? Because he literally rushed in there with the hands low and got caught with a really heavy shot.
I think when you have the guy up against the ropes, pick your shots. Don't just throw punches.
Yeah.
Pick your shots so you don't miss so many shots.
But also, don't do what he's doing and wait too long either. The balance you got to get right. Speaking of right, let's prove me right now.
Okay, let's do it.
There you go. You're going to come forward now. There's Azeem. There you go. That's the shot. His legs are buckled.
Okay, now come on now. Come on
the legs
now.
are already going,
Come
mate.
on now.
Watch this now. Look, boom.
The shot barely hit. It didn't make him go down. He tripped over his leg and he pushed him down.
What? I think he did trip over his leg. No, you're right. That's what it's there for. I think he does trip over his leg. You're correct.
He's right. That's it.
But that wasn't the reason why you thought it wasn't a knockdown.
That's exactly why.
No, but you.
That's
all right, it will be overturned.
This has been ruled a
It's not, but not for the reasons that you thought. Just to make.
I didn't even give a reason. I just said that wasn't a knockdown. I didn't give a reason before. I saw what happened.
Yeah.
You got to learn how to take defeat.
Hold on while I hit you.
Back to action here. No knockdown there in the third round, but still a good round, we think, for Dylan Biggs because it looked pretty similar to the other two rounds.
Knockdown or not, it was a good round, and I'm sure they marked it extreme with the new ESS. I didn't take my loss yesterday well, neither, did I?
No, you didn't, no.
I still think I didn't lose, though.
Got to put the jab first. Maybe somebody throws that left hand off the bat. He gets caught with that left hand of Biggs. Got to keep pumping that jab out. You can be busy without coming forward. You know, I don't think him coming forward is going to help him, but I mean, you just got to try and make him miss, and then capitalize on that. So the body shot there for Azeem.
Yeah, Azeem offering up a shot downstairs. Nearly walked into that left hook again, did Azeem.
One point.
And there's a point deduction for Azeem for holding.
I can't argue that because he kind of told him already, like, you're holding constantly.
quite fully bred with that shot there, Biggs. Only a couple of inches away though.
Right hand in the body there from Biggs. Biggs coming into this fight in fantastic shape, and his trainer that we've referenced, Justin Leary, whom he's trained with since he was 10 years old in O'Leary's gym that is in the basement of his house, or underneath his house, excuse me. He mentioned that Biggs, he's never smoked, he's never drank, he won't even accept a soda if you try to offer it to him.
Sounds like me, but I'm not mad at the Tyson Fury body that Azeem has. He seems to be in shape.
Good right hand there from Biggs.
Oh,
as well.
no.
Biggs thought about what would be an absolute disaster of a right hand behind the head of Azeem.
Azeem made a mistake, turned around, but he immediately turned back around.
You know, he went to throw a punch there, Biggs, and that horn put him off.
Yes, it did. It did. It did. Because he got inside and went right back out. Right.
Oh, got to move the feet, Azeem. Look at the focus on the eyes, though, of Biggs. Been like out all the fights.
Yeah, there's just a tension and an air of danger here that you feel towards Hamza Azeem watching this right now, as Biggs just continues to haunt him all over the ring.
Azeem is still game, though.
Yeah,
I like him.
Tough kid he is.
Yeah.
I tell you what I've never found. I'm not saying you'll never find, but what I've never found is an Australian boxer that's never supremely fit.
When you're in close, when they say break, don't step all the way back.
I can't think of one.
One step and bang, bang. Don't go all the way back.
Stop throwing the jab.
I can't think of too many, but and everybody I think of,
they're all like that.
Yeah.
They're not all Jeff Bennett-ish, but you know, yeah, it's all that same sort of work ethic, isn't it? Even the boxers, the Maloney brothers, they're always fit, isn't they? I mean, so they should be, but I mean, you don't see him gassing out.
This time now. You've got to make it now.
And this kid as well, he's pushing the pace here constantly, and the tension and the focus on his eyes, but he still looks fresh. He's not even breathing.
Yeah.
Just a menacing stare from Dylan Biggs.
Nice jab to start the round by Azeem.
Round 5 now underway, and we'll get an update on the scores.
After 4 rounds, one judge has it, 38-37 for the gold corner Biggs. And also, another judge has it, 40-36 for Biggs, the gold corner. And our third judge has it even, 37-37.
Thoughts on the scores, fellas? Particularly the third scorecard.
My mother always told me, you can't say nothing good, don't say nothing at all.
Okay.
You never chopped me.
No, well, I don't like to say anything bad about judges, but I just don't see how you can have 37-37. That's where did you see that?
It's also a 1-point fight on another scorecard here, which means that Azeem has an opportunity to just win these 2 rounds and win the fight.
But you know what? The first couple of rounds, even though I still thought Biggs won them, he didn't win them big. No. So maybe, you know.
But he still landed with the punches, and the other guy really didn't.
I judged it off quality of punches. That's why.
Good job. Azeem, he hadn't landed with a jab all night, really, but in that corner over there, he landed with a jab and then threw 2 punches after it. I was going to say that earlier. Unless he can get that jab into play, he's not going to win. But he lands with a good left hand there, though. Azeem.
Well, Azeem's talked about the fact that, and these are his words, he said, I'm bringing an amateur style into the pro game. He said, my style is awkward and hard to deal with because of that.
You've got to touch. You got to touch with it. Every time he's thrown that left hand on its own, he's got clobbered with a left hook.
Right hand there from Biggs.
Again, he slides in without no jab and he gets caught.
Closing in on the final 40 seconds here of round 5.
I always think things are southpaw as well. When you can hit, you slide that foot on the outside and you double up the right hand. You don't just throw a single one, you go pop, pop.
I always feel like guys who are not trying to knock guys out, and who do not have power, because Azeem, who knows if he has power, he's not using it at all. You got to have feet to match the speed of the hands that you have, and I'm just not seeing the movement that can afford a fighter that fights like that to not get touched.
Biggs' corner trying to implore him to really bring it here in the final moments of the round. Clearly, whatever he's doing to this point, needs to do a little bit more of it to convince one of the 3 judges, or 2 of the 3 judges, in fact.
Yeah. I do think Azeem has a good chin.
Stop looking at the fucking he's got some good quality, but he just, I mean, the lack of a jab. He might not win the fight anyway. He might win the fight, actually.
Don't worry.
The lack of a jab has cost him in a few situations here where he could have maybe worked off that.
That jab, when nothing's happening, a quick jab. Speed.
I think what he does have is quick hands, and then he has decent upper body movement that's allowing him not to get hit flush too much.
And for Biggs, no, I think, it's just that he didn't really insert himself more than he should. He could have been a bigger presence, I think, in front of Azeem and bullied him a little bit more. The patience was good at the beginning. I think he's sort of let him off the hook a little bit, maybe.
I agree with that.
And he looks like he got the fitness as well, by the way, to do it.
Oh, he's in shape.
6th and final round here. Potential opportunity for both these men to win this fight based on the result of the final round. Flurry from Azeem, but back comes Biggs immediately.
But at least then his hands go. That's it. You got to get on the balls of your feet a little bit more, isn't it? Get a little bounce. A bit of rhythm to your work.
Flurry there from Azeem.
Good shot by the
official. Yeah.
Referee should have stopped the fight there. He should have stopped it though.
Hey! I'm gonna take a point from the ref.
You're holding.
Do that again.
Holding. That'd be like you're pushing me over, mate.
Looks like a little cut is opened up underneath the right eye of Hamza Azeem. And I didn't see any clashes ahead, so I think it was as a result.
Oh, good right hook there.
Left hook, yeah. Azeem stepping in with a nice shot. So half a round to go here, and again, there is some tension here when it comes to the scorecards as they trade shots there.
You can hear the corner of Azeem imploring to throw that jab, that right hand. He's going to get the bounce to his head. When he gets that, he gets the rhythm to fire in combinations.
Biggs trying to work his way free. Corner encouraging that, saying good, okay, work your way out. Looking for that left hand, but an uppercut to the body for Biggs.
Good shot there from Biggs, solid shot. Oh, he did the next head, Biggs. He should have thrown that right hand. He had the lovely movement for it. Just dipped by the right knee to throw.
And again.
Biggs lands a good jab, pushes him against the ropes, and then it's back up.
Sharp left hand there from Azeem. Blood coming from the nose. The outside of the right eye of Azeem. Big right hand there from Biggs. Caught Azeem in an awkward position. And that will do it for the contest. So Dylan Biggs and Hamza Azeem will head to the scorecards. It's the return of Jai Opetaia back on DAZN for the second time here in 2025 after that knockout win over David Naika. He'll be back on the Gold Coast as he takes on Claudio Sequeira. That is Sunday, June 8th live here on DAZN. If another Aussie can pick up a victory here, or if Hamza Azeem was able to pull it out on the scorecards.
He was better in the last round, I thought. And I thought, you know, all that bouncing is not great as a professional. I did it, and I mean, you can get caught on your toes, and you've got no resistance to a punch. But it also gives you a rhythm, especially when you're not a puncher, that rhythm to fire off in fast flurries. And you know, when he did that, I think he'd have more success. But when he sat down on the shot trying to be really tricky and slick, didn't quite work for him with that, in my opinion. And the lack of a jab might have cost him, maybe. So I thought for me, Biggs did the better work and was a more solid all-round boxer throughout the contest.
All right, looks like the scores are in the hands of Thomas Schreiber. Let's send it back up to him.
Ladies and gentlemen, after 6 rounds of boxing, we go to the judges' scorecards. Judge Nawaf El-Mohamed scores it 60-54. Judge Daniel Vandeville and Eddie Papo are in agreement, scoring it the same, 58-55. All for your winner by unanimous decision. Dylan, the Bow Desert Storm Biggs.
So the Bow Desert Storm, Dylan Biggs picks up the victory over Hamza Azeem. A big, imposing middleweight from Queensland to Australia will advance to the second round of the tournament.
And the WBC Grand Prix continues at a pace here on DAZN, the home of boxing.
Hey, listen up. Let's have it. We know you've always got your eye on the prize, the championship belt. And why wouldn't you? You're a finely tuned, well-oiled boxing watching machine, capable of consuming over 185 fights on DAZN every year.
We've gone big, we've gone global.
Chanting through combinations, comebacks, and non-stop knockouts. With big fights every week, you're the best in the world. So go on, get that belt, champ. DAZN, undisputed.
And we've just added more BKFC action to the schedule too, with the announcement of Mike Richmond defending his light heavyweight crown against Josh Dyer. This will take place on May 10th, live from Salt Lake City. Meanwhile, later tonight, we head to Sheffield for Dalton Smith versus Matthew Germaine. The undercard features Josh Padley, who came to the boxing world's attention on a Riyadh season card and is loving life in the spotlight.
Steffi Ball's gym, sparring day, 10 a.m., first session of the day.
So today is a sparring day for Josh. I have a couple of different sparring partners in, if you like. He can concentrate on boxing a lot more now, and he's not stuck in a loft doing solar panels. He's very dedicated anyway, you know, very disciplined. He's always in the gym, obviously just coming at different hours, but now we're a little bit more flexible. Are we all good?
Get the clock rolling.
Right guys, on budget, round one. Off we go. So he's sparring with Jimmy Joe, he's sparring with Sakib, who's a former national amateur champion, and Henry, who's a former national champion as well. Good. Yeah, so keep poking that jab. Steady in there. That's it, make sure you come out tight, chin down in there. Yeah, boom, stab downstairs, but then go in again with that second attack. Yeah, good, right, let's go boys. At the minute just getting both sides of sparring really, with Southpaw and Orthodox. Obviously Josh has lost a couple of fights, he fought Southpaws anyway, so we're kind of geared up ready for them. So obviously full focus on Josh, I'm concentrating on Josh today. Obviously the other boys are just helping him prepare really. Time, good work boys, well done.
3 different guys, all good, all in preparation. 19th of April, get back to winning ways. Day in the life, professional athlete finally.
Josh Padley takes on Marcos Vitanovic tonight in Sheffield as part of the Smith versus Germaine show. And remember, the action doesn't end there as we head to California for Gabriela Sweet Poison Fundora against Marilyn Badillo from Mexico, all live on DAZN, as is our next fight at the WBC Grand Prix. Fight number 11, and for that we go back to Corey.
Thank you so much, Claudia. It is fight number 11, and we have one of the early tournament favorites in action here. Derek Pomerleau, one of the first fighters announced for the tournament. He's going to be taking on Liparid Ustyan of Ukraine. Should be a good one. Let's send it up to Thomas Triber to meet the fighters.
Let's now welcome to the ring, Liparid Ustyan. And now let's welcome to the ring, Derek Slick Pomerleau.
If you are what you say you are, a superstar, then have no fear. The camera's here and the microphones, and they wanna know.
Yeah. A fresh, cool young Lou, trying to cash his microphone check 212. Wanna believe my own hype, but it's too untrue. The world brought me to my knees. What have you brung you? Did you improve on the design? Did you do something new? Where your name in on the guest list? Who brung you? You, the more famous person you come through, and the sexy lady next to you, you come to, and then the hitman standing outside of heaven waiting.
Ladies and gentlemen, this bout is scheduled for 6 rounds in the middleweight division. The judges are Padrag Alexic, Yuji Fukuchi, and Juan Carlos Pelayo. Our referee in charge will be Ali Ubali. Introducing to you first, fighting tonight out of the green corner, he comes to the ring wearing green trunks and weighed in officially at an even 160 pounds. Undefeated, he has 11 wins, 10 of his 11 wins coming by way of knockout. Representing Ukraine, here is Liparid Ustyan. And his opponent across the ring, fighting tonight out of the gold corner, he comes to the ring wearing gold trunks and weighed in officially at 161.4 pounds. Undefeated with 11 wins, 9 of his 11 wins coming by way of knockout. Representing Canada, here is Derek Slick Pomerleau.
Gentlemen, when you heard that sound, this is 30 seconds left before the end of the round. Keep fighting. Also, I want a clean fight. No punch. Behind the neck, okay? Behind the kidney, under the belt. You know the rules. Make the matter win and protect yourself all the time. Have a good fight.
So we are set for action here. Derek Pomerleau, who you saw just a couple of months ago here on DAZN on the Hernandez-Giron undercard, scoring a 6-round knockout win over Nathan McIntosh, taking on Liparid Ustyan. He's fighting outside of the Ukraine for the first time as a pro, a 2-time silver medalist at the Ukrainian Championships and at Ukrainian Cup. A couple of fights ago, we saw Pomerleau scoring a devastating knockout victory over Marcelo Coceres. Again, if not for the construct of this tournament, you look at Pomerleau get a knockout win over Marcelo Coceres, you're probably thinking about maneuvering him into the world rankings, but there are opportunities here. He is swimming underneath the work there of Liparid Ustyan, who is bringing some serious aggression in the early going, which you would expect from a man who voluntarily takes part in bare knuckle boxing as well. You've probably seen the videos floating around of the bare knuckle fights inside the hay bales in Ukraine, where they're wearing jeans. That's what he fights in.
That's crazy. He's got really wants to know who's there. He's got to let his hands go. Lovely uppercut there.
That's the trademark shot of Derek Pomerleau. That counter uppercut to the body. Sometimes he'll bring it up top. Some flat Coceres with that same shot.
Well, he got fast hands and fast feet, Pomerleau. He puts himself in the corner too often. He's not forced there. He puts himself in there, and it just doesn't worry that it's much harder to get out of him. You can't spin. You only go one way if the opponent puts their foot one side of you.
We've talked about it all week. This is a big ring here. There's a lot of ring for Pomerleau to use. Body shot there from Ustian.
Just needs to bend his legs a bit there, Ustian, just to punch a little bit lower. Well, Barack was saying the other day, just about sometimes you just got to punch the chest, haven't you?
I think Ustian cuts the ring off pretty well too, you know, kind of pushing him towards that corner as well.
That was a good shot. You hear the sound of it?
Yes, sir.
Now 20 seconds here, the opening round.
Oh, that was good. That was good. Pull counter.
Shot there from Pomerleau. Nice left hand to the body as well.
Oh.
A little bit of an elbow rub there from Ustian. He's trying to make it rough. And one final right hand attempt from Ustian right before the bell. On May 23rd, Terry Harper headlines in her hometown of Doncaster as she makes the first defense of her WBO World Lightweight title. She takes on German Natalie Zimmerman. It's live here on DAZN, and it's part of your annual subscription.
Pomerleau could have much more success here. If you didn't put, you can move on. But like you said, Corey, it's a massive ring here, so you don't have to be putting yourself on the ropes. You've got so much space to work with, and so you can still use those fast feet, those fast hands, change direction. So you can do all that spinning in the centre part of the ring. You're going to get pushed back, of course, but you know, he has the footwork to keep changing direction, so you don't get put on the ropes, but he volunteers himself back.
He does. Instead of just circling, he actually moves backwards while he's circling. See, like he's circling and he's going backwards at the same time. Instead of just circling.
He's spinning a shot through the middle there, Ustian.
Pomerleau very comfortable defending off the ropes like that.
But he leans over to his left, and that's where Ustian, if he just throws that right uppercut through the middle.
Ustian coming into this fight up. Oh, what a shot there from Pomerleau. Uppercut to the body and a right hook. Ustian walks through that one. That is a collection of shots that has put more experienced fighters than Ustian down. But Ustian is a tough customer and a relentless pressure fighter who's entering this fight with 6 straight knockout victories of his own.
What I see Pomerleau shows is good defense, even up against the ropes, but do that in the middle. Do that in the middle of the ring and shoot that jab out. Win these rounds by letting your hands go in the middle of the ring. Like that.
Yeah, good body shot there, wasn't it, from Pomerleau? And again,
left hand there for Pomerleau.
Again, that's the speed that is, isn't it? He beat Ustian to the shot there, but he really shouldn't have. The way the hands are placed.
Pomerleau from Montreal, Quebec, the real hotbed of boxing in Canada, and he's learned the sport underneath Daniel Bouchard, who you see in his corner right now, the Canadian Olympic boxing coach, but also Stéphane Larouche, who guided Lucien Boutte. And to tie this all together, that's also something that Boutte loved to do. Kind of walk himself into a corner and then nail you with that uppercut to the body.
That's so true.
Again, nice little right hook there from Pomalu, but then puts himself back in the corner again.
Really good defense in the corner, too. He's not getting hit, actually.
But the impression for the judge over there, who can just see the back of Ustanan, is that Pomalu's getting beat up.
Yeah, there's no judge over there, but I hear you.
Yeah. Get your eyes straight, Reed. I was pointing that way.
That's also one of the difficulties of 6-round fights, is the judges also don't get those additional 6 rounds to put it in context and say, you know, are those punches landing in those sequences or are they not?
That's very true.
I'll do it for round 2.
Расслабляться, так и работать, ты меня понял? Раз, защита, вот так, раз, защита, атака. Второй выиграл. Липик, и не надо сразу бить, он ждет, когда ты ударишь. Первая атака. Заряжайся в первую атаку, мы тебе 100 раз говорили. Да. И где-то проваливай тоже, не надо все время тянуть. А в канатах, если у него еще живот, понял? Снизу стопы. Все хорошо идет. Сейчас вот так, все хорошо идет, давай. Молодчинка, ты молодец большой, давай держи.
After 2 rounds, here are the scores. One judge has it 19-19, even a draw. And the other 2 judges in agreement, scoring it 20-18 for the gold corner.
Seconds out, seconds out.
So we got our answer there, huh? You might see Palermo in the corner, but they see the work, they see the defense, they see the counter punching in the corner. Oh.
Derek Pomerleau looking like he's on the surface of the Centre Bell back home in Montreal. You see the scores there. 20-18 twice for Pomerleau. The 3rd judge has this fight even.
Stop! Time!
Let's have a conversation.
Stop racing. You're gonna be a penalty. Okay, stop. Fight. Okay?
I didn't catch what he said there. He said stop what?
Stop wrestling, I think he said. You're gonna fight this fight.
He said wrestling.
Oh, he might have said that. There you go. That's what I know.
Really? It seemed like they're fighting to me.
I think it was this. This he's talking about, I think.
Pomerleau works his way out with a nice right hook and another one and a left hand immediately behind it.
Yeah, it's good work there from Pomerleau.
I mean, after a while, we noticed that Pomerleau fights good, you know, off the ropes and in the corner. But I really appreciate his work in the middle of the ring.
When he does a lot of bobbing and weaving, he bends over a little bit too far for my liking, but that's it. Ustanan should be just punching right down the middle.
Yeah. I say Ustanan, next time he has him in the corner like that, go to the body. You're missing up top, go to the body. Possibly slow down the legs of Pomerleau.
Sharp left hand there from Pomerleau. The foot pressure of Ustanan starting to slow a little bit here.
I know we say it all the time. We've been saying it all the time, all week. Certainly I have. But once you start slowing down, you want to take that extra step for comfort to get closer, and that's one step too many. And that's where really a sharpshooter like Pomerleau should be teeing him up every time. If he is slowing down.
This is beautiful work. This is beautiful work in the corner by Pomerleau. Beautiful work, comfortable. Wow.
He's making a miss well, all covering up and blocking.
Yeah. Not just moving to be moving, he's watching him.
Yeah, there aren't too many fighters who opt into a style like this. Usually you wind up in those situations because of immense pressure.
Yes. Look at that. Look how he just got out
Great
of there
little
so
uppercut, goes for a walk back to the center of the ring. And again, this is an excellent fighter in front of him as well.
He's really changed the momentum of Ustian's offense.
It was a lovely 1-2 in the middle of the ring there, just to end that round there from Romero.
Beautiful display.
Respire comme il faut.
Beautiful.
Ton bien rond. Respire, va chercher ça profondément, là. OK, Derek. Ça va mieux, tu commences à prendre le lead. Ton travail dans les corps, merveilleux. Tu restes plus longtemps, tu fais shot avec ton jab, de temps en temps. Hop, feinte-les au corps. Pogne le jab au corps. Main droite, crochet de gauche, il sort à l'extérieur. Quand t'as des corps, fais juste attention un petit peu à son crochet de droite.
Je sens petit, OK, bro?
OK? Fait qu'on reste allumé. Allumé. Seconds out. Y'a pas le choix.
Get that water. Seconds out. Seconds out.
Six straight knockout victories for both Pomerleau and Ustian coming into this one. There's Pomerleau with the momentum right now as round 4 begins. Pomerleau's signature slippery style is doing enough to disarm the hard-charging Ustian.
That's better from Ustian. Just change the level there of his shot, of his punches.
Two hard left hands there for Pomerleau. Ustian looking like he's taking a breather here for a quick moment. Pomerleau incredibly relaxed in there. The criticism at times for Pomerleau is that he can be too relaxed, you know, which we've kind of alluded to, but the aggression of Ustian is making him active enough that, so, you know, Pomerleau's instincts to maybe be a little bit too calm is not really taking effect right now.
Yeah, he's having the punch, isn't he? I mean, he's sort of seeing the best of his elusive style with the work rate. Great shot. But the thing is, with the back to your row, if you did that in the middle of the ring, that carries weight, that uppercut, I think.
Yeah, I think Pomerleau, his reaction skills is just very advanced. I seen him miss a hook in that corner and immediately ducked for the incoming shot. He's just sharp.
Caught with an uppercut there, though. not full-blooded, but enough.
Even Pernell Whitaker gets hit.
Yeah. Can't compare anyone with him.
I know. I was just trying to say the greatest of all greats get hit.
Great combination there from Pomerleau and an uppercut and a left hand behind it.
I see some open spaces for Ustian to go to the body.
Well, he was there then.
Yeah, that's what I was talking about.
Yeah, he's in position.
Right. It was perfect angle, everything for the left hook to the body.
Do you know what that's what missing will do it for you. When you miss, you're not sure if you're going to commit to every shot.
It takes away your confidence to throw the shot.
So you take that extra step, and all those things I say, you smother your work, and you wait too long. Fantastic.
It's really pretty boxing happening here from Derek Pomerleau.
Pretty boxing, that's exactly what it is. I haven't heard that since I had hair.
What are they saying that about you?
Вообще не вставляй, эконом силы и бей. Постоянно работай. Так, работай. Пробиваешь легко, ты наслаиваешь серию, пробил, остался перед ним и ничего не сделал. Ты меня понял? Ударил, защитился, потом еще бей. Не надо стоять. Пробил, постоял, пробил. Так не делается. Защита корпуса. Ты не хитришь.
Hopefully they telling Ustian go to the body.
Again, if you can't change the levels of your punches, then you've got to just bend your knees. And that's so that automatically puts you at the lower level.
239-237, all for the gold corner. Romero.
Multi-time Canadian national amateur champion Derek Pomerleau ahead on all 3 scorecards, 40-36 twice, 39-37 on the 3rd scorecard.
Even if you're not going to go to the body, let's say you have him in the corner, your punches can come from a lower positioning and possibly can land because his head is all over the place. He's moving. So if you throw your punches from a lower angle, you could possibly hit him in the head if that's what you want.
So you can't go third if you don't go first. So you've got to. So when you get in there, you've got to work, especially when you're the guy pushing, because you're pushing to almost get a little bit of space to hit him.
Sharp counter there from Pomerleau. So Stefan LaRouche, Barry, described his boxing as beautiful and artistic.
Stop. This is an example of it, I think. Lovely.
Oh, I said that earlier. I was like, this is artwork.
Bit of an effort there from Ustian, but maybe they'll just keep him in the corner again.
Well, we're getting word from Claudia Trejos, who was in the corner of Ustian, that they were telling their fighter, hey, you've lost your confidence. That's why you're getting hit.
Yeah, I just said that last round because of something that Barry said. You know, you lose confidence to throw the punches that you would normally throw because you're getting countered, you're getting hit.
Hard body shot there from Pomerleau.
Finger, it drives me mad with body shots when they hit with the fingers. I mean, you haven't got to turn the hand over, you can turn it up. Yeah. But I mean, they're fantastic shots because they're heavy-handed. If he turns it up, then they might have finished the fight. He's done that a few times, a little flick off of the glove.
Nice right hand there from Ustian. It's been a little while since Ustian has had anything offensive of note.
He's just following him around the ring, though, isn't he?
Oh, that was a good combination by Ustian. And then that with a left hand. Can't hit the head, hit the body.
Again, just widen the stance a little bit, bend the legs, and just punch down the middle.
And if you notice, something about losing confidence, he's not cutting the ring off as well as he was in the beginning, because I was loving the way he was cutting the ring off then.
But you switch off mentally when you lose confidence. I mean, not totally switch off, but you're not. When if you answer the big shot now, his mind kicks in, the adrenaline rushes in, but your mind kicks in. You start to see things better, clearer, and more assertive. But then when you lost lack of confidence, you're
right. I know
the concentration lacks.
Sometimes you start to think about what's being done to you rather than what you need to be doing to them.
I mean, he is up against a really clever kid here, though, to be fair. And also, the frustration might come from you know what you have to do, but you just can't do it. And it might be you're not able, or you can do it normally, but he was not allowing you to.
Sixth and final round here, as you see Danielle Bouchard giving final instructions there to Derek Pomerleau. Bouchard, also the trainer of Kim Clavel, and feels that she has a future world champion on her hands here in Derek Pomerleau. But first, he has to make his way all the way through the lion's den that is the WBC Grand Prix. Looking pretty good right now here, and he was given a tough draw against Liparit Ustian. who by his corner's admission has just been demoralized to this point. Can he find something here in the 6th and final round?
You know, I mean, he's got to really commit, and with that, against someone like this, like Pamelo, then you're going to walk into shot, so I can't see it, but some boxing throwing up funnier things than this. But I agree with Pamelo. I think he is an exceptional talent, potentially, and if he wasn't in this tournament, you'd be trying to match him all at the top of stars now, getting ready for that step up.
I mean, to put it Pamelo into perspective, put his resume into perspective, until Diego Pacheco beat Steven Nelson, he had the same best win as Diego Pacheco over Marcelo Coceres.
Okay. Wow.
It's only ever one fight that people change their minds about you from being a talent to a potential champion. It's usually just the one fight.
That one fight can also make people forget a whole bunch of other fights that they criticized you about.
It's worse on the other way.
The other way.
If people forget about you, that's it, you're done. This is why these tournaments are important, because you probably got some kids here who, even though they haven't lost, they forgot about them because of their style or from where they're from or ticket sales, whatever the reasons are.
Look what happened to Jerron Ennis. They said, oh, Terrence Crawford is ducking him. One fight where you don't knock the guy out, Sukazan.
Yeah.
Then they stopped mentioning Terrence Crawford. Then you have a good fight against Stanionis. Now he's one of the best fighters in the world.
Yeah, and by the way, I don't want to stray away from the fight here, but the criticism of Boots Ennis for those fights against Chukazan
is ridiculous.
And also, I think a lot of it is because Boots looked frustrated just because he wasn't knocking him out.
Yeah,
he put it on himself. Was bad.
Exactly, because even afterwards when I interviewed him, he's like, oh, I'll do better next time. I'm like, my man, you did well, stop it.
I know, 30 seconds of this fight. Ustian finds a right hand there. He needed a lot more of them in this fight.
No, Pamelo's boxed well in this last round as well, hasn't he? Just busy enough.
Yep.
A fighter who can beat Pamelo, you've got to be able to read Pamelo's rhythm, and that's going to be difficult.
Hard body shot. Oh my goodness! Nearly a buzzer beater there from Ustian. The best shot he landed in the fight in the literal final second.
I don't mind seeing that. Then getting, you want to see your fighter get hit hard. See how he responds. It was a lovely shot. You missed with that one, Ustian, and then comes back, then the whole body comes to the shot.
Positioned himself first.
Here it is now.
Got that leg on the outside so he can turn it, and then boom.
That's it. It's a heavy shot, but it's not one that puts you to sleep, I don't think.
And it landed on the cheek.
Yeah.
Well, the FIFA Club World Cup comes to DAZN as some of the biggest names in football battle it out to become the globe's greatest. The entire event, every single game, every goal, it's all live and free here on DAZN. Well, an otherwise silky smooth boxing performance from Derek Pomerleau, but right now, the chatter between he and Coach Daniel Bouchard is about that final left hook from Liparit Ustian. Let's make this one official, though. Let's send it back up to Thomas Treiber.
Ladies and gentlemen, after 6 rounds of boxing, we go to the judges' scorecards. Judge Perdrag, Alexic scores it 59-55, and both judges, Yuji Fukuchi and Juan Carlos Pelayo, are in agreement. They both scored the same, 62-54, all in favor of your winner by unanimous decision. And still undefeated, Derek Slick Romero.
So Derek Pomerleau victorious in his opening round matchup against Liparit Ustian. We will see him again in June in the second round.
There's more great action coming your way on DAZN later tonight. We're in California's undisputed flyweight champ Gabriela Fundora puts all of her gold on the line. Here to preview her clash with Marilyn Fundora are DAZN's own undisputed duo, Chris Mannix and Sergio Mora.
All right, Sergio, we are here on the famous boardwalk in Atlantic City. There are people in the ocean right now. There are people in the ocean in the middle of April. Absolutely insane. We're going to talk about a great event on Saturday in front of the other ocean, so to speak.
Yeah, the nice ocean.
San Diego, California. Gabriela Fundora headlining, defending her undisputed flyweight championship against Marilyn Badillo. Badillo's got a great record, but Fundora may be a great fighter. What do you expect from this fight?
Fundora is a great fighter, especially coming off her last performance. I mean, vicious knockout. I mean, for her being that tall, that long, just like her brother, they're volume punchers. They know how to break down shorter opponents, and Badillo's a shorter opponent. She's going to be 6 inches shorter than her. It's going to be a tall task for her. I don't like her chances. Great record, undefeated, but soft opposition.
Yeah, I like that Fundora is getting a main event. She is a fun fighter, and just like her brother is freakishly big for this weight class. She's 5'9", 112 pounds. It's remarkable she's able to cut down to that weight. I think she recognizes the magnitude of these kind of moments, right? Like, she knows the importance of being a headliner and what it can do. So I think she's going to come out there and we're going to get the aggressive version of Gabriela Fundora. And one thing I like about her is that when the competition raises up, or as it's raised up over the last few fights, so is her game. Like, she has picked up more knockouts in the last few fights than she did earlier in her career. So the power with her carries the better her competition.
Yeah, that's what champions do. That's what winners do. They need to have that adversary, someone that pushes them. Some fighters fight down to their competition, some fight up. And at 5'9" and a southpaw that we're talking about, she's above everybody in the women's boxing. She's a special fighter.
So if you're Badillo, what do you do? What do you do with a 5'9", 112-pounder? What is your game plan going into a fight like
Well, listen, not only is she that tall, she's a southpaw, volume puncher, power puncher. She does everything right. She has momentum coming off the best fight. What do? You pray and you come prepared. That's what you do.
That is not a strategy.
Well, you loop your shots. You loop your shots and you punch with that fighter because it's going to be very difficult. I'll be honest with you. It's going to be very difficult. You can't jab with them. You can't try to break them down to the body, and then it's going to be very difficult. Loop your shots, punch in between the shots. That's the best chance for a shorter fighter that's going to be slower and not as strong.
Great showcase event for Gabriela Fundora, who may be on her way to 215-pound next, try to conquer that division as well.
Sweet Poison Fundora versus La Mexicana Badillo, live on DAZN right now. Another packed fight night on DAZN, where now it's time for a 12th bout in the middleweight phase of the WBC Boxing Grand Prix. Back to Corey.
Thank you so much, Claudia. We are ready for our next contest, our 12th fight of the day. It's Efraim Barrico taking on Sukrab Kayimov. And with the introductions, it's Thomas Treiber.
Let's first welcome to the ring, Sukrab Kayimov.
Drinking dope, turn me to a superhero, yeah. Hit that pill, turn me to a superhero, yeah. Boom, my 90, turn me to a superhero, yeah. Metro, don't trust you. I'm on that dope again, I'm on that flow again, switch up the flow again, yeah. Fly in the parachute, gripping that pole again, I'm on that all again, yeah. Can't get cup, gotta get paid, can't get streets.
And now let's welcome Barrico Efraim.
Soulage ma haine avant que le ciel m'appelle. Esclave de ma cause, mais j'ai choisi mes chaînes. Chaque jour que Dieu me fait, je remercie le monde de m'avoir laissé tomber, abandonné comme une bête sauvage blessée. Je regrette le temps que j'ai passé à me négliger, m'ignorer, m'excuser d'exister. J'ai payé de mon sang toutes les richesses et les merveilles de mon continent. Je le fais avec mon cœur, mes coups, et pas beaucoup de chant. On parle plus de chant.
Ladies and gentlemen, this bout is scheduled for 6 rounds in the middleweight division. The judges are Nawaf El-Mohamed, Junbei Lim, and Barry Lindenman. Our referee in charge will be Cesar Gastagnon. Introducing to you first, fighting tonight out of the green corner, he comes to the ring wearing green trunks and weighed in officially at 162.4 pounds. Undefeated with 4 wins. 2 of his 4 wins come by way of knockout. Representing Uzbekistan, here is Sukrabjan Kayimov. And across the ring, fighting out of the gold corner, he comes to the ring wearing gold trunks and weighed in officially at 157 pounds. Undefeated with 10 wins. 6 of his 10 wins come by way of knockout. Representing France, here is Bariko Ephraim.
Okay, guys, both of you know the rules. I want a clean fight. Don't headbutt, don't hit below the belt, don't the back, and no rabbit punch. Protect yourself all the time and follow my commands all the time. I'm clear? Okay. Touch your gloves.
We are set to go. Our next contest here, Ephraim Bariko taking on Sukrab Kayimov. Very different journeys to get here, as we've described earlier on in different fights. Kayimov, Youth Asian Games champion as an amateur, who's an Uzbek national amateur champion when he was younger. Ephraim Bariko from Châteauroux, France. And for a large period of time in his pro career and as an amateur, he trained himself in his own garage by watching YouTube videos.
That's just crazy. Look at the size of his back.
You say it's crazy, Barry, but it was your videos he was watching.
Yep, I can see the stylistic influence.
And the body you can tell.
I mean, you and I appreciate a garage gym, Barack. I want to go there.
Good left hook, right hook, sorry.
The southpaw is always throwing this off, right?
Bariko coming right after Kayimov here in the opening round.
The uppercut for Kayimov there, then. Right hand uppercut.
Good right hook.
But Bariko dips his leg before he throws, which is what you should do to generate the power, but that's where Kayimov should let that uppercut go through the middle. Going to get tired missing like that with all that effort into swinging those shots. That's why throwing straight on the line is much more effective.
Bariko not getting cheated on any punch that he throws here. He's connected on a few good shots here in the early going. Gets backed up by Kayimov, who is towering over him in this contest.
He is, and he was sort of half pushing him back, but still hasn't done any work yet, Kayimov.
No, just a couple of straight right hands. He's a much taller guy, but he doesn't seem to have the longer arms.
There you go, there's the uppercut.
Listen, we have already seen many a talented amateur just get outworked in these 6-round fights already in the tournament.
But the way Bariko throws his shots, the way he excels all that air when he does it as well, you can't see him being any sort of durability in his work. You'll tend to think it might be wrong.
Oh, sneaky shot there from Bariko, and he has Kayimov in trouble. Ephraim Bariko wailing away here. Another left hand sneaks in.
Anyway, as I was saying...
Sorry they interrupted that with action.
He will need the durability if he lands with shots like that. Another round.
I think Kayimov recovered kind of quickly and And Buro saw
La
that.
consigne est très simple. La consigne est très simple. On ne le laisse pas s'installer de loin. Tu dois toujours être proche, Semed.
That's a new one for
Dès
me.
qu'il a les jambes
Burigo's
écartées avec
kneeling
le
down
jab,
in the
c'est
corner.
là où il va t'emmerder.
As you see the replay here, Kayimov coming forward. Thought he had him when he wanted him, but then look at that. Everything into these shots. And you're right, Brack, he'd recover quite quickly, but the way he swings the punches, catch you flush like that. Oh, and that's it. That's with the almost just past the wrist there, isn't it? The forearm, almost the forearm. Bit like where Roy Jones caught Joe Calzaghe. You know? And then Calzaghe went on to dominate against a peak Roy Jones.
He fell off the peak by that time.
Oh, man, I know. Good, great fight to watch. I was there.
Oh,
We've got a fun one in front of us here between Efrem Buro of France and Sugra Kayimov, former Uzbek national amateur champion as a youth. Now trains alongside Saeed Jashid Jafarov, the two-time Asian Games champion and World Championship silver medalist. So you couldn't ask for better work that he's getting back home in Uzbekistan. Efrem Buro, the ultimate DIY boxer, having a lot of success here in the early going.
A moment ago, Buro just, to duck a shot, he took a knee and then got back up. The referee was like, come on, don't do that.
DIY boxer. Well done.
Should make it known that he currently does train in an existing boxing gym, but for a long period of time, he was self-trained. It's not the first time that we've heard this in this tournament. You know, this is a tournament designed to give people chances who could not find them.
Too close there, Kayimov, and that allows Burigo's a chance to let the punches go. You just punch him long. I mean, you can still work the inside, but you can get a three-quarter range where he is now and still land with those uppercuts and hooks to the body.
Placing that left hand to the body and now looking for an uppercut. He wraps that left hand around the guard of Kayimov.
Kayimov's not the typical Uzbek though, is he? He doesn't not spin around the target.
Final minute here of round two.
That's good there from Buro. He missed with that uppercut, but then just jotted the left hand out there. Oh, Burigo's moving like an Uzbek.
Body work there for Kayimov.
What I'm going to be paying attention to is, with all of this muscle, with all of this movement and work, can Buro keep up this tempo?
I tried to say that, but they always knocked him out. I think it is the winner, because I know that muscle man and swinging the way he swings the shots in, probably loops them in, so he's okay so far.
6 rounds doesn't sound like a lot, but when you're moving like, when you're punching like that, when you're moving like that.
That's good from Kayimov. That's two
straight right hands in a row, yeah, that have landed there from Kayimov.
Kayimov is just squared up right now.
We'll head back to the stools at the end of round two. The scorecards could be fairly interesting. Look at Buro.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, so the last shot is mad, isn't it?
And he continues with it.
I think they left his stool in France because he only likes to sit on his own stool.
In this corner here.
He's getting a massage.
Kayimov needs some of that hand speed.
After 2 rounds, one judge has it even, 19-19. And the other 2 judges have it 20-18.
Very different approaches in the corner there. Buro feeling like he's giving instructions in the huddle, while Kayimov gets a hot stone massage in between rounds. And we are back to action here in round 3.
It was like one corner, we can't do enough for you, the other one, just help yourself.
See the scores on your screen there, 20-18 twice for Burico, dead even on the third scorecard. Yeah, not all those shots landing there for Burico, but that was 6 to 8 punches that he was just throwing. Yeah. He nearly got caught with a big left hand there by Kayimov.
And because he's heavy-handed, he makes that massive noise as well. It all gives that impression, and it's not a bad tactic at all. And if he starts around like this and finishes around like that, he can take the middle path off.
Big right hand connected there from Kayimov.
A good body shot there from Kayimov. And this is his distance right here.
Kayimov starting to time these explosions from Burico.
Again there from Kayimov. Just starting to feel more comfortable to block the shots. He's well on fire, Kayimov.
I think Burico slowed down a little bit. He's going to be more stationary now. He's got his mouth wide open.
And also Kayimov will hear the breathing and all that.
We're hearing from Claudia Trejos in the Burico corner. They're asking for more volume. So the question is, can Burico summon it after all the power shots that he threw in the opening 2 rounds?
And the way he throws his punches, he's going to have to take rests in between, aren't they? Just those rests will start getting bigger and bigger. And if Kayimov can work in those gaps, then he's going to take the advantage. Nice shot.
Good left hand to the body there from Kayimov.
You can feel the weight of the punch reduce, can he, Kayimov? That'll fill you full of confidence.
Seconds remaining here in round 3. 27-year-old Efrem Burico, who played football up until the age of 18, hadn't boxed whatsoever before then, is hanging in there with an Uzbek national champion. How long can he keep it up?
It's been a fast pace, to be fair, for both. You know, Kayimov's starting to feel the pace as well, and rightly so, but I think Burico looks absolutely shattered there in his corner. Again, he can come up with a good start there, Burico, but then he started to slow, and I just think Kayimov felt the weight of the punches just reduced enough for him to feel more confident to stand in that pocket and let his hands go more frequent. So that was a good round there for the Uzbek in the end.
Seconds out.
Burico is very tired. Still showing a good effort. Still making the Uzbek miss here and there.
I mean, when you're tired, even getting up from a half meal is exhausting.
Yes.
Let me tell you all about that. It's worse getting up off your backside. But also, when you're tired, you start to make mistakes. That's the problem. Your elbows start to get a little bit wider, and your hands drop a little bit more, and it just, you know, there's more gaps up here. So you just got to try and limit that a little bit more.
One thing I can say is now, this night we've seen tired fighters, and we've seen them lose their form completely, and that's not happening with Burico. Not yet.
And it'll help because he's so compact as well, I think. Oh, good shot.
It's interesting you point that out, Barack. You know, and we, I think at first glance, find it novel that we see fighters getting tired in 6-rounders. But I think that's because think of how many 6-rounders you watch on television, they're not evenly matched 6-rounders. The 6-rounders you see, they're development fights. Guys can dictate their own pace. Now you're in 6-rounders that are 50-50 fights. Yeah, it's exhausting.
You can be in a 3-round amateur fight and be exhausted.
Of course.
I've been in them. You know, you give everything you got. But it's the mental side. Because they're up against quality opposition, it's the thinking that exhausts you. We go back to the first day, that's what Alexander Usyk does to these heavyweights. They're not used to thinking as much because he moves around all the time and it exhausts them.
And also, if you think about it, in this stage in your career, you don't have a nutritionist. You don't have a strength trainer at a certain level. You know, you have a job. You're going to work and you're coming home and you're running, you know, so.
Rico didn't have a gym.
Yeah, there you go.
Body work there from Kayimov. Kayimov feels like at times kind of slowed the pace down to this fight and letting Burico try and track him down. It was letting him drain his own battery and then step in with uppercuts and body shots like that.
I think except for the odd punch, the snap's gone out of the punches of Burico, so it's just all muscle and weight now. But that's not going to hurt you unless you're absolutely exhausted.
Here's a good left hand from Burico. He's got a few left in the tank. What does he have left for the next 2 rounds? See the damage he's already done, the marking on the nose of Kayimov. It's been a valiant effort thus far, but will the Uzbek continue to pull away in this one?
Good work there from Burico. Trying to finish the round strong.
Burico maybe trying to steal the round with these flurries.
If my fight is tight, that's what I want to see him do. That's great work by Burico.
Friday, May 2nd, it is Ryan Garcia, it is Rolly Romero, and they will be in the middle of Times Square in New York City. Devin Haney against Jose Ramirez, Teofimo Lopez, Arnold Barbosa Jr. It's all available to buy right now on DAZN.com/boxing.
Tu fais 7 heures de route pour rien là? Non, il doute.
But for Kayimov, when Burico takes a rest, when he takes a rest, that's your time to work. That's what you have to do. I mean, you have to convince yourself you're fitter than him.
One judge, 40-36.
Comme ça, on sera au retour les 3.
37 twice, all for the gold corner. Efrem Burico.
We heard the scores there. Efrem Burico, have them handed to us here in just a moment. But Burico ahead on all 3 scorecards, 40-36, 39-37 on 2 scorecards. So Kayimov, according to the scoring system here in the tournament, at least needs to win these 2 rounds, but then also needs to hope that he has won the rounds he has won so conclusively that the scoring system awards him additional points. Exactly.
Yeah, I wouldn't scream about him not being ahead, but I mean, that 3rd round, Kayimov won. And the last round, I thought he maybe nicked it, but I understand why Burico might have got it because he finished really well. But to give him every single round, I think that's ludicrous.
Body work there from Burico. He has been the more active fighter in this round. Landed a nice right hook that I think has produced some swelling immediately. That eye is swelling instantly on Sukrab Kayimov, thanks to that right hook, I believe, from Efrem Burico.
That's the shot from Kayimov there, just lean back and go and do it again. So he's winning this one though by a streak, isn't he?
Yes, good left hook there from Kayimov. Burico taking these shots and still firing his own power shots.
He's so muscle bound, his arms are so heavy, when he throws, he swings his whole body around. This is the momentum of it.
Well, Barry, it's kind of interesting work he does on the ropes, too. He's almost using his stature and the elasticity of the ropes to kind of bounce back with left hands every once in a while. 40 seconds here of round 5. Of a round that Kayimov needs unless he can produce a knockout in the final round.
Well, I didn't agree with the scorecards, but I'll tell you what. He hasn't won this round, Kayimov.
No. I thought Kayimov won the 3rd round, and I kind of thought Burico edged that 4th round. So I'm not in disagreement with 39-37. But if you would have gave him the 4th round, I could have understood that.
What an effort here on Burico.
Incredible.
Just fantastic.
Je l'ai.
Attends, j'ai peur. Il me fait plaisir là. Alors regarde. Je vais te demander un truc. Ne s'expose pas sur le dernier round. T'es en avance sur les 4 premiers.
Nice left hook there, but look at this work here from Burico. They're just committed to the combinations, accurate with the work, just a real conscious effort there to go out and win that round, and that'll be enough really to win the fight if he stays on his feet. And this is for a man who we were also, well, I was certainly saying, will gas out because he's just so muscle-bound. The way he throws his shots, you know, he can maintain that, but I thought he had the 3rd and 4th round wasn't so as good and as active, but he pulled it back in that last round for sure.
Definitely dug deep and showed some grit in that 5th round. Say, let me get a hug too, so I could burn off 2 more seconds.
6th and a final round. Efrem Burico looking to pull what would have to be considered an upset here over Sukrab Kayimov.
Such a great end when he touched gloves, he'd be like smiling and happy in the last round. Just he's sitting in whap.
Body work again for Rico. What a shot there from Burico. What a display of muscular endurance as well. I mean, how he's still firing shots like this at this rate. Again, it defies what we thought was logic.
Yeah, of course. Fantastic.
I mean, what we thought is actually happening where he got winded. But we can't judge a man's heart, and we're seeing that heart, we're seeing that grit, and we're seeing them dig deep.
And do you know what? You don't know how until you push through that wall, quite often there's another reserve of fitness. But also, your mind's got to tell you you're fit. You've got to convince yourself.
Trading uppercuts there, and now
that mouthpiece was legitimately knocked out.
Don't drop it again.
He just put it back in.
He had no time to rest there.
Rico got a warning there. The referee told him, don't do that again.
Right.
I don't think that was intentional.
I don't think so neither.
Just a monster.
I don't know why Kayimov is not letting his hands go.
He's just shattered as well, I think. Tired.
And Kayimov, only 4 professional fights. We saw it earlier with other elite amateurs, of course. An elite Kazakh amateur just early in his pro career. Also in a bout against a French fighter who's just a little bit more seasoned. Think back to the Nurkanat Rais and the Lancelot Proton fight earlier on tonight. Not exactly the same fight here, but you've got a man in Efrem Burico who just would not stop.
Yeah, and it's been more than just effort, hasn't it, with him, to be fair? The shot placement's been really good.
Footwork on shots like that has been good. It's been more than just hustle and more than just muscle. from Efren Burico as one final left hand connects.
Well done by the Frenchman.
Yeah.
Well done.
And you're right what you're saying, Corey. It wasn't just that, but that made the difference.
Well, Dalton Smith, the newly crowned European champion, will continue his ascent in the 140-pound division as he takes on Canada's Mathieu Germaine live on DAZN. That card has already started. So you can check that out. Well, we hope you stick with us and then switch over.
You're already pushing them away.
Nice ovation there for Efren Burico. As we await the decision here, Efren Burico now runs the Le Carré gym in France. And whatever fitness tips this man has, I want to hear him.
He's on top of his game.
It looks like Thomas Stryber is ready with the score, so let's send it back up to the center of the ring.
Ladies and gentlemen, after 6 rounds of boxing, we go to the judges' scorecards, and all 3 judges, Barry Lindenman, Junbei Lim, and Nawaf Elmo Hamid, are in agreement. They all scored the same, 59-55, all for your winner by unanimous decision. And still undefeated, Efren Burico.
So Efren Burico victorious here tonight, and he will advance to the second round of the WBC Boxing Grand Prix.
The Kingdom Arena setting for some epic fight nights over the past couple of years, and also the home to Al Hilal of the Saudi Pro League, who will be traveling stateside this summer for something very special.
In 2 months, join us on the world stage, where football's elite will assemble. 63 unmissable matches to decide one world champion. FIFA Club World Cup. Watch every game live on DAZN.
The FIFA Club World Cup comes your way in June, and it's all free on the DAZN app. Make sure you download it now and keep up to date with all the schedule on the platform. Simply scroll through and set reminders for the live action coming your way. But as always, check your local restrictions for availability. And we're now moving on to fight number 13, and Corey.
Thank you so much, Claudia. The action continues here in Riyadh. Fight number 13 on its way. And to introduce our next 2 fighters, Ishvan Herjemi and Emiliano Aguilan. We'll send it up to Thomas Stryber.
Let's first welcome to the ring, Emiliano Aguilan Castro.
Ya se cuenta por ahí que soy gallo de Sandillo, porque ya hasta le he ganado al famoso gallo giro. Otros dicen por ahí que soy gallo afamado, porque ya hasta le he ganado al
And now let's welcome to the ring, Istvan Cobra Hersheni. Ladies and gentlemen, this bout is scheduled for 6 rounds in the middleweight division. The judges are Yuji Fukuchi, Juan Carlos Pelayo, and Daniel Vandeville. A referee in charge will be Don Turan. Introducing to you first, fighting tonight out of the green corner, he comes to the ring wearing green trunks and weighed in officially at 161 pounds. Undefeated, he has 11 wins, 1 draw, 7 of his 11 wins coming by way of knockout. Representing Mexico, here is Emiliano Aguillon Castro. And his opponent across the ring fighting tonight out of the gold corner. He comes to the ring wearing gold trunks and weighed in officially at 162.2 pounds. Undefeated with 3 victories. He is representing Ukraine. Here is Istvan Cobra Hershini.
Boxers, obey my instruction all the time. No rabbit punches, no kidney punches, no below the belt punches. Protect yourself at all the times. Touch gloves, go back to your corners. Good luck.
So ready for action here in our 13th fight of the day. Istvan Hershini, now living in London. Originally from Ukraine, taking on Emiliano Aguillon. He's coming off a 4th-round TKO victory over Jose Macias in February back in Mexico, but most people would remember him from his shocking upset win over top prospect Aaron Silva a couple of years ago on a Miguel Berchelt undercard. Aguillon, one that many people have circled to watch in this tournament.
Miguel Berchelt.
Trying to reach the body of Aguillon. Just 3 professional fights for Hershini, lengthy amateur career. Over 100 amateur fights where he was the national champion of Hungary during a stop when he lived in Hungary between life in Ukraine and where he now lives in London. He's been getting a lot of rounds in, Barry, with Josh Kelly in the lead up to this fight.
Yeah, well, it won't be ideal sparring for this sort of opponent, but still sparring with a quality operator always helps. And just training around, as we've been saying this all week, training around quality fighters makes you a better fighter in itself. Just watching their work ethic and the way they sort of set themselves up with different techniques.
Emiliano Aguillon getting some good sparring himself. He's been spending a little bit of time in the Robert Garcia Boxing Academy. Took a stop there where he was sparring with Virgil Ortiz. Those would be fun sessions to watch.
Great.
That was good for them. Hershini, they just looked down to the floor then when he just then disguised that left hook quite well. That's a good jab there from Aguillon.
Good defense by Aguillon, going backwards.
Aguillon extremely relaxed in there. Body shot there from Hershini, though, finding a little space around the right elbow of Aguillon. And the 30-second horn nearly caused disaster there.
Be fair, Hershini's seen that and let him off the hook, actually.
Very gentlemanly of him.
The right hand there from Hershini.
Closing moments here of a competitive first round between Hershini and Aguillon.
Come shield. Water. 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 Bye-bye. Deep breath. Deep breath.
Викидуй більше передньої. Викидуй. Судді на це дивляться.
That key is the key busy with that left hand, yeah? Keep that left hand busy. Use your footwork, use your shoulder work as well. He does not like moving from backwards at all. Keep the pressure on him. Keep busy with left hand. Fake and go. Fake and go. You have to push it on him, okay? All right? How you feeling? Davai, let's
feel great,
fucking
man.
have it,
On the
son.
fucking rear.
Let's
Come
go.
on.
Let's go. Stand up. Come shoot, davai.
Apologies for the language there in the corner, but yes, it is Riyadh season. Round 2 now underway. Istvan Herjeni and Emiliano Aguilan.
I think Aguilan has a nice long jab when he uses it.
Yeah.
Okay, you want to pause and be pretty, Herjeni.
Yeah.
Be careful.
Stupid, that wasn't it?
He got away with it, but
It's a
he
show.
nearly paid for it.
Yeah. He's used to being slick, you know, slicker than his opponent. But those basics.
Yeah. Well, Aguilan just proved there in that little section that he needs to be the one pushing forward. If you're waiting, someone like Herjeni's obviously, you know, got a decent boxing brain, good technique. You're giving him time to set up an attack. And because he's quite flamboyant, it's going to be something unorthodox. Hey, that's it. Even if they're not clean punches, it stops him from doing stuff.
Jenny trying to step back and land that right hand. A massive step up in opposition here for Herjeni. Fast tracking to say the least. A couple of quick wins on Box Nation and on a Queensbury show. He was asking for better opposition quickly, and one way to do that is to enter this tournament. Counter left hook there from Aguilan, and he comes behind it with a sweeping right hand.
Trying to be tricky here, Herjeni, but you got to put that left arm out then, and then work off that. Yeah, that's a bit better.
Watch your head, boy. What's up? One more time. Watch your head. Post.
Closing in on the final 30 seconds here of round 2. Herjeni missing with the right hand, but follows through with a leaping uppercut there. Now everyone understands what the horn means.
Right hand to the body there for Herjeni, just dip the knees.
Closing moments here of round 2. And one final body shot there from Aguilan as we head back to the stools.
I think Aguilan did very well with the jab, with the basics in this round.
It gives him some impetus to work behind then, doesn't it? It gives him some momentum, you know, something to work off a combination, throw the right hand. I think he just has to be more assertive with his work, Aguilan. Herjeni's going to come at you with different angles, and you'll jump into attacks. It's going to be hard to read. You're going to get caught on again. You might catch him coming in, but you know, it's going to frustrate you by just making you miss, making you pay.
Remember, push down, right hand. Keep it nice and long.
20 to 18 for the green corner.
Let's go.
And one judge has it, 20 to 18 for Istvan Herjeni. And our third judge has it, 19 to 19, even a draw.
Good job.
Back to action here in round 3. Istvan Hergeni and Emiliano Aguillan.
Nice.
So you heard the scores to this point. Aguillan ahead 20-18 on one card. Hergeni ahead 20-18 on the other, and then dead even on Judge A's scorecard, as you see on your screen.
Couple of good right hands so far in this round from Aguillan.
Tricky lead hand of Aguillan to deal with when he uses it.
Strong as well, isn't it?
They call him Popeye for a reason there.
Those all the tattoos.
Back to action here as Aguillan hopes to be the breakout star for Mexico here in the middleweight bracket. He's already got a pretty good following back home. He was actually on a recent episode of Family Feud in Mexico.
And who's the host of that?
Well, that I don't know.
They got a Mexican version?
My knowledge has its limits.
I'd like to see who's the Mexican Steve Harvey.
Oh, Family Fortunes. Is that what it is?
Family Feud. Survey says?
Oh, that's called Family Fortunes in the UK.
Oh, okay. Good work by Aguillan. Double jab, right hand.
And punching long. I mean, I thought you had to come forward to do that, but it's working now. The fact that he's everything got to work behind the jab, and it is. There's a little nick over the left eye there of Hergeni.
And Aguillan doesn't usually use the jab to be first. He usually tries to punch with him or counterpunch.
Nice right hand to the body there a moment ago from Aguillan.
See, he's not first to jab. He waits until you move and then he jabs. He punches with you with the jab.
And with a good uppercut there.
Hard body shot as well. Good rally at the end of the round here for Aguillan. As we head back to the corners.
Oh, I thought it was Aguillan sneaker, the ref sneaker team.
Yeah, give him water.
Well, a reminder that we've got the heavyweights coming up here at the WBC Boxing Grand Prix tomorrow here in Riyadh. And on June 7th, we've got a couple of big boys coming at you as well. Fabio Wardley and Big Baby Miller clashing on Portman Road. It's June 7th, live here on DAZN.
In and out. Okay? Right, hands up, nice and high. Combination. Huh? Mouth guard. Yeah. Okay. Keep up hands nice and high, yes, right. In and out.
Round 4 now underway. Istvan Hergeni and Emiliano Aguillan. Pretty good round 3. Really starting to vary his offense. Starting to land a couple long-range right hands to the body.
That's nice. From Hergeni there, nice little left hook. I think Hergeni just needs to feint his way in a little bit more. See all that jumping in, which was working for him in the first round, is just sort of being cancelled out now by Aguillan.
Snapping shot there from Aguillan. Even though Aguillan isn't jabbing consistently, just the constant threat in that length, it's freezing Hergeni here on the outside. making fewer and fewer attempts.
He uses it as a defense. He doesn't use it as an offense.
But also, I think he's sort of he's starting to read the work of Eugenie, all that. He's quite unorthodox, but that jumping in, he's got that down to a T now. He just blocks it with the right hand, and then he fires straight away with his own right hand.
You know, every once in a while, Barry, you know, we describe a fighter as having good eyes. You're just watching Aguian. He's very dialed in here.
Speaking of eyes there.
Yeah.
Couldn't have got...
Well, that one is leaking now.
That might be a clash of heads, that.
I think so.
I'm almost certain it was. And these incidents, as always, will go to WBC Instant Replay to confirm. A nice leaping left hook there from Eugenie.
That's because your focus goes. You can feel the cut, the pumping of the blood. You can feel it in your eye, and you start to just... Your thoughts wander.
I don't think Aguian lost a step from this cut above his left eye.
Eugenie now needs to go low with the jab and then ball that right hand over the top. Jab up, jab down, then right hand.
Corner for Eugenie, asking him to hustle here in the final 20 seconds, but he just ate a good right hand from Aguian.
Clashing again there, but that was Aguian's fault that time.
Definitely came in face first.
That one did not produce a cut, but as we'll show you on the WBC Instant Replay, the previous one did that produced that gash on the eye of Aguian.
You see that cut here now, just missing with the hat. Oh, there you go. Heads clashing there, I think. Oh, there
Not
it is.
yet.
That's
there
the
it
one.
is.
Just like 3 head clashes there, but I think that...
I think the first two kind of missed, so that's not yet. Then boom. Wasn't much, but it produced a pretty long cut.
Oh. That's not great at all.
Only thing good about that cut is the angle. So the blood is dripping down the side of his face mostly.
But by Mexican standards, that's nothing.
After 4, 2 judges have the draw, 38-38, and 1 judge has it 39-37.
So
for the green corner, Aguian Castro.
Call the doctor over to inspect the cut of Aguian.
Well, not much of a consultation there. We'll get back to action. Here are the scorecards right now. Dead even on 2 scorecards. One judge favoring Aguian, 39-37.
Yeah, that's better there from Eugenie there. Just a little bit more lateral movement.
Nice right hand there from Aguian, and immediately brings that left hand behind. It's Aguian's style. It's a tricky style to deal with.
It's that long reach, isn't it, as well? Because he can punch short with it, but also, you know, when you move back, he's got the length
Another
to
bad
catch you.
clash of heads there. Well, point taken away from Eugenie.
On one
Official
hand,
deciding he was a little bit too reckless leading with the head.
On one hand, I say, you know, it's not intentional, but then at the end of the day, your style could be doing something that's wrong.
Right, yeah, and there are, I guess, 2 reasons to be penalized for head clashes or use of the head. One is, as you're just describing, that you intentionally headbutted someone. The other is that you're not in control of your body enough and are doing something that is outside the confines of a boxing match.
If your head's in front of your gloves and you're hitting the other guy's face, then it's your to blame.
Yes.
It's got to be that.
Right. Right hand there from Aguian.
But that takes away some arsenal there straight away from Eugenie, because he likes to jump into his attacks, which sometimes leaves you with your head aiming forward.
It's also an extremely consequential point deduction when two scorecards are even and Ahan is ahead on the other.
Yep.
The right hand there from Hajani.
He let everyone know about it.
So you gotta keep that movement, either lateral movement or those little fidgety shoulders. Try and disguise his attacks here, because Ahan with that reach, just controlling things again. Good jab.
20 seconds remaining, and every 20-second marker, Hajani's corner is reminding him, as if to implore him, hey, hustle a little bit here at the end of the round.
He's catching him on the way out all the time, isn't he, with that long right, whether it's a straight right hand or it's a sweeping one.
Maybe that point that the referee took away kind of has Hajani a little bit tentative. Like, this is my style. I like to jump in and out.
Yeah. Well, yeah, I would say it takes away some of your arsenal straight away, doesn't it? Makes you, handicaps you slightly.
Cut leaking on the left side of the face of Emiliano Ahan as we head back into the corners ahead of the final round.
He landed a nice two-punch combination the first round there, Hajani, and Ahan had some words with him, didn't he? Something like, is that all you got, I would imagine?
It's to the point now. We need to catch up on this. It's bullshit, right? Let's go.
Not happy in the corner there of Hajani about that.
Okay, I definitely see why the referee did that. First of all, your head already caused the cut, and then you kind of flew in there with your head.
You ready for this? I'm ready, man. Let's go. Stand around. Stand around. Yeah? Last rounds. Water.
Maybe he made that round an even round. Hajani, possibly?
Yeah,
maybe.
I just, because of the length of the shots, I just thought, I'm not sure.
Yeah, Ahan definitely has good range, good reach.
You just remember those, don't you? When he moves back there, Hajani, Ahan just throwing that long right hand, that sticks in your mind.
Yeah.
Sixth and final round, and Ishvan Hajani may have to go all out here in this final round. Hand to the body there.
If he was clever now, he'd be rolling around on the floor. Can't continue, ref.
Shot from Ahan straying low. In real time, it looked like a body shot to me.
Yeah.
We're also 13 fights into this, so maybe I'm like the, it's like kids' day at the ballpark when every fly ball they think it's a home run.
Nice, lovely, clever work there from Hajani.
Exactly what he needs right now, and more.
Again, it obviously was low, but I didn't see it as being low.
You got to be worried if you're Ahan about a point deduction here, because that again changes the complexion of this fight.
That's why Barry was saying, you should sell that, Hajani.
Yeah, I mean, in these 6-round sprints, every point deduction is incredibly meaningful.
Well, I mean, if you stay on the floor, you have to disqualify him, or technical draw, whatever they call it. I don't. But I mean, you shouldn't do that, and I wouldn't be happy to do that, and I would never do that. Gotta stay busy though here, Hajani. And Ahan's got to let that right hand go.
Final minute of the contest, he lets it go there and produces a smile on the face of Ahan.
I prefer him walking forward, actually.
One of the few times Ahan used the jab, before a punch was coming at him. That's risky, throwing a backhand uppercut.
excellent uppercut from Hergeni a moment ago. You see the blood from the eye of Aguian on the glove where that landed, and oh, there's another point deduction.
Game over
For Hergeni.
No.
And
He just took a 2-point deduction.
2 point, yeah, I mean, then it is definitely
Game
over.
over, yeah, it's been a shame.
Unless we can get a knockout in these last, what, 15 seconds?
He tried it.
He landed it. It just didn't put Aguian out, which is what he needs right now. And that will do it for this contest.
Some no-nonsense refs.
Oh, he's fuming, Hergeni, with the referee.
Well, the unified flyweight champion, Gabriela Fundora, is back in action tonight as she puts her titles on the line against Marilyn Badillo. That card in California will also feature Charles Conwell against Jorge Perez. And you can catch it right here on DAZN. Corner working on that cut over the eye of Emiliano Aguian. Cutman Vic dealing with a torn rotator cuff.
Oh, that's the guy.
And the math is probably a little more complicated than basic boxing math as we tabulate the scorecards here with a 2-point deduction plus the other point deduction. It's taking a moment. Still adding up the scores here. As the Hergeni corner maybe protesting their case to Mauricio Suleiman. Looks like we are set. The abacus has done its job. We'll send it back up to Thomas Treiber.
Ladies and gentlemen, after 6 rounds of boxing, we go to the judges' scorecards. Judge Yuji Fukuchi scores it 58-53, and both judges Juan Carlos Benlayo and Daniel Vandeville are in agreement. They both scored the same, 57-54, all for your winner by unanimous decision. Emiliano Aguian Castro.
If you listen to the scores, 57-54 on 2 cards, minus those 3 points, that's a majority draw. If you would have had those 3 points, that'd be a majority draw.
Those were the
I didn't see a majority draw here.
No, I didn't. I didn't either.
Well, nonetheless, Emiliano Aguian benefited from those deductions, and he will advance to the next round of the tournament.
Tomorrow we see the heavyweights enter the action at the WBC Grand Prix, and we have some hard-hitting action coming your way in May.
Thought I deserved the decision, but I didn't get it. We move on, and hopefully it happens again.
I can see why people would go with Dave winning it, and I'll have to be prepared for an even better Dave Allen next time.
His ceiling's been shown now.
And Dave Allen here is upsetting the odds.
He's lucky the fight never got stopped. I'm surprised he got the dub.
Most people felt that Dave Allen nicked it by a point, but it's 1 round away from a different decision.
Fisher versus Allen 2 is on May 17th, live on the Zone, part of an unrivaled schedule of fights. The Knockout Weekend Bundle is available to buy now. Make great savings on purchasing Garcia versus Romero and Canelo against Skull as a pair. Meanwhile, we have a trio of great cards from Queensberry Promotions, which are all part of our regular subscription. Kakashi Woods, Taylor Usman, and Wardley Miller all coming soon on the Zone. And now we're heading to fight number 14, and we go with Crow.
That's right, Claudia. We are set for our next contest. It is Carlos Sinisterra of Cali, Colombia, taking on Dakan Wang of China. Ready to meet the fighters. Let's send it up to Thomas Driver.
Let's first welcome to the ring, Wang Hope Dakong.
Why you're so terrifying? Sorry, I'm apologizing. Wanna take a personal treatment? It's real body fighting, line dancing, cosplaying. No kidding, freaks for shaking. Be like an animal, round, rapid punches, kicks, to leave it alone. Bro, boys, I took it myself. Be like a cannibal, hard to be girl. Ready for kill. You better stop me, my enemy. Don't get a sanity. I'll be the authority, enemy. You get a penalty with the mission of therapy.
And now let's welcome to the ring, Carlos Sinisterra Palacios. Ladies and gentlemen, this bout is scheduled for 6 rounds in the middleweight division. The judges are Nawaf Elmo-Hamid, June Bailim, and Barry Lindenman. Our referee in charge is Joel Campuzano Jr. Introducing to you first, fighting tonight out of the green corner. He comes to the ring wearing green trunks and weighed in officially at 160.6 pounds. His professional record consists of 8 wins, 4 defeats, 1 draw, with 1 win coming by way of knockout. Representing China, here is Wang Hope Dakong. And his opponent across the ring, fighting tonight out of the gold corner. He comes to the ring wearing gold trunks and weighed in officially at 161 pounds. His professional record consists of 10 wins, just 1 defeat, 9 of those 10 wins coming by way of knockout. Representing Colombia, here is Carlos Sinisterra Palacios.
Boxers, you received your instructions in the locker room. I want a good, clean fight. Obey my commands at all times. Defend yourselves at all times. Do what you came trained to do. Good, clean boxing. Touch gloves. To your corners.
So our 14th fight of the day, Carlos Sinisterra. Don't blink when this man fights. All of his KO wins have come before the end of the 4th round. Tonight taking on Dakan Wang, who has actually lost 3 of his last 4 bouts coming into this tournament. So one of the real underdogs in the middleweight bracket. As Sinisterra throws a nice right hand to the body here in the early going. And he rips a body shot! that has Dakong Wang in agony and on one knee.
Oh. You can see the mark on his body still.
You can see the Cleto Reyes logo on the midsection of Dakong Wang as Sinisterra looking sinister as he hunts down Wang, looking for another shot to end it.
Oh, well done. Well done.
Carlos caught that spot three more times, but Wang sucked it up.
He knows he has all the time in the world now.
Sinisterra only thinking about that shot to the body right now.
The best way to get space for it.
There it is, and that one nearly put Wang down again.
Good job. The best way to get space for it is throw a big shot over the top first, a heavy one.
Wang grimacing as he takes another shot to the body.
Uppercut through the middle, right hand over the top, and then that left hook.
Dakong Wang just trying to make it out of the first round here. Wang coming up in weight to enter this tournament. He's never touched the full middleweight limit. Most of his fights have been between 140 and 154, and that might be playing into how he's absorbing these body shots, which is not well at all.
Yeah, he's fighting a big middleweight.
But I would say this though, he's still on his feet. The way he grimaced when he got hit with the body shot, he was done. And then got caught right next to us in the corner with a really good shot and absorbed it quite well.
Yeah, that happened in the opening 30 seconds of the contest. We didn't think we would see the final 30 seconds of round one. Oof. And Sinisterra trying to close the show here. Wang absorbing a lot of punishment to the body here. Look at the reddening on the midsection of Wang.
Sinisterra gets a lovely angle on that uppercut or that left hook to the body.
And Wang should punch with him with the left hook, but he's just more concerned at blocking that shot to the body.
Oh, the way he got hurt with that first shot, I mean, every time Sinisterra threw a left hook, I'd have my two hands on my left-hand side. Try and jump with it, you know?
Definitely.
Look at this shot now. Oh, look at the angle he gets. It's fantastic. So look at the turn of the body here. Perfect.
I mean, he really got under that elbow perfectly.
Look at that. The Colombian Ricky Hatton. Touch upstairs, whip downstairs.
And then right after that, he caught him a couple of more times.
Yeah. Good shot. I know it was on that side, but you're weak all around after that. I mean, he did really well there. Wang to still be in here.
Gutsy effort from Dakong Wang to stay in this fight. He was ravaged to the body in the opening round. It's the hard-hitting Carlos Sinisterra of Cali, Colombia is on the prowl here once again in the second round.
Got to be more committed to his attacks here. Sinisterra. He's in the driving seat. He got the range and everything. That right hand should be a bullet to the head of Wang.
Offers a right hand of his own to the body of Sinisterra.
Lost his way a bit here, hasn't he, Sinisterra? Waiting a little bit too long.
Yeah, perhaps waiting longer than he actually has to as well.
And even the way he's not committed to the punches. I mean, I'd say I'd leave the body alone for a little while and I'd just punch heavy to the head. And then he'd be covering that, then you whip down.
Yeah, I think, you know, once you already hurt a fighter, sometimes you can fall in love with that punch and that power and wait for it instead of remembering what else can get you there, which is the jab, which is box.
Yeah, looking for that one shot, isn't it?
See? Yep. I'd give up on that and just box until it presents itself again.
I mean, he's walking him down, 1-2, just put everything into the shot. Oh, nice punch, nice. But you can credit Wang for surviving because nothing's happening to him.
There was a good long-range right hand from Sinisterra.
But he should be connecting fully now, stepping in behind that jab, rotating to the right hand.
Well, I know we always say that body shots stick with you no matter how long the fight goes, but at the same time, he has been given an opportunity to recover to whatever extent he can here in this round. He's got his legs underneath him.
Maybe Wang has some sting on his punches and Sinisterra is just being a little cautious. Doesn't look that way,
I
but
don't think so. I just think he's waiting for that perfect shot, possibly.
Final moments here of what has been a quieter round. One final right hand to the body there from Sinisterra, and that'll do it. Well, the FIFA Club World Cup comes to DAZN as some of the biggest names in football battle it out to become the globe's greatest. And what's more, the entire event, every game and every goal is live and free right here on DAZN.
Estás a la cinturón, ¿ok? Gracias.
After 2 rounds, our score is 20-17. All 3 judges for the gold quarter.
Back to action here between Carlos Sinisterra and Dakong Wang. Every single one of Sinisterra's wins, aside from the one in his pro debut, has been a knockout win. And as we told you, all of those wins have come before the end of the 4th round, so he's still on schedule.
Good right hand there from Sinisterra. Well, we had our secret squirrel, Claudia, in the corner of Sinisterra, and she was saying that they wanted to just have a look at Wang to see how he reacted to some of the movements before they really went in for the finish.
Wang, as we mentioned, coming into this fight, having lost 3 of his last 4, he dropped a 6-round decision to Sakura Midiarikawa at Korakuen Hall in Japan last October. Midiarikawa is a 38-year-old former champion kickboxer and Muay Thai practitioner. Hard right hand to the body there from Sinisterra.
But also coming out of the corner of Sinisterra was that he felt a punch from Wang, which I didn't see. So what you were saying, Barack, has actually happened. Yeah, so he just was being a little bit more cautious to commit.
Sometimes I'm right.
Yeah, man.
Like every night.
Like a broken clock.
Right hand there from Sinisterra. You saw Wang indicating he thought it was behind the head.
Oh!
There's a right hand from Wang. Lets that right hand go.
Wang smiling, thinking, okay, you see I can connect, and you see it stings a little bit.
You got to be careful here, Sinisterra, because under that coasting stuff that I talk about, you give another guy confidence, and obviously Wang can box. He'll be struggling with the reach, and obviously that body shot should have been something that you work from, but he hasn't. And if he gets back into the fight, this could turn on its head.
That's what I'm saying. Forget about the body shot. Go back to boxing. Use your height. Use your length.
Now Sinisterra just allowing Wang to come forward. Wang Wang able to get some work done here.
Which actually would be in his favor too if he's playing possum. He has him now, confident now, and Wang come in, and it's easy to land a body shot on a confident fighter.
30 seconds.
That's walking you down. Confidence sure changed the fighter's demeanor.
Yeah.
There we go.
There's that left hook to the body again from Sinisterra.
10 seconds.
Looked like he had an opportunity to follow up on that.
Wang is dangerous.
Stop.
I thought you was thinking what I was thinking, Corey, but I don't know. Maybe you weren't. Breathe.
不死啊！
不找机会，龙哥。
我知道，闪完就输，打快，但是闪以后你越扛他越超有点啊，明白了吗？明白了吗？没有问题，你打得很聪明，但是跑的有点多，要左右走。OK，
Is that ice on the
不要
ribs?
往后推两。
That is ice on the ribs.
No, that's not a good sign at all. I mean, someone from their corner should be watching that corner anyway. If they got enough people in their corner, they might only beat 1 or 2 of them. And that's where you need more in your corner so they can watch over there and see that and say, listen, that's if he's got ice on his ribs, that's bruised or cracked.
Round 4 begins.
I think that's Sinisterra's plan anyway, to go to those ribs, whether he saw that or not.
But he hasn't done it. He hasn't been assertive enough, I don't think.
I mean, it's amazing that this fight is still going on, considering what it looked like in the opening 30 seconds. And really for the rest of that first round.
I'm not asking him to go all like crazy and while the punches in. He got the frame and he got the reach and he has, obviously has the power to do it correctly and just push him back with the punches. And he's a smaller guy, you got a lovely natural angle with that body shot anyway, which he's shown. Everything's there for you to do it, except your mind.
That was good. Went to the body with the jab, came up top, the right hand. Good right hand by Wang in return.
That's good.
A good chopping right hand there from Sinisterra. There it is again.
With more weight that time.
When Wang, you're seeing his reactions right now. He's worried about those body shots, and so he is open for that right hand if Sinisterra wants to keep throwing it.
Nice little short left hook as well from Sinisterra.
There's the body shot again from Sinisterra.
Just 1-2s down the line here for Sinisterra. That's all he needs to do.
Wang does not want to raise that right hand.
Claudia Trejos is reporting she was in Wang's corner and she's hearing that they're considering throwing in the towel because of the condition of the rib of Dekan Wang.
But they won't if Sinisterra's not bullying him. I mean, you know, when it's like this, even though he's getting caught now and again, it's still, he's in the fight. There you go, good
right hand over the top. Again, yeah, these signs of life. But now Sinisterra is in range to rip those body shots. Took the shot, he got to the inside.
Now I see the confidence back on Sinisterra's face.
Either that or he wants revenge for that right hand.
That's it, this is how he does it.
The credit to Wang for fighting at this level with possibly a cracked whip.
20 seconds remaining here in round 4. You think even those shoe shine shots to the body, if you have a cracked rib, are agonizing.
Yes.
I've had it, and it doesn't hurt until you get hit. It's not like being winded, it's different. It's like a stabbing pain, it's awful. So you're uncomfortable, but you're not like winded. But then when they hit you with the shot, you go to the floor. You can't do nothing about it.
It's probably the most painful shot because you can get hit in the head and not get hurt, but get wobbled because your brain shook.
Yeah, and it's so painful. You're immersed in your own pain. So like, I was when I happened, I was down on the floor, and I'm just. It's so like my face is screwed up, and then I could hear 7. And I forgot what I was for a minute. I'm just in pain. I don't know where I am. I hit 7 and then I got up. I was in panic. Yeah, you're going to lose the fight, aren't you? Oh, I did anyway, so I should have bothered.
You won that fight?
No, I got battered. I said, you know, Freitas, he was a good fighter. I didn't mind that.
Shout out to Popa.
No. Ask him if I can have my ribs back. And my dignity. And my dignity, please.
They've got WhatsApp in Brazil, right? Yeah. Well, we can go ask for it back.
And he owes me a new pair of underpants.
Was your wife there?
No, this is before I met her.
Oh. Round 5 underway. The scores, you heard, 40-35 across the board for Carlos Sinisterra. Does have 1 loss on his record. 2 fights ago, dropped a fight, French prospect Suleiman Mohammadi. That was in a bid for the WBC youth title, which is a good static jab to the body there. You see just the impact of even a jab downstairs.
He does some really good stuff, doesn't he? I mean, I like the way he keeps his shape and everything. There's a lot of good things about him. I just think you've got to get in the right mindset of being a little bit more a bully. I mean, you haven't got to be rush forward to be a bully. You can be a bully in a way of use the technique. Things I like, punching inside your body frame, he turns into the shots, everything's really good.
It's not enough work, maybe.
I think so, yeah. Or not understanding what you should be doing next, knowing the steps. For your ability and your style, I think, and he can be a bully going forward. That jab should be, he should be stepping in that jab. That should be a ramrod left hand every time.
Hard right hand to the body there from Sinisterra.
I don't understand why he didn't follow it up with anything. He allowed Wang to punch him and get out of the corner. Good shot.
Oh, lovely. Really good work.
Beautiful shot there. Nice uppercut. And now, see Sinisterra, the grimace on his face as he's loading up on those shots. Can he keep it up? It's felt like for about 5 rounds now, he's had a golden opportunity to finish this fight.
Tough, isn't he?
Wang just keeps firing back.
Tough kid.
But with a bit more urgency and his work, a bit more work ethic from Sinisterra, that toughness can be punched out at you.
Loving left hook there from Sinisterra. Oh, that is a terrific left hook right to the midsection of Wang. Wang taking a deep breath and backing up after that one. Another left hook downstairs there from Sinisterra. This is more like what you want to see from him.
This is bullying, and this is quality, this is.
Yes, this is it. I think Wang is in a lot of pain. He hasn't thrown a punch in a while.
He's got 3 more minutes to survive, which would have been unthinkable.
What a tough guy.
After watching the first round.
But if he would have done that after the first knockdown, then I think it would have been stopped. I think he would have forced to stop it. But at this point now, Wang's energy levels are reducing after he's marked up. The ribs are hurting even more, and the corner might go, this is enough. Oh, nice uppercut. Good body shot as well.
No one wants a stoppage on their record. He already has 1 of those 4 losses. If he can make it through this one last round, it would be to his benefit, even to take a loss, but without a stoppage.
Yeah, of course. Yeah. You got to do the best you can do to stay in there.
6th and final round.
But as a fighter, you can't worry about that. Your corner's there, they got to do their job. If you're getting beat up, they throw the towel in. In your mind, you can't quit. That's what you got to think. I'll do the best I can do. There's people there to save me, so I'll do the best I can do.
Right.
Look at Kong Wang. He is smiling and shouting at Carlos Sinisterra. It is clearly, it's meaningful to him to maybe make it through this fight. Because given how far down he is on the scorecards, he needs a knockout here in the final round.
You know, I said earlier that, you know, maybe Sinisterra felt Wang's power, and he actually said that to his corner, because that's what Claudia Trejas just found out, that he said the Chinese man can punch hard. He said that in Spanish. You know, I'm an interpreter.
Maybe, okay, say he can, I'm sure he can. But the some of the work he's done now, in that last round,
yes,
he could have done that when arguably Wang was in more trouble.
I agree.
Weaker.
I agree.
Good uppercut there from Sinisterra, and you know, to also consider this, that also might just be nice PR work for their fighter.
I don't know. I think his onslaught is so controlled because of the power from Wang.
Yeah, I just think he's you know, some people just don't know what to do. I mean, you've got through on your power. I mean, his technique's really good, but you know, fight management is a thing that you don't always have the natural inclination to do. Especially when you're punching people and they're falling over. You don't learn that. Nice.
Good body shot there from Sinisterra.
You got a lot of good things going for him, this kid. You just got to be able to read the room a little bit.
I like how he just drew Wang into him so that he could land those two body shots by letting Wang walk forward. And now he's back on the chase.
Even the hands are nice and high as well, you know what I mean? Like,
good combination.
Just the way those punches come out. I mean, this is terrific technique here from Sinisterra. He has all the hallmarks of an excellent puncher, and he is. Just waiting for that second gear.
He's a very good boxer. Well, he punches correct with everything almost all the time. Natural arc to the body shots with his punches. He's really good.
Final 15 seconds of this contest, and credit to Kong Wang, who will hear the final bell as Sinisterra, with a smile on his face, will just run out the clock. And that will do it.
Well, Sinisterra is happy with the victory. I'm sure his corner is as well.
The last couple of rounds, I thought he boxed brilliant. Actually, I thought I think that's his style, with the power that he has.
Especially the fifth round, yeah.
Yeah, I thought he should take that round and go, this is what I do in every round.
Okay.
Ring Magazine brings you Chris Eubank Jr. versus Conor Benn. The eagerly anticipated showdown has been years in the making, and it will finally take place at Tottenham Hotspur Stadium on Saturday, April 26th. You can buy it now at thezone.com/boxing. No mystery as to who won this one, but we have to make it official. So to do that, we're going to let Thomas Treiber tell us the scores.
Ladies and gentlemen, after 6 rounds of boxing, we go to the judges' scorecards, and all 3 judges, Barry Lindenman, Junbei Lim, and Nawaf El-Hamid, are in agreement. They all scored the same, 60-53. For your winner by unanimous decision, Carlos Sinisterra Palacios.
So the 24-year-old Carlos Sinisterra picks up the unanimous decision victory over Kong Wang. He will advance to the next round of the tournament.
The countdown is nearly over to Chris Eubank Jr. versus Conor Benn. This has a fight shrouded in jeopardy, not least for issues surrounding weight, as the Detroiter himself explained.
What's the difference between you 2.5 years ago, October 2022, when it was supposed to happen, or thereabouts, to you now?
A man who's been through hell and back.
Has that hardened you physically as well as mentally, would you say?
It's hardened me more mentally. Definitely, it broke me, you know, and it took a lot of time and it just took a lot from me to heal. Still healing now, you could say. What's going in there and fighting another man? I've gone in there and fought. In America, I didn't even want to fight. I come out of the fight saying, I'm not even sure if I want to fight, Tone. I just ain't got it in me no more, you know, ready to wave my white flag.
He's bigger than you. You know
what they say about that, don't they?
The bigger they are, the harder they fall?
Yes, sir.
You got to chop down the tree?
Yes, sir. I start from the top, though.
But he is going to be bigger than you. He's going to be the biggest person you've ever fought, Conor.
No problem. I love the challenge. You ain't heard me once mumbling about it. When have you ever once, in however long, however many times the fight's been arranged, I'm giving away, jumping up 2 weights. You don't hear me moaning about nothing. A fight's a fight. And then people want to moan up about the rehydration. It's a tactic. The rehydration was, the 8 to 9 pound was what they said they put on. All of a sudden it's jumped to 14. That was what their team suggested.
What is it? Is it 10 pounds?
10 pound. But 8 to 9 pound was what they said he put on. Now, I don't know if they had said that. Maybe them thinking that I wouldn't take the fight if he does put on an extra stone and a half or whatever it is. I'm not going in there fighting light heavyweight. I'm jumping up 2 weight divisions. You tell me the last person who done that. Kell Brook, Golovkin? Yeah. I'm jumping up 2 weights for this one fight. And then I will drop it down to 147 and capture the world title this year.
And the Tottenham Hotspur Stadium looking serene and calm right now, but it'll be bedlam this time next week when we go live on the zone. Chris Eubank Jr. and Conor Benn finally step into the ring together. Make sure you join our sensational broadcast team, including Tony Bellew, Carl Frampton, and the man at our commentary desk right now, Barry Jones. And now we're back with the action right here in Riyadh. Corey?
Thank you so much, Claudia. Our 15th and final bout for you here tonight. And just a quick reminder, the 16th fight in the middleweight bracket will actually take place tomorrow. So lucky you, you've got 17 fights to watch tomorrow, including the heavyweight bracket. But we're gonna wrap up tonight's contest with Jose Montes and Sean Arkwright.
Let's first welcome to the ring, Sean Arkwright. And now let's welcome to the ring, Jose Ramon Donas Montes.
Ya estaba para toda la bola envidioso. Ay, joder, que se murieron los quemados. Siguen ladrando los perros, señal que voy avanzando. Así lo dice el refrán, para aquellos que andan hablando de la gente que trabaja y que no andan vacilando. Al que no le vino el saco, pídalo a su medida.
Ladies and gentlemen, this bout is scheduled for 6 rounds in the middleweight division. The judges are Predrag Alexic, Yuji Fukuchi, and Daniel Van der Wiel. Our referee in charge will be Jürgen Langos. Introducing to you first, fighting tonight out of the green corner, he comes to the ring wearing green trunks and weighed in officially at 161.2 pounds. Undefeated with 7 victories, he is representing the United Kingdom. Here is Sean Arkwright. And his opponent across the ring, fighting tonight out of the gold corner, he comes to the ring wearing gold trunks and weighed in officially at 160.5 pounds. Undefeated with 11 wins, 5 of his 11 wins come by way of knockout. Representing Mexico, here is Jose Ramon Donas Montes.
Okay, gentlemen, I expect the clean and fair fight. Listen at all times to my commands and protect yourself at all times. Touch glove and good luck, okay?
Last fight of the day here in Riyadh, Jose Montes and Sean Arkwright. And Barry Jones, I know you appreciate a good working man's fighter. Sean Arkwright works part-time on the railways. Jose Montes, a professional baker who has to get up, do his road work at 3 a.m. so he can get to rolling dough at 4 a.m.
Because as far as I know, since boxing began, most boxers have had to have a job to survive, you know, and even when you, actually, when I could afford not to work, I still worked anyway for a while. Because I'm greedy like that. No, I mean, it gives you a structure, like sport gives you a structure and all, you know, for your life, but when you're working, it keeps you structured. When you start boxing for titles...
Big right hook just caught Arkwright there.
You got to keep your long Arkwright. That's what he's good at with the jab.
Montes, just a straight-ahead brawler, 5 knockouts in his 11 victories. He's coming off an 8-round majority decision win over former world title challenger Jose Macias Montiel, in the conversation for one of the best wins that any fighter in the tournament has scored. Montiel was just a fight removed from having faced Carlos Adames for the interim title. Now Montes hops into a 128-man prospect tournament.
I think he has a tough fight right now, but Arkwright is because of styles. You know, he's using his length, he's using his height, kind of like how we wanted to see Sinisterra use it. And he's quick, he's fast, he's alert. I like this kid.
And also, I think he might know what he is. He's not a massive puncher. I'm not saying he can punch, because he punches quite correct, but he knows he's not a massive puncher. So the last thing you're going to do with a guy with almost a 50% KO ratio is want to hold your feet. So you're going to go in and out, and just try and frustrate him and force him to make a mistake.
Arkwright says he hopes to become the next boxing star to come out of Liverpool. Of course, Tony Bellew, and then going back to Liverpool's first world champion, John Conte.
Oh, John Conte. And Paul Hodgkinson.
Right.
He always gets forgotten about Paul. Yeah, I know you didn't, but he always does. He's a fantastic fighter.
Who?
Paul Hodgkinson.
Arkwright missing with that left hand, and Montes rips a shot to the body. Good exchange there. We enter the final 20 seconds. Nice uppercut there from Arkwright.
As you talk about world champions, that song Deacon Blue, the band Deacon Blue, but they're synonymous with the Smith brothers. Obviously, the 4 of them all boxed for world titles. 2 of them won world titles, of course, with Callum and Liam. But that was Callum and Paul Smith's ring walk was Deacon Blue. It was a good round there for Arkwright.
Una vez que ya lo escuchas para atrás, güey, no te pares. Nada más entra moviendo la cintura. ¿Sí me entiendes? De lejos no le vas a hacer nada, ¿ok?
John Conte, by the way, looks about 40. Still, he's in incredible shape. And for the party life that he led, it's ruined his career ultimately in the end. I mean, he shouldn't be the way he is now. He's so healthy and happy and the loveliest man to be around. And also one of Britain's greatest ever fighters. Just tap that in.
Round number 2, good start here for the 25-year-old Sean Arkwright. Southpaw from Liverpool, coming up on the small hall shows where he's known as a pretty good ticket seller already. Had his career stalled from a little run-in with the law that he had that resulted in a 2-year suspension. He says that he's in a much better place mentally. He's dealt with some mental health issues and looking sharp here in the early going against Jose Montes.
Yeah, sharp and disciplined. Just a little bit too crude there, Montes, with that attack. Too readable.
Montes fighting outside of Mexico for the first time as a pro.
I think what you said, Barack, earlier on, this style is not just a nightmare for Montes. It really is good. He's used to having people come at him, isn't he? I would imagine, you know, he can let his hands go, but this is a guy who's not going to engage.
Again, you look at resumes and you see Montes with that win over Montiel, so you automatically think, okay, he won't have any trouble with Sean Arkwright, but very different style. And you could also see how the inverse, you know, a fading title challenger like Montiel, the crudeness of Montes would just frustrate him.
Yeah,
now, that would be a bad matchup in that case.
It's that saying that styles make fights. I know it's a lazy saying to put out there, but sometimes is very apt.
So much truth to that.
Quick left hand there from Arkwright.
Just missed that right hand.
Oh, nice little uppercut there as well.
Yeah. Got to get out of there now. Good head movement, good body movement.
Pretty good defense standing in the pocket. Oh, yeah.
Nice.
You can see even in these exchanges what Montes does well is he's always trying to get the last word in every exchange. Even when Arkwright lands something sharp, Montes is at least offering something in return to make him think about throwing that again.
But actually, if you think back to all really good Mexicans, they always get you with the shot as you're leaving, don't they? As you're exiting, always that looping shot.
Like we saw right there, Montes making it ugly. We're inside the final 20 seconds.
Doesn't need to be there though, Arkwright. Doesn't need to show his toughness or his bravery.
He's obliging now. Oh, beautiful. That's his best
long-range left hand there from Arkwright.
Too many steps back. That's where you got to go. A maximum of 2 steps before you pivot to the left or the right. You got to go one way or the other, but too far back and put yourself in trouble. But it's still a good round.
Well, Golden Boy Promotions returns to California tonight. In fact, it's live right now here on DAZN. Gabby Fundora, Marilyn Badillo in the main event. Sweet Poison getting the top of the bill. You'll also see Charles Conwell on that card. So hang out with us here in Riyadh for a little bit. And you might want to check out Sweet Poison, one of my absolute favorite fighters in the sport to watch.
Yeah, sloppy as fuck. Yeah, start putting our shots together. Yeah, don't let him outwork you on the inside. Idea. Listen, let's fucking go. Yeah, come on, let's go.
I like the way the referee stops traffic.
After 2 rounds, one judge has it 20-18 in favor of the gold corner, Montes, and the other 2 judges have it even at draw, 19-19.
All right, so you heard the scores. Montes ahead on 1, even on the other 2.
Because Arkwright allowed Montes to come in a couple of times, and those little small punches are punches, landed.
But again, though, those long shots that he was landing with over the top, Arkwright, for me, certainly in the first round, I thought he did more than enough.
I thought so too. I'm just trying to justify what the judges were doing, what they were seeing, rather.
You holding, okay?
So you must have, the ref didn't see the big shoulder push by Arkwright. He only saw the holding by Montes for some reason.
Good left hand there by Arkwright.
Yeah, excellent timing. Arkwright starting to time Montes as he dips his head before he comes in. Sometimes just the sheer force and volume of Montes allows him to get in there, but Arkwright landing some eye-catching shots here from the outside.
The best thing to do is what he's about to do right there. And that's spin out and check hook. Somebody comes head down. Or you could stand there and dig that right uppercut.
Some good work there, though, from Montes. He landed with the right hand before he slid forward and landed with a little combination again.
Soft punches, but scoring punches.
Right hook there from Montes. Back comes Arkwright. Montes, again, you wouldn't look at his style and think, oh, this guy had a successful amateur career. Doesn't really have that classical kind of style, but he finished second at the Mexican National Amateur Championships during his career, 50-fight unpaid career. As he rushes forward and forces Arkwright backwards.
He runs in punching. I mean, one of the greatest of all time, Manny Pacquiao, would do that as well.
Yeah.
With better form, but he does that. And somehow he's able to generate power.
Nice shot there from Montes. You saw the head of Arkwright snap backwards.
Right hook, sorry, from Arkwright.
Nice uppercut at the end of it as well. Arkwright finding some space in the midst of this chaos being caused by Montes.
But he's getting involved in Montes' type of fight, isn't he? That's the problem.
Seconds ticking away here as the action is picking up in this one.
Ya nos dieron un round, ni nos dieron un empate.
Lots of blood there on the right here
No
of
le bajes, no
Arkwright.
le bajes. Vamos ganando, ya me dieron las tarjetas. ¿Ok?
That's a lovely right hook there from Sean Arkwright. That's a uppercut as well there, but then he comes in a bit closer and allows Montes to work away again. Oh, using that forearm there, or the elbow actually, to create a bit of space. Arkwright got away with it.
And that was a smart move because Montes is coming in with his head, you know, so many, a barrage of punches, annoying scoring shots.
Y este está entrando muy sólido, la izquierda. ¿Ok?
I wonder if he stole that round.
Who?
Montes.
Yeah, I think so. Yeah. No, I do. I generally think so. I think it's a really good start from Arkwright, but then I think he just got involved in a fight that's not really suited to him.
Yep.
Because he's had success with sort of punching down with that backhand, he's doing it all the time now. I think he needs to punch straight and more square, and just bumps the feet in and out.
Blood from the ear of Arkwright now streaming down his chest. Looking for that uppercut. Montes just unconventionally just able to get shots to the body. commentary about this being a difficult style matchup for Montes, and in ways it certainly is, but on the other side of this matchup, if you're Arkwright, how frustrating is it in a matchup like this? Because in a classical sense, if you put these two in a boxing gym on a heavy bag, Arkwright is probably better at the aspects of boxing in a fundamental sense, but he can't quite have the level of success that he would want.
No, well, but I think a lot of it's his own doing. I mean, I'm not disservicing Montes here, but when he's throwing his, from the first round, he was punching straight and not overstepping or moving the feet in and out, and now he's arcing the punches, certainly the backhand, and he's getting too close to the target. Then Montes then is happy to oblige. He can work away. Again here, why is Arkwright so close to him? Trying to show you're tough. I mean, okay, I'm sure you are tough, but you can win this fight on the outside potentially.
Nice counter there from Montes. Again, this is why boxing is not just a collection of techniques,
no.
And, you know, a skills contest. It's a fight, and it's a mental battle. It's the kind of battle, the hard stuff that Montes likes. He had a funny quote earlier this year when someone asked him what the hardest part of boxing was, and he said, the hardest part is staying away from pizza. You can imagine if you're in the bakery all day, it's probably pretty tough.
Yeah, well, I was going to say, the first thing every boxer will say, making weight.
Yeah. Nice shot again there from Montes. Steps to the outside. Yeah. Gets that left hand in there.
Now I see, now I see how Montes is so successful.
Sort of grind you into his fight, isn't it?
Yeah, it's an ugly night in the ring when you're in there with the 28-year-old Jose Montes from Ciudad Juarez.
But I still think that Arkwright can make it a little bit easier. And also, I think it's going to be hard now because Montes is in his rhythm. Yeah. But I think, you know, if he goes back to what he did in that first 2 minutes of that first round, it's a better fight for him.
And once again, when we seen the first round, probably thought in our minds, this is going to be an easy night for Arkwright.
All right, we're going to take a look at a WBC instant replay here. We're going to see what might have caused the bleeding on the ear of Sean Arkwright. We think it might be that headbutt right there.
And that was 2 rounds ago, wasn't it?
42-36. The other 2 judges having the same 39-37 all for the gold corner, Montes.
Oh, right in the ear. That's where the cut happened, I think. The damage. That's the idea of the work there from Arkwright. That's the idea.
So Montes is ahead on scorecard?
All 3 scorecards, yeah, we just handed them. So 40-36 for Montes, 39-37 on the other 2 scorecards.
I think 40-36 a bit unfair.
Although it's unlikely to have any bearing on the outcome of this fight, the gash on the ear of Arkwright was ruled as being, of course, a result of an accidental head clash.
I don't even know if it was really accidental. You know, I mean, I think he comes in like that. I think that's a smart tactic. I think that's part of his, you know, his offense.
Yeah, so a happy accident, right?
Yeah.
See, Montes just happy to wait for Arkwright to come close, isn't he, now?
He does put his head down and then go forward.
Nice there from Arkwright.
Step back, step back.
Left hand again there from Arkwright, but again, Montes gets hit with that, and then he just stays in there and lands a couple of shots to the body. You know, whether they're scoring, he's making it physical.
Oh, good shot there from Montes. Just lean back with that right hook.
It's a sneaky shot. He has landed that a number of times in this fight, but there's a nice uppercut Good reply there from Sean Arkwright. Learned to box in the very same gym, the Salisbury ABC that his grandfather, who was an excellent amateur, learned to box in. Trains at the Kirkdale ABC, where he started competing as an amateur. Just looking for that uppercut once again.
He'd be happy with this, Montes. Even when he's getting caught, he's able to reply off every shot.
Then that was like 5 landed punches out of that in a sequence of 10 punches.
Great.
You hit that back if you're Arkwright.
This is just hustle from Montes. Just keeps moving his hands. He's hitting something and hitting anything.
But in that exchange, it was a great uppercut to the right hand from Arkwright, but all the rest of it then was Montes and another round for him.
So do you score the 1 punch
No,
or the 9?
No, Montes round easy, yeah. No, of course not. Arkwright's fought, and I think he invited himself into Montes's sort of fight. No, he can't get out of it now.
Last round, catch gloves. Último round, último round. La campana a los 30 y la campana a los 10. Concentrado. Esta pelea es nuestra. Este es el round de tu vida, güey.
And I'm not saying if he would have carried on doing the things he was doing in the first, then he would have won the fight. Montes might have adapted and walked through it, and I'm sure he could have, but I mean, it would have been advantageous for, I think, for Arkwright to stick to what he was doing.
Sneaky, skillful fighter, Montes. Just because it didn't look normal to us.
My old trainer from Trinidad used to say, better to win ugly than to lose pretty.
Wise words.
Yeah. But I really took it to heart, and every fight was ugly.
Well, Montes put it best, and I think it illustrates what we see out of him stylistically now. And he might not have actually found the sport of boxing if they hadn't opened up a gym across the street from his house. But he said, I always loved fighting. I always fought in the streets, but now I love the art of boxing. I love getting in the ring. And he somehow manages to blend those two ideologies here.
Do you know why a lot of kids box, in my opinion, as well? I know it's like a tough sport, it's a working class sport, but it's free. It was when I was a kid. That was the biggest thing.
I wish it was free in my summer boxing.
Well, yeah,
it's not free. Nothing's free anymore, is it? But
we need boxing gyms to be free.
They're cheaper than tennis lessons.
Or gymnastics.
I don't think Arkwright has either boxed the wrong fight or been drawn into the wrong fight. He's shown some bottle, hasn't he, to be fair?
100%. Well, and again, you look at the step up that he has here. When you go, again, we talked about it a couple times tonight, you go from the journeyman fights where you're kind of not going through the motions, but you know you have someone in there who on the low is not meant to beat you. And then you have someone in Jose Montes who wants to make this a fight. It's a very different thing, and it's a change of gears that could be a little bit jarring when you take the step this dramatically.
And has boxed way above your level. And, you know, yeah, it's a huge step. It's a stupid step up, arguably. Like meeting Montes in the final, for instance, might have been a better move. Right. Might have learned a few things by the time you got there.
Yeah, I was about to say, it's not like Arkwright is incapable of beating Jose Montes under different circumstances. There's a good, skilled fighter in Arkwright who is running into a more seasoned fighter in Jose Montes, who also, by the way, was given a little bit of an exception in terms of the age rule in this tournament as a 28-year-old.
I thought the limit was 26. And like I said in the beginning, styles makes fights, and Arkwright should have been a tough fight for Montes, but the style of Arkwright changed because of Montes.
Still have to be careful about a point deduction here because it could change the scoring of this fight, but that will not happen, and that will do it.
Montes is 12-0 tonight.
Coming up on May 2nd, Ryan Garcia and Romero will go head-to-head in the middle of Times Square in New York City, as will Devin Haney and Jose Ramirez and Teofimo Lopez and Arnold Barbosa Jr. A stacked card coming your way on May 2nd. You can buy it now on DAZN.com/boxing. Work on the ear of Sean Arkwright. And we anticipate that this will be the 12th victory in the career of Jose Montes. We are ready to make that official as we send it back up to our MC one final time. It's Thomas Treiber.
Ladies and gentlemen, after 6 rounds of boxing, we go to the judges' scorecards. Judge Daniel Vandeville scores it 60-54, and both judges, Yuji Fukuchi and Predrag Alexic, are in agreement. They both scored the same 59-55, all in favor of your winner by unanimous decision. And still undefeated, Jose Ramon Donas Montes.
So El Donas, Jose Montes, does improve to 12-0 with a victory over Sean Arkwright here in the opening round of the WBC Boxing Grand Prix. And Montes is on quite the run right now, and we will see him again in the second round. We've got more action for you coming up tomorrow here from Riyadh in the heavyweight division, but right now we're going to take a look at the middleweight bracket. You see the names advancing to the next round. Some terrific fights that we saw here tonight. Names like Pomerlo, Barrico, Sinisterra, Proton, Busnegos, Ramon, Hergeni, and more, advancing to phase 2, which will be coming up in June as the WBC Grand Prix rolls along in conjunction with Riyadh season.
Right now, and we're back, and of course, after 15 fights in the middleweights, what are your impressions? And I'm gonna start with you, Barry, because you did a lot of talking today.
I apologize. I thought it was a good night. I said some people surprised me. I think Paul Ryan was, for me, was really, really good, technically superb. Pomerlo, I think, probably steals the show because I think you can see the superstar potential in some of his movement. But yeah, it was a good night.
What about you, Barack?
I agree with you 100%. I think Pomerlo, not the fastest, not the strongest, but maybe the most skilled. Maybe when you think about the Super 8, how Andre Ward came in and snuck away with the victory. That might be a guy that at least gets to the finals.
What I like to see is young men sticking to the fundamentals, and then just with that, they were able to get over the next hump and get the invitation for June. I was surprised, though. I was expecting more knockouts. Were you?
Well, everyone thinks that. Sorry, go ahead.
No, go ahead. Of course. I said it yesterday. We only got 3 knockouts. We got bigger guys. We did get 6 knockdowns, though. So,
yes.
it's not too bad.
Remember, your fight, cut it's like a like a knockout competition, once you lose, you're out of it, aren't you? So, you know, you're boxing people of a higher caliber than you used to, who are with that champion's mindset, because they haven't got there. Everyone's on their way up. So you hit a guy who's, you know, who's got a losing record. He might think, oh, I don't fancy this. These guys, they're all out. They're committed. I think another fighter was Sinisterra. I thought, you know, he is potentially a fantastic fighter who just doesn't understand, I just think, the plan of what he needs to do. I think someone needs to sit down to him and say, what's that 5th round? And that's your style for the rest of your career. And he becomes a fantastic fighter.
We have to add that these fighters have not been exposed to international level of opponents.
Yeah.
So that just kind of added to the fact that there's a reason why we have this WBC Grand Prix. And the one thing that I want to bring attention to that we did not mention, Cyril Johnson. He was our 5th fight of the night, and he took a win, but it was not easy. He was facing Brandon Velasquez from Mexico. And by God, it was amazing to see him, such joie, that just being in that ring.
That was an amazing fight.
Yeah.
That was definitely the fight of the night, the all-out war. What's so crazy, I want to tell you how much it was, that I was thinking Velasquez won just now.
Yes, but no, it was Cyril Johnson.
I was thinking Velasquez won just now because that's how much, it was just ebbs and flows, back and forth all night.
And that's why it's fight of the night.
Yeah, and the way the rhythm that Johnson had with his shots, I mean, especially when he threw them long, just a lovely smooth rhythm to his work, and I think that's what really impresses the judges, I think.
The one thing you guys did not mention is the fact that he was the shorter guy with the shorter reach, and yet he would overextend himself, and somehow he wouldn't get the answer back. So that, to me, was what made it that much more special.
It's a good night. I got to be honest, like every night so far this week, it's been its own little special qualities of, like we call them nuggets in the UK, little special nuggets of quality and surprise as well. Some kids you think, I'm not sure if he fancies it, and he goes out and do something tremendously well. And you know, some boxers who've had to dig it out and become brawlers, and that's always good to see, because you, at some point in your career, you're going to need that.
We saw that.
Can I mention another fighter?
Sure.
I love Derek Pomelo.
Yeah.
But Muhammad Issa.
Oh.
Performance of the night. So, it's hard to remember all of these because we had 15 fights. You know, but Muhammad Issa, performance of the night, probably one of the most dangerous fighters moving forward.
Yeah. Because he's tall, he's long, and he's very, very accurate.
And
with
that
his work.
huge long stance with those legs, and he could just, you know, shift the weight. It was
He had
brilliant.
everything. And also, you see him because he's quite slender.
Yes.
So if you're a strong guy, you'll think, I'll walk through him.
Nah.
And then, yeah, we'll take the shot, and then think again.
And he will get an answer. But you know what? We got massive answer tomorrow because we have the big guys, the heavyweights. Real short, real quick. What do we expect? We talked about speed, power, and obviously mobility. What do we expect tomorrow?
Okay, now that we saw what we saw today, we expect guys to get tired.
Yes.
We expect these big guys to get tired, but we expect somebody to go down. More knockdowns and maybe more knockouts.
Reason, again, because it's a knockout competition, they will take more risks. And heavyweights just make more mistakes. And with that, we're going to see loads of knockouts. Early night tomorrow, but guaranteed.
Yes, the big guys tomorrow, and this is the night for tonight. We have a date tomorrow with the heavyweights, but don't go away because guess what? Right now, live on The Zone, we have Dalton Smith against Matthew Germaine live from Sheffield. And tomorrow, we have a date here. Don't leave us. We'll be right back.
The world awaits for you now, Dalton Smith. Big attack! I dare you.
Simply too good.
I would sling him in with anyone.
I dare you to fight Dalton Smith.
Brilliant shot.
Have to give Sheffield a big fight.
Inch perfect punching from Dalton Smith.
He's too good.